After Zhang Shengxi regained consciousness, he immediately asked about the crime. Obviously, she understood everything. However, although she said this, her eyes were full of satisfaction. Cao Wenbin, who knew it was a joke, did not get angry. Instead, he laughed evilly. It seems that Sister Shengxi is not very satisfied with my current status. In that case, I'll just go back to being free and easy. Not much talk. But Zhang Shengxi couldn't hold it anymore. After all, Xiaoyao's identity represents fierceness. If it were normal times, she might not be afraid. But now, she didn't dare to accept the challenge at all. So, you're awesome, okay. By the way, have you absorbed both souls? No answer. Cao Wenbin just closed his eyes gently. But the next moment, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted. No matter from which perspective, it is not inferior to Wuyu. It's even slightly stronger. Your progress is so fast. It's terrifying. A patrol officer in his 20s, who would believe this if I told anyone? That's true. But after expressing his feelings, Zhang Shengxi immediately became serious again. Wenbin, now that things here are over, then the next person we have to face is Tianyan. Have you thought of a solution? Although I haven't seen her, as a patroller of the immortal realm, I am certain that she has recovered quite quickly recently. He's already restored to human form, and he's just one step away from success. Cao Wenbin's eyebrows frowned instantly. Although he has found a way to deal with Tianyan, he is still missing the most crucial thing, the list of gods. In other words, he still needs some time. There is a solution. But can you steady Tianyan? Not much, just 1 month. No, 10 days will do. Without any hesitation, Zhang Shengxi nodded immediately. His expression is full of confidence. No problem at all. We have a great time working together. She trusts me very much. The only problem now is how are we going to cover up Zhun Xiaoyao's lie. After all, Tianyan knows that I redeemed Zhun Xiaoyao. And if such an important person is not explained, I'm afraid she will become suspicious. Very thoughtful. If she hadn't said it, Cao Wenbin really wouldn't have thought of it. However, this may be a problem in the eyes of others, but in the eyes of Cao Wenbin, it is nothing. The next moment, a heavy object appeared out of thin air in front of the two of them. It was none other than Zhun Xiaoyao's corpse. After killing it, Cao Wenbin couldn't bear to throw it away. I always think it will be useful. Unexpectedly, it came in handy today. I'll give this to you after we get out. You can just make up an excuse then. And with this, Tianyan won't be suspicious anymore. Zhang Shengxi was stunned. His eyes were filled with complexity. But this situation did not last long. Soon, she returned to normal. It's not that she is heartless. Loyalty is really too overbearing. Since I have already worked hard to reach 100, then no matter who comes, it won't work. Zhun Xiaoyao. Just strangers who had some interactions in the past. Don't worry. Acting is my forte. Back then, Zhun Qingfeng and the others were fooled by me. Although Tianyan is very powerful, she has been in a coma for many years, so her experience may not be able to catch up with Zhun Qingfeng. After saying that, the two looked at each other, and then disappeared together. After all, time is running out. Now that all the important work is done, I naturally have to hurry back. It seems that your operation this time was not very smooth. But that's true. Since Ling Ruobing got there in time, you really don't have much room to maneuver. Your background is really too shallow. Hey, if I had known you had such great potential, I shouldn't have announced the gold list. If I give you everything inside, the Cao family will be nothing. Just as expected. As soon as Zhang Shengxi returned to Kunlun Mountain, Tianyan's voice immediately rang out. Compared with the previous times, this time it is obviously more beautiful. Obviously, she recovered well. However, Zhang Shengxi did not follow the routine. Instead, he pressed on. Xiaoyao was killed by Cao Wenbin. As the heavenly Tao, you must have a way to save him, right? The more he talked, the more excited Zhang Shengxi became. But Tianyan remained silent. After a long while, a helpless sigh was heard. The tunnel is not awake yet, so I will take over the temporary management. If it was a natural death, then I do have some solutions. But Zhun Xiaoyao's situation is completely different. His soul was completely destroyed. So even I can't do anything. So please accept my condolences. Chapter 542 The demonic realm exploded. Bang. No surprises. As soon as Tianyan finished speaking, Zhang Shengxi collapsed to the ground. The whole person was like an eggplant hit by frost, and instantly lost all his energy and spirit. Even you can't. In that case, there was a strong sense of despair in his words. Judging from the situation, if no one stops it, something bad will definitely happen. So, Tianyan suddenly became anxious. Zhang Shengxi, please don't do anything stupid. By the way, don't you want to avenge Zheng Xiaoyao? Actually, Tianyan is not afraid that anything will happen to Zhang Shengxi. But she was afraid that something might happen to Zhang Shengxi now. After all, as the heavenly Tao of the immortal realm, if her people were no longer in the entire immortal realm, her strength would be greatly reduced. But she does have some quick wit. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Shengxi immediately became energetic. Can you provide me with some killer weapon? Don't worry, as long as I can destroy that Cao guy, I can bear any price. Tianyan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you don't seek death and rekindle hope, everything will be easy. Of course, she definitely can't take out the ultimate weapon. So after a brief silence, she quietly uttered a very important message: you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Well, you should take a good rest for half a month. When the time comes, I will make sure you kill Cao Wenbin with your own hands. How about that? His eyes narrowed slightly. Then, a hint of joy flashed across Zhang Shengxi's eyes. She finally got the information she wanted. Half a month. The efficiency is quite high. But it was still a step too late. You said it. In that case, I'll wait for you for half a month. However, although he was excited, on the surface, Zhang Shengxi did not show any abnormality at all. Just nodded quickly. After getting the desired result, Tianyan's consciousness did not dare to linger for too long. She was afraid that Zhang Shengxi would do something. She can't stand that stimulation. So, see you in half a month. It's quiet here in the fairyland. But with the return of Cao Wenbin, the demon realm was in an uproar. Because a piece of news was like a whirlwind, sweeping across the entire demon realm in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, the new master will arrive. Hundreds of flowers have changed their names, and all beauties kneel to welcome them. Obviously, this is a declaration of war. As for who it is for, the Cao family and Baihua Valley are going to go to war. Who is this idiot who spread this news? It's impossible. Cao Wenbin is surrounded by so many big shots from Baihua Valley. They're not stupid. How could they let such a thing happen? You're the idiot. This news came from the nameless island, how could it be fake? As for the beauties from the 100-Flower Valley who followed Master Cao, come on, they were all snatched away. They have no say at all. It's even possible that they've been played around by Master Cao and have completely forgotten who they are. Actually, this is human nature. Think about it, if you try a few and find them delicious, would you crave them all? Ah, it's true that drought kills drought, and flood kills flood. I've lived for over 400 years, and I still haven't found a wife. But what about others? They're already packing up in their 20s. Envy is everywhere. Every man in the demon realm is jealous. After all, Baihua Valley is recognized as a gathering place for beauties. But now, of course, it's not just ordinary people who are talking about this. All the major families are also holding meetings in a hurry. Mountain House. Madam, what do you think of this battle between the two powers? Will the Cao family win, or will Baihua Valley win? Looking at the information in his hand, Shan Yunfan's face looked so ugly. After all, once this move was made, all his plans were disrupted. If Baihua Valley can hold steady, then everything will be fine. But if they lose quickly, it will be really exciting. Unlike Shan Yunfan's anxiety, Liang Yue, the hostess, was quite calm. She looked as if this matter had nothing to do with her at all. All attention is focused on the ancestral scroll. Only when Shan Yunfan was so anxious that he started spinning in circles did she speak softly. You already have the answer in your heart, don't you? I agree with you. Baihua Valley will definitely lose. After all, there is already a qualitative gap in the strength of both sides. The gap is so big that no amount of experience can make up for it. Even if Baihua Valley dug out all the old monsters in the forbidden area, it would still be useless. Of course, if they can dig up the patrol, that's another story. But this is obviously unrealistic. After becoming a patroller, your lifespan will experience a qualitative leap. How can you just lie in the dirt? Shan Yunfan was stunned. Then he shook his head and smiled bitterly. But at this time, Liang Yue seemed to have opened her mouth and was still talking non-stop. Besides, since the Cao family dared to issue an announcement so blatantly, it means that they have made all the necessary preparations. They are trying to make an example of someone else to scare the monkeys. After all, sweeping every house one by one like we did a while ago is really too slow. Why not kill the biggest opponent in front of everyone, and then let everyone come and vote? This saves both time and effort. This analysis is really well reasoned. The more she spoke, the more dejected Shan Yunfan became. In the end, he simply lost all his energy and spirit. So what do you think we should do? Still neither hurried nor slow. After a few breaths, Liang Yue gently stretched out 2 fingers. 2 roads. The first one is to surrender to the Cao family on the surface. But it continues to exert its power in secret. Then wait quietly for the opportunity. Although the hope is slim, there is still a possibility of making a comeback. After all, we surrendered voluntarily, so the treatment will definitely not be bad. At the very least, I'll become a city lord like the Examen and Guo families. The second option is to find a place deep in the mountains and hide in hiding. Completely withdraw from the dispute. From now on, we will farm and weave, and not worry about worldly affairs. Live a peaceful life. Obviously, Liang Yue is still giving Shan Yunfan a chance. If Shan Yunfan chooses the second path, the rest of their lives will definitely be very happy. But if you choose the first path. However, Liang Yue knew that she was probably doing useless work. After all, her husband is quite ambitious. If you want it to retreat, it will only happen when the sun rises from the west. And the fact was pretty much as she expected. As soon as she finished speaking, Shan Yunfan suddenly swung his fist. Let's take the first path. Isn't there an example in ancient times of someone sleeping on straw and tasting gall, and eventually restoring his country? If others can do it, then there's no reason why I can't. Besides, I'm not alone. I have a good wife. This is said with absolute certainty. But the corners of Liang Yue's mouth began to twitch unconsciously. You still know that you have a wife. Others slept on straw and tasted gall, but they did it on their own. Even so, I suffered a lot. You are sleeping on straw and eating bitter food with your wife, isn't that just asking for cheating? My husband, you can't blame me this time. I also want to hold the bottom line. But I really can't do it. Chapter 543 Preparations for Baihua Valley. Valley of Flowers. Bang, bang. The sound of digging the ground is endless. Obviously, the women here are not idle either. But that's true. The outside world is already extremely busy, so as one of the protagonists, they naturally cannot just sit there and do nothing. And your efforts will eventually be rewarded. Look, from time to time, an extremely astonishing aura would appear in the 100 Flowers Valley. Then there was a burst of cheers and exclamations. Obviously, this is a great talent. But it's different from the increased confidence in the forbidden area. The meeting room, with more and more people, was terribly depressing. After all, those who can sit here are the real big guys. The worst ones have the 12th level of cultivation. So they knew exactly what they were going to face next. Patroller. That's a character on another level. Even if we tie them together, there is no chance of winning. Of course, they didn't remain silent forever. When the digging sound outside became noticeably weaker, Narcissus was the first to step forward. Everyone, we need to cheer up. Because the entire demon realm, all the forces that have not surrendered to the Cao family, are watching us. If we can't withstand the first wave of attacks, we'll be utterly defeated. When all flowers change their names and all beauties kneel to welcome them, this will become a reality. But if we can survive the first wave of attacks, the situation will be completely different. Those forces that still don't want to rely on others will definitely send experts to support us as soon as possible. By then, it will be hard to say who will win. This statement is extremely inflammatory. Therefore, as soon as the words fell, the vast majority of people present immediately agreed. However, there are also many people who hold opposing views. One of the representatives is a girl wearing a burgundy long dress. And a passionate woman. Her name is Dewan. It was also just dug out. And her ability to express herself in language is no weaker than Narcissus's. This is not. I just don't understand why we have to fight. Don't forget, the pride of our Baihua Valley has long been someone else's. If that's the case, then why are we still struggling? Even if I manage to escape this time, what will happen next? After Ancestor Wuyu is resurrected, what can we do to stop him? So, why not take this opportunity to directly submit to the Cao family? As for that thing about the 100 flowers changing their surnames and all the beauties kneeling to welcome them, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. This is the treatment that the strong should enjoy. If you can't let go, then just lean back when everything is over. When the time comes, I will feed the tiger with my own body. Feed him thoroughly. It directly solves your worries. This also makes a lot of sense. Especially the last two sentences made many people who originally supported Narcissus immediately hesitate. After all, after finally being resurrected, no one wants to die right after that. If only it were a meaningful sacrifice. That's another story. But this time, it obviously doesn't make much sense. If I didn't have to spread my legs. But just when they were about to make up their minds, Narcissus suddenly popped out again. Then he looked at Dawan with disdain. Feeding the tiger with your own body alone. Ancestor Dawan, you think too highly of yourself. Do you know how people in the demon realm describe Cao Wenbin? Sweepers. Everywhere he went, the larger caves had to collapse to protect themselves. Otherwise, who knows what kind of suffering you'll suffer. Not to mention women. There's nowhere to escape. Anyone caught will have only one fate. That means being played with. If you don't believe me, I can give you some examples. Let's not talk about the distant past, let's just talk about ancestor Yun Sheng. Cao Aoshui dug her out personally to deal with Cao Wenbin. At the beginning, the two of them really fought on equal terms. But what's the result? Just being captured twice and everything changed. When we met again, Cao Wenbin had only encountered a minor danger. Yet Patriarch Yunsheng was actually about to drag Cao Aoshui to die for him. And this is not an isolated case. That Mo Luo's wife, Yao Ruqing, was quite arrogant, but in the end, wasn't she tricked into poisoning her own man to death? It is not difficult to see that this Narcissus has been carefully studied by Cao Wenbin. Otherwise, it would be impossible to know so many secrets. After being frightened like this, those wavering people immediately changed their expressions. A look of relief soon appeared in his eyes. As for Duwan, who had just looked so confident, she trembled subconsciously. Obviously, no one expected Cao Wenbin to be so capable. But even though she was shaking, she still had no intention of giving up. But before she could think of what to say, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly fell upon them. Then, girls, it looks like you're ready to fight to the bitter end. In that case, I won't be polite. Every one of you here will be killed in a bloody disaster in the coming period. The voice is full of frivolity. If this happened under normal circumstances, the people in Baihua Valley would definitely look down on it. But this time, everyone's expressions changed. Is this guy so anxious? You came immediately when the time came. Without wasting a second. Look at each other. The next moment, everyone in the room disappeared. Even Dawan didn't hesitate. Chapter 544. Baihua Valley is divided into two factions. Look, the people from Baihua Valley are coming out too. Wow, they truly deserve to be the #1 power in the demon realm. The number of supreme beings here is even greater than even the great emperors in my own family. It's so spectacular. What a pity. It won't be long before everyone starts bleeding. I hope they can be more open-minded, so they can bleed less. Actually, I think this move by the Cao family is really unwise. After all, if they take in so many experts at once, is the Cao family still the Cao family? You're worrying too much. If it were all men, then I'd be worried. But if it were women, then it wouldn't be a problem at all. Even if they don't obey, I can still make them pregnant. In this way, who would have second thoughts? As soon as Narcissus and others appeared at the gate of Baihua Valley, a burst of discussion suddenly fell into their ears. It sounds so bad, but they simply didn't care. All attention was immediately focused on the Cao family camp. They want to see who has come from the Cao family. It would have been fine if they hadn't looked at it, but once they did, their hearts began to twitch unconsciously. Ling Ruobing. This female devil has finally come out. No wonder the Cao family dared to launch a large-scale attack. So they have the support of the patrol. Although Ling Ruobing no longer had the momentum to kill everyone in the world. She even looks a little like a little bird. But no one present dared to look down on him. Of course, this is not what shocked them the most. Because this is just the beauty leaning on Cao Wenbin's left arms. When they shifted their gaze to Cao Wenbin's right arm, they were completely numb. After a while, someone murmured to himself, "Wu, ancestor Wu Yu." The sound is not loud, but it was like a bolt of thunder from the blue. The onlookers who were just busy admiring the beauty of Baihua Valley immediately looked towards Cao Wenbin's right shoulder. If you ask who has the highest talent in the history of Demon Realm, no one can say for sure. But if you ask who is the most famous, there is no doubt that out of 100 people, at least 99 will say Wu Yu. After all, this is the first patroller in the entire Demon Realm. Ling Ruobing was also the only inspector who was pushed to the front of the stage. I never had the chance to see it before. Now that I have finally come across it, I certainly can't miss it. But watch it. But no one dared to comment. They dared to make fun of Baihua Valley before because they felt that Baihua Valley was at the end of its road. I won't pay any attention to them at all. But the Cao family and Wu Yu are completely different. Not to mention taking action personally, even if it was the guards nearby, any one of them would be enough to cause them heavy casualties. It's really perfect. However, although their reaction was huge, it was nothing compared to Duan who had just come to his senses. So, after rubbing his eyes several times to make sure that he was not hallucinating, Duan fell to his knees on the ground. Then, Duan, the 48th generation descendant of Baihua Valley, pays homage to ancestor Wu Yu. I wish the ancestor eternal blessings in a long life. The attitude is extremely respectful. And she is not an exception. The person who was originally wavering, had no other thoughts at all the moment he saw Wu Yu. He fell to his knees with a loud bang. Greetings, ancestor Wu Yu. Long live the ancestors. At this moment, they completely let it go. Since even the ancestor has fallen into someone else's arms, why are they still making such a fuss? Just surrender. As for the possible suffering in the future, there are so many of them. By the time it is their turn, it will be a long time. Besides, even if you are unlucky and meet it early, it will only take a day. Just grit your teeth and it will pass. But Wu Yu did not respond to this flattery. She just rubbed Cao Wenbin's shoulder gently with her beautiful face. Everything is self-explanatory. So, Duan and others understood instantly. They immediately bowed in a neat and orderly manner. Hello all beauties, greetings to the Master of Flowers. Different from the previous grandeur. Although the voice was loud this time, it was delicate. Very flattering. And this move of theirs was really well executed. Especially the title of Flower Master, which touched Cao Wenbin's heart. That's right, he is the Flower Master. Lord of all flowers. This cuckoo is great. It's ripe too. Find an opportunity and kill her. Of course, if there are people who flatter, there will naturally be people who don't give face. And there are quite a few of them. Just when Cao Wenbin was thinking about what method to use to fold it, Narcissus suddenly jumped out with people who absolutely supported her. Duan, you are a respected figure after all. Don't you feel ashamed to degrade yourself like this? How will I face my younger generations in the future? What flower owner? Is this guy surnamed Cao worthy? Hurry up and stand up for me. Then we'll fight the enemy together. Otherwise, I will, as the temporary Valley Master, expel all of you from Baihua Valley. His words were filled with the emotion of being disappointed in someone. The hanging door is getting higher and higher. However, although her mouth felt good, it also successfully attracted Wu Yu's attention. Look, Wu Yu, whose eyes were full of Cao Wenbin just now, suddenly raised his head. Temporary Valley Master. Who sealed this? If I remember correctly, according to the ancestral precepts of Baihua Valley, the appointment of a Valley Master, even a temporary one, requires the endorsement of the most senior person. Even if I'm not counted, the one with the highest seniority seems to be Yun Shang. The tone is very light. It's about presenting facts and reasoning. But the group of people who jumped out, including Narcissus, all shuddered unconsciously. There is no way, a person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. They grew up listening to the legend of Wu Yu. Therefore, even though this was the first time they met, they still couldn't remain calm. But for dignity, in order to avoid becoming playthings, they finally gritted their teeth and persevered. Narcissus even stiffened her courage and replied, Ancestor Wu Yu. You don't seem to be qualified to talk about ancestral teachings at this moment. After all, the first rule of our ancestral precepts clearly states that all disciples of Baihua Valley must renounce romantic relationships. Anyone who violates this rule will have their identities automatically revoked, regardless of who they are. So, this statement is indeed well-founded. Therefore, the people who followed Narcissus straightened their backs unconsciously. Yes, although you, Wu Yu, are a legend in Baihua Valley, now that you have broken the precepts, you are no longer a person of Baihua Valley. If that's the case, then you have the qualifications to lecture them. Chapter 545. Still haven't found what I want. Good eloquence. But you're using our ancestral teachings to pressure me. Isn't that a bit too funny? After glancing at Narcissus and the others who were obviously much more confident, Wu Yu smiled. Then she waved her right hand and took a book directly from the hall. It's nothing else but the ancestral motto of Baihua Valley. Then, she modified it in front of everyone. The first rule prohibits talking about love without moving. But a bracket is added at the end. If you meet someone named Cao Wenbin, you can make an exception. Compared with this one, the 35th one, the pregnant pig cage, is much more tragic. She wiped it all out with her great magic power. There is absolutely no trace. Come on, this time you are talking to me about our ancestral teachings. You. Looking at the freshly made ancestral precepts, Narcissus almost vomited blood. You changed everything that is not in your favor. What the hell is this? But this scene also made her understand. There is no way to explain the reason. So the next moment, she and her men retreated quickly. After all, if we can't afford to offend, we can always hide from it. At the same time, her mouth was not idle either. Since we have different paths, let's say goodbye. From now on, you will follow your own path. Let's cross our own single plank bridge. That doesn't sound like a big problem. But before these words faded away, Wu Yu's big eyes suddenly narrowed. Then, in the blink of an eye, the originally clear sky turned inky black. Bolts of lightning began to strike the earth irregularly. It looked like the world was about to be destroyed. Of course, this is not the scariest thing. Just a few breaths later, an extremely gloomy voice suddenly resounded throughout the world. You actually want to split up Baihua Valley. This is truly a crime worthy of death. As soon as he finished speaking, a sort of destruction that seemed to be able to split the sky and the earth in half suddenly fell from the sky. The target is directly aimed at the small group of Narcissus. Heavenly punishment. Not good. Narcissus and others looked terrified. But they were not in chaos. The 100 flowers formation that had been prepared long ago was immediately used. Immediately afterwards, a huge peony flower flew towards the sword of destruction at a rapid speed. Showing off one's skills before an expert. Looking at Narcissus and others who were madly exploiting him, Wu Yu's face was full of disdain. At the same time there is a hint of ridicule. There's nothing I can do about it, since it was she who researched the 100 flowers formation. These guys are really smart to use her things against her. And the fact was pretty much as she expected. As soon as the two attacks collided, Narcissus and others were immediately pressed to the ground. No matter how hard you struggle, it's completely useless. I couldn't even move a finger. Duan, take these guys back to the nameless island. Aren't they dissatisfied? Then wait until Wenbin has subdued them before releasing them. How dare you bar your teeth at me? That's outrageous. By the way, put those stockings on them. Everyone has a different color. Without any hesitation, Duan, who was called, immediately ran up. Then he tied up the people on the ground one by one. As everything came to an end, the strangeness in the sky slowly began to disappear. However, the hearts of the onlookers did not calm down for a long time. They anticipated that Baihua Valley would be defeated. But I didn't expect to lose so quickly. How long has it been? Not even a meal. But the huge Baihua Valley has fallen apart. Smartly, he was massaging Cao Wenbin's shoulders and legs. Those who are more stubborn have all become prisoners, waiting to be played with at any time. Hey, the weather has changed. From now on, there will only be one voice in the two realms of immortals and demons. After shaking their heads, most of the people disappeared from the spot with dejected looks on their faces. They planned to go back and count the family wealth, and then use the whole family's strength to choose a great gift for Cao Wenbin. After all, the fight within the Cao family is over. But their fight has just begun. The only difference is that force will not be of much use in the future. Whoever can talk to Cao Wenbin better will get a higher status. Oh right, my mother was also on the 100 flowers ranking back then. If only she could be sent to the nameless island. Cao Wenbin, who had no idea that he had been targeted, had now arrived at the treasure house of Baihua Valley under the leadership of Wu Yu. In fact, this is the main purpose of his trip. The rest are just catching rabbits while robbing grass. After all, if Baihua Valley's foundation is second to none, no one dares to claim to be first. Even the Cao family at this time cannot compare to it. Therefore, the list of gods that he urgently needs is most likely here. The treasure house of Baihua Valley really opened his eyes. Just then, as the two specially made doors were slowly pushed open, a burst of precious light immediately enveloped everyone. Extremely comfortable. Innate enlightenment tea tree. No wonder the masters of your Baihua Valley have never been interrupted. With this thing as a foundation, if you get really impatient, you can definitely artificially create a peerless genius. Looking at the first thing that caught his eye, Cao Wenbin subconsciously shook his head. This is the difference between big forces and small forces. The bottoming ability is completely different. Once a small force makes a mistake, it will be doomed immediately. But if something goes wrong with the big forces, they are always capable of getting everything back on track. Of course, he was full of emotion, but he never stopped. I quickly toured the huge treasure house. At the same time, all the scroll-type treasures inside were gathered together. Although the harvest was quite fruitful, Cao Wenbin's expression became more and more serious. Because his intuition told him that this pile of scrolls didn't seem to contain what he needed. And the facts soon proved that his intuition was very accurate. This is not the ultimate Imperial weapon, the Eternal Flying Star map. Rubbish. Top-grade Imperial artifact, 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains. It's the worst of the worst. Secret Spring Night Play picture. Secret Mandarin duck music. Nice one. Unfortunately, it's still not what I want. The more he looked, the darker Cao Wenbin's face became. In the end, he could no longer hold back, and the law of destruction suddenly erupted, immediately turning most of the scrolls into fluorescent light all over the sky. But even so, his anger didn't diminish at all. It wasn't until Mu Qianqun came up and said softly, "Wenbin, Shan Yunfan and his wife have come to surrender," that he calmed down. Chapter 546, he has changed his mind. Let them in. It's just right to use them to vent my anger. Hearing this, Mu Qianqun immediately rolled her eyes. Having followed Cao Wenbin for many years, she naturally knew what this little man wanted to do. But even though she was speechless, her movements were not slow. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared in front of Shan Yunfan and Yang Yue. "My husband has agreed to see you. You guys go in." As she spoke, she gave Yang Yue a look that told her to fend for herself. She was not trying to tip off Yang Yue and ask her to run away quickly. It's a vaccination. This will prevent this woman from making any mistakes later. Oh my god. Yang Yue, who was already very nervous and kept looking around, also caught the signal at the first time. As a result, her delicate body began to tremble even more violently. The whole person was completely confused. As for running, she does want to. After all, she never wants to experience the days of expelling the sword energy again. But before she could come up with a suitable excuse, Shan Yunfan jumped up first. Wei, our chance has come. As the first group of people here, as long as we can gain Mr. Cao's trust, we will definitely get the biggest piece of the pie. Master Cao must understand the principle of buying a horse's bones for a huge sum of money. The more he talked, the more excited he became. Then, without saying anything, he pulled Yang Yue into the treasure house. Completion. A trace of despair suddenly appeared on Yang Yue's little face. But precisely because she knew it was unavoidable, she gradually calmed down. By the time she reached Cao Wenbin, she had recovered to her best condition. If you look closely, you can even find a hint of charm in her. And these details soon caught Cao Wenbin's attention. Therefore, if you can't resist, then obey. She's a girl who knows what's going on. A faint smile. Of course, he didn't start staring at the other person's wife right away. All the attention was directly focused on Shan Yunfan. Explain your purpose. Remember, you only have one chance to speak. If there's too much nonsense, just refine it first. Otherwise, be careful of being thrown out. You're welcome. But at this moment, Shan Yunfan no longer had the arrogant mentality he had before. On the contrary, he is extremely flattering. This is not. Yunfan understands. You're so busy with your work that you don't have time to listen to my nonsense. Actually, there's nothing big going on when I come here this time. I simply feel that I'm not capable enough and totally unworthy of controlling such a large piece of land as the Shan family. So I wanted to come and ask if Master Cao could be so hardworking as to just take us in. This way, my guilt can be alleviated. Liang Yue was stunned. At this moment, she suddenly felt that Shan Yunfan was so strange. Is this still the invincible swordsman who is fearless and dares to draw his sword even when facing an enemy who is one realm stronger than him? But soon, she no longer had time to think about these messy things. Because Cao Wenbin made a move. You can talk. In that case, it would be rude not to reciprocate. You guys can also choose 3 treasures here. Remember, choose carefully. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin walked straight towards the door of the treasure house. Only Shan Yunfan, who looked confused, was left there. Wei Wei, what does Master Cao mean by this? What do you mean by choosing carefully? The corner of his mouth twitched. What's the meaning? Of course, I want to find something for you to do. Then with my aunt. But that's what I think. But when the words came to his lips, the situation immediately changed. He probably doesn't want us to force it too much. After all, this is the treasure house of Baihua Valley. If we are shameless, well, let's just wander around for a while. If we meet someone who is destined to be our master and takes the initiative to claim us, we will take him. If I don't encounter it, then I'll just find a top-grade imperial weapon and refine it for 2 or 3 days. Just a token of my appreciation. The analysis is well-founded. So, Shan Yunfan nodded subconsciously. Then he prepared to take Liang Yue inside to take a look. Although I can't take it, it's good to satisfy my eyes. Besides, what if there really is a priceless treasure that is destined for him? But soon, he was confused. Because the hand he stretched out was actually dodged. Wei Wei, you are. No panic. Liang Yue, who had already thought of an explanation, immediately explained with a faint smile. This place is too big, so I think it's better for us to explore separately. Of course, this is just a superficial statement. Before she even finished her words, she added in a voice only the 2 of them could hear, don't forget, we have to develop in secret. So this is definitely a rare opportunity. Only by walking separately can we better distract their attention. And thus get something better. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. When this was mentioned, Shan Yunfan immediately became energetic. Then he rushed to the deeper part of the treasure house without hesitation. He wants to attract fire for his wife. But what he didn't know was that as soon as he left, a pair of big hands immediately wrapped around his wife's slender waist. That's right. It's this light scent of osmanthus. It's really intoxicating. Liang Yue trembled all over. Obviously, even after making all kinds of preparations, she was still not used to it. However, this state did not last long. After just a few breaths, she calmed down. Master Cao, I'm really confused. Around you, there are at least 80 people who are as good looking as me, even if there aren't 100. If that's the case, then why do you insist on holding on to me? There was no immediate answer. Instead, I was intoxicated for a while. When Liang Yue was getting impatient, Cao Wenbin said with a wicked smile, because I didn't find what I wanted. So I'm a little upset. And in this case, then of course we have to find something broken that doesn't need to be repaired. This is really infuriating. If it were an ordinary woman, she would have exploded long ago. But Liang Yue didn't take it seriously at all. After a while, she bit her lip and said, if I say that I want to be someone you can't bear to kick, I wonder if you can accept it. The smile on his face suddenly became even worse. However, this did not stop him from nodding. Of course we welcome you with open arms. Of course, a letter of surrender is essential. A ruthless look flashed across his eyes. Then he slowly closed his eyes. Rest assured, I understand. Chapter 547, A Surprising Unexpected Gain. Buzz. After reaching the depths of the treasure house, Shan Yunfan's speed suddenly slowed down. The process of checking each treasure is also extremely careful. Afraid of missing something. To be honest, some of the things here really made him excited. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to move at all. After all, Cao Wenbin's words are still vivid in my mind. But hard work does not disappoint those who work hard. Just as he passed by a stone tablet, the seemingly ordinary thing suddenly burst out with a divine light. The words on the stone tablet seemed to come alive, and the colors were extremely dazzling. This is a mid-grade innate magical weapon, the Yellow Springs Boundary Monument. The tiger's body shook. Then, a look of excitement quickly appeared on Shan Yunfan's face. Even though it is a mid-grade innate treasure, it is not enough to change anything. But it's better than nothing. It's better to have it than not. But just as he was about to reach out to touch it and refine it as quickly as possible, a sound that was both familiar and unfamiliar suddenly came into his ears. At first he was a little confused. But soon, he realized that it was his wife's movement. So, he suddenly became anxious. Because this is obviously the sound that is made when one is injured. How can I get hurt here? The first thing that came to his mind was that this was all a setup. The reason why Cao Wenbin acted with the couple was to separate them and then defeat them one by one. However, this idea came quickly, but disappeared just as quickly. After all, they are not qualified as a couple at all. Yin-yang swordsmanship is magical, able to fight across levels. But in the eyes of the inspectors, they are no different from ants. Whether it is Ling Ruobing or Wu Yu, they can crush them to death at any time. And if it's not an injury, then it can only be not good. I don't know what he was thinking of. In short, Shan Yunfan jumped up directly. Then he didn't even look at the Yellow Springs boundary monument again, and immediately rushed towards the direction where the sound came from. At the same time, his teeth were chattering. As the distance got closer, his heart became more and more anxious. There's nothing we can do about it, the movement is clearer now. Cao Wenbin, I'm not done with you. Even if I can't beat you, I'm going to make you bleed. Although the idea was good, he suddenly stopped before he saw Cao Wenbin. Of course, it's not that he's scared. Instead, an invisible but tangible air wall appeared out of thin air in front of him. Very sturdy. Even if he used all his strength, he still couldn't get through. As for other directions, the person who set up the air wall had obviously anticipated everything. There is no blind spot left at all. Even the path he came from was blocked by the air wall without him noticing. In other words, at this moment, he is like a turtle in a jar. The more he tried, the angrier Shan Yunfan became. But he had no way. Therefore, soon, a trace of black air appeared around him. This is a sign of impending downfall. And it's different from other people's passive skills. This guy is obviously taking the initiative. He is trading his humanity for power. So after just a few breaths, his whole being underwent a qualitative change. All the previous elegance disappeared. Instead, there is a strong evil intention. Bang, bang, bang. What a pity, even if he was possessed by a demon. It's still useless. The air wall is still an insurmountable mountain for him. I just don't believe it. However, Shan Yunfan, who didn't believe in evil, didn't intend to give up. But just when he was about to use some evil trick, a voice came into his ears again. Well, Shan Yunfan, stop struggling. I did everything voluntarily. From now on, we will be strangers. Let's live our own lives. Don't talk much. But for Shan Yunfan, it was like a bolt from the blue. He was struck directly and stood there in a daze. Voluntary. He thought of countless possibilities, but this was the only one he did not consider. But the irony is that this is the only thing that I had not considered, but it has become a reality. Puff. Shan Yunfan, who couldn't bear the stimulation, spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, his breath was rapidly weakening. If this had happened in the past, Liang Yue would have rushed over in pain. But this time, all he got was one strange ridicule after another. Hee. All the vows we made are lies. Apart from strength, everything else in this world is completely unreliable. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately turned his grief and anger into strength. He wants to take this opportunity to move up to the next level. Boom. And I have to say, he is really a genius. Soon, he found the direction for breakthrough. If he is given time, he may really become the supreme being who has received gifts from heaven and earth 3 times. Unfortunately, there are unexpected events in life. Before he could show his joy, a cry of, "Ah!" suddenly came into his ears. So, he was so confused that he immediately lost his composure. All previous efforts have turned into nothing. The huge energy condensed in his body began to run rampant throughout his body the moment it lost its restraints. Bitch. Shan Yunfan was completely defeated, his teeth were almost broken. However, these 2 words are his last masterpiece. As his cultivation level rapidly declined, he was also aging rapidly. Until it turns into ashes. Men's words are really lies. We agreed to stop at that point. But you are. Liang Yue's face was pale, and her whole body revealed helplessness. When Cao Wenbin heard this, he also scratched his head in embarrassment. Mistake, I got carried away on a whim. Don't worry, it won't happen again. Liang Yue rolled her eyes slightly. However, even though she was speechless, she didn't continue to worry about it. After all, she is new here. If you push your luck any further, you will be kicked out immediately. Everything you have paid before will be completely wasted. By the way, this is the gift I brought you. See if it helps you. This is an heirloom from the Shan family. Something strange happened a while ago. It's a pity that I don't have enough luck, so I can't comprehend it at all. As soon as she finished speaking, a scroll appeared out of thin air in her hand. And at the moment the scroll appeared, the purple lotus of reincarnation that had been in Cao Wenbin's body suddenly became agitated. Chapter 548 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Now. This is Investiture of the Gods. Looking at the scroll in Liang Yue's hand, Cao Wenbin was stunned at first. Then I couldn't help but laugh. At the same time, a look of relief quickly appeared on his face. Fortunately, I called this woman in on a whim. Otherwise, with Liang Yue's previous attitude, it would take who knows how long it would take to find the list of gods. If anyone dares to tell me this isn't a serious matter again, I'll have to give him a big mouth. This is obviously the most correct thing to do, okay. But he was happy, but some people were anxious. Seeing that he didn't respond for a long time, Liang Yue didn't say any more nonsense and directly stuffed the scroll into his arms. Of course, giving things is not Liang Yue's main purpose. The next moment, she put her free little hand directly in front of Cao Wenbin. Based on your previous skillful movements, you should always have a killer drug ready. Give it to me now. But don't get me wrong, it's not that I don't want to have a baby. It's because I'm powerless. I'm different from that young man. Although her face remains young. But there is not much life force. It's fine as long as the current situation continues. But if someone dies, Liang Yue did not continue to say the following words. But Cao Wenbin understood it immediately. But he didn't give the girl what she wanted. First of all, he really didn't have it. Secondly, because he has a better way. Look, Cao Wenbin's big hand directly grabbed the small hand in front of him. Then a powerful vitality suddenly penetrated into Liang Yue's body. Liang Yue was completely stunned. There was no way, because everything in front of her was completely beyond her understanding. In her worldview, the force of life is the most mysterious. Even more mysterious than the power of the soul. No one, not even the inspectors, could understand it. Therefore, when your lifespan is up, if you haven't lived enough, you can only bury yourself in the ground. But in front of me, are you surprised? In the eyes of others, this might be a miracle. But to me, it's totally insignificant. As long as you behave well in the future, you won't have to worry about your lifespan. As long as I want, even if the world is destroyed, you can still be alive and well. Very domineering. Then, a hint of spring suddenly appeared in Liang Yue's eyes. The whole person becomes more charming. She suddenly felt that she was really wise. If the strategy had not been changed in time, no matter how much we paid afterwards, we would never have been able to obtain this tremendous vitality. No, I haven't given enough. The matter of human life must be put on the agenda. I just don't believe it. This brat is willing to let his child be motherless. Thinking of this, she subconsciously leaned towards Cao Wenbin. Unnamed island. To be honest, this place is really remote. It's almost in a corner of the demon realm. It is precisely because of this that even though Cao Wenbin has repeatedly defied fate, this place remains deserted. But all this changed drastically after the defeat in Baihua Valley and all personnel moved to the nameless island. The centers of the immortal and demonic realms were successfully transferred. The place that was originally not loved by grandma and uncle has become a hot spot. All those with a wealthy fortune are eyeing the land near the nameless island. However, although they are fast, there are people who are faster than them. Look, a pen appeared out of thin air in the southwest waters of the nameless island. Quite powerful. You can tell at first glance that it is not an ordinary thing. But this is not the most shocking thing. What really makes people shudder is that as the pen falls, everything it depicts actually comes true. Draw whatever you want, without exception. Oh my God, is this a miracle? The Cao family is worthy of being the Cao family. Whenever they take action, it is bound to make a splash. But what are they doing? Building a new city. It should be correct. After all, the cities around Wuming Island are too simple. They are not worthy of the might of the Cao family at all. Can you draw me a wife? Hey, why is the name of this city so eerie? As soon as these words were spoken, the attention of all the onlookers immediately fell on the city gate that had just been painted. To be more precise, it fell on one of the plaques. Fengdu. It's really a bit eerie. But it's really domineering. This word, all, directly states that this place will be the center of the world from now on. It is a place that all people need to admire. Sure enough, no matter when, as long as you are strong enough, there will be no shortage of people who will argue for you. The stronger you are, the more people like this there are. Don't tolerate others saying anything bad about you. But the good times didn't last long. After just a few breaths, even these people were stunned. He even lost his ability to speak. Because the gates of hell appeared. Immediately afterwards, the Yellow Springs Road, Wangshangtai, and the Three Lives Stone appeared. Anyone who pays attention to this will feel their scalp tingling instantly. Of course, they are not scared by the names and appearances of these things. But I was scared by the effects of these things. The moment they noticed these things, the functions of these things had already emerged in their minds. The gate of hell, the door separating the yin and yang. As long as you step over the threshold, you will be separated by yin and yang, and you will never meet again in this life. The Yellow Springs Road, the road of repentance. Anyone who embarks on this path will unconsciously recall all the wrong things they have done in their life. Wangshangtai, where the soul looks back to its hometown. It's really not a place for people to live in. The corners of my mouth twitched unconsciously. And the Cao family obviously doesn't want them to be quiet. Look, before everyone has even digested the things in front of them, new ones are coming. And it's a big one. A purple lotus with 24 petals appeared out of thin air above Fengdu. Then came the words, reincarnation, appear. The sound is not loud. But the next moment, all the creatures in the immortal and demon realms seemed to be attracted by something, and they all looked at the purple lotus unconsciously. However, this incredibly beautiful and mysterious treasure did not exist for long. Soon it turned into 6 whirlpools. The way of the cultivator. The mortal way. Ashura road. Devildom. Hungry ghost realm. Hell. 6 names emerged one after another. At the same time, the accompanying Yama Palace and the 18 levels of hell also fell under the vortex. Chapter 549, Become a God. I, Cao Wenbin, have recently felt a sense of loss in the world. That's why the 6 realms of reincarnation were created. From today onwards, no matter how people die, their souls will no longer be scattered. Instead, they will be brought into Fengdu by the great forces of heaven and earth. After passing the judgment of the Book of Life and Death and the King of Hell, you embark on the road to reincarnation. Those who have made outstanding achievements in their lifetime will be rewarded with the way of cultivation. Obtain a heaven-defying physique and a chance to transcend. Those who are slightly worse off will be reborn as mortals and enjoy a peaceful life. If you send them again, they will be reborn as animals to cleanse themselves of their sins. And worse, according to the sins committed in life, you will be thrown into the 18 levels of hell. When you have cleansed yourself of your sins, you will be reincarnated again. As soon as those words were spoken, the 18 levels of hell, which were originally surrounded by smoke, suddenly became clear. The first few floors were fine. Although it is scary, it is still within an acceptable range. But when the iron pillar hell appeared, all living beings shuddered unconsciously. As for the ones behind, the vast majority of people are no longer good-looking. Of course, where there is fear, there is also excitement. This is not. Damn it. The Cao family is going to take over. With such power that defies heaven, who would dare to offend them in the future? This isn't fair. If the Cao family had the final say in everything, there would be too much room for maneuver. Anyone they disliked would be thrown directly into the 18 levels of hell. Wouldn't that mean eternal damnation? Fairness. When has fairness ever existed in this world? Hasn't it always been about fists? It seems I must let my mother set off for the nameless island as soon as possible. It doesn't matter much, as long as the Cao family can prevent me from drinking the Meng Po soup when I reincarnate, that will be enough. I understand now. The Cao family must have obtained these things a long time ago. The reason they released them today is entirely because they are now confident in dealing with everything. This way, they don't have to share power with others. Damn, what a deep conspiracy. Hey, With this all going on, it would be even harder to reincarnate into the Cao family, or even become Cao Wenbin's son. For a while, there were many different opinions. At the same time, those guys who were not scared also showed envy. They all fantasized that if only they were in control of it all. But before they could use their imagination to the fullest, the pen that had just stopped moving suddenly started moving again. But this time, it did not write or draw in Fengdu. Instead, he ran in the completely opposite direction. And it finally became normal. Buzz. Not long after, a magnificent city covering tens of millions of acres slowly took shape in front of everyone's shocked gazes. To be honest, anyone who can use spiritual sense to explore this place is definitely a big shot. The knowledge is first class. But at this moment, they were all stunned. They would never have thought that there would be such a magnificent complex of buildings in this world. Without any blessing, it just sits there quietly and exudes nobility all the time. The Forbidden City. Perhaps only a building like this is worthy of the Cao family at this moment. Shook his head. Then everyone waited quietly. They want to hear Cao Wenbin's explanation. Look at this Forbidden City, what is it used for? But after waiting for a long time, all he got was a scroll. Then, now that heaven and earth are complete, it's time for humanity and earth to awaken. It just so happens that the list of gods has also appeared. Therefore, I will perform the act of deification today, thereby completely activating the two paths. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin's figure appeared out of thin air. Then the list of gods was slowly unfolded. Lin Wenchen listens to the seal. Without any hesitation, Lin Wenchen, who had already received the news, immediately appeared not far from Cao Wenbin. He looked so excited. For the past 10,000 years, the Lin family has worked diligently. Always fighting for the peace of the fairyland. Even when faced with the danger of genocide many times, they still did not retreat. Therefore, I have decided to crown Lin Wenchen, the Lin family's ancestor, as the human emperor. Stay in the Forbidden City. Assist the Holy Mother of the human race in managing the human race. The tone is very light. It's not urgent, but it is extremely majestic. Of course, it is quite effective. As soon as the words fell, a burst of divine light suddenly burst out from the bodies of hundreds of millions of human beings in the immortal and demon realms. Immediately afterwards, they were injected into Lin Wenchen's body. Buzz. Under the influence of this, Lin Wenchen's strength increased rapidly immediately. He was originally just an ordinary supreme being, but suddenly became a supreme being comparable to one who had received gifts from heaven and earth 3 times. Fuck! Exclamations rang out one after another. But Cao Wenbin had no chance at all. The next moment, his low voice rang out again. Mu Bai Ting Feng. There was also no hesitation. The same look of excitement. And Cao Wenbin didn't keep his father-in-law waiting for long. Just a few breaths later, some extremely shameless words slipped out of his mouth. As the spiritual pillar of the fairyland, since its birth, the church has been shouldering the burden of educating all nations. This is something that will benefit the present and future generations. And from what we can see so far, they're doing pretty well. I've never gone against my conscience. Therefore, I have decided to confer upon the church's ancestor, Mu Bai, the title of Fengdu Emperor. Stay in Fengdu. Assist the Lord of the Underground to control reincarnation. Buzz. Energy almost the same as before soon appeared. The only difference is that the source of this energy has changed from humans to the 6 realms of reincarnation. What a nepotism. The onlookers who saw everything subconsciously curled their lips. The movements are quite uniform. However, everyone was mentally prepared for this. So there is no need to worry too much. What they want to know most at the moment is who will become the so-called Holy Mother of Humanity and Lord of the Underground. After all, just by hearing the names, you can tell that these 2 positions are very unusual. Whoever gets it will definitely soar to the sky. If nothing unexpected happens, it will probably fall on Zhang Jian and Zhao Yuaner. After all, the status they hold in Cao Wenbin's heart is absolutely unmatched. Let's just forget about that. Where do you think Lin Xian is? If you ask me, these 2 titles will definitely go to Wu Yu and Ling Ruobing. Because they are inherently strong, only in this way can they maximize the impact of this opportunity. Nonsense. The Cao family has no enemies now. So it must be given according to Cao Wenbin's preferences. Chapter 550 Tianyan panicked. Buzz. As the saying goes, it finally comes out after much anticipation. Just as everyone was expressing their opinions, two beautiful figures slowly floated up from the nameless island. It was none other than Zhao Yuan'er and Zhongzhou. Really? An expression of, "I knew it," appeared on the faces of most people. But soon, they no longer had time to think about these messes. Because I, Zhongzhou, bring with me the most precious treasure of humanity, the Kongtong seal, today to bear witness to the position of the Holy Mother of the human race. From now on, you will command all matters of the human race. I hope heaven and earth will give me advice. I, Zhao Yuan'er, am here today with the treasure of the underworld, the book of life and death, to prove my position as the master of the underworld. From now on, I will command everything in the underground. I hope heaven and earth will give me advice. The sound is crisp. As for the effects, as soon as the last word fell, two unprecedented and unheard of forces of heaven and earth suddenly fell on the heads of the two women. If what Mu Bai and Lin Wenchen got before were raindrops, what the two women got at this time was the Milky Way. There is absolutely no comparison between the two sides. It's not even on the same level. Boom. As the energy entered their bodies, the strength of the two women immediately increased rapidly. They were only junior supremes at first, but in the blink of an eye they reached the intermediate level. And the speed is getting faster and faster. Even the inspectors couldn't stop them. Easily cross. Next comes the intermediate patroller. Senior patrolman. Peak patroller. How is this possible? The onlookers who were just envious were stunned in an instant. They thought this wave of improvement would be huge. But to this extent, it was still beyond their expectations. At the same time, a thought that puzzled them quickly emerged in their minds. This is the opportunity, why doesn't Cao Wenbin use it himself? Is this Cao guy really that confident? Do you think you can definitely reach this level? But before they could figure it out, something even more shocking happened. Under their gaze, the two women made another breakthrough. Directly reached a realm they had never touched before. They have no idea how big this wave of improvement will be. But there is one thing they are sure of. That is the life level of the two women, which is completely different from theirs. Because even at this moment the two women did nothing. They still didn't dare to look directly at it. That kind of trembling comes from the depths of the soul. They simply can't overcome it. Oh my God. Although this Cao guy is a scumbag, he is really good to his women. He actually gave away such an opportunity. But isn't he afraid that he won't be able to control these two women? But obviously, they overthought it. As soon as they had adapted, the two girls immediately rushed into Cao Wenbin's arms like young swallows flying into the forest. And what Zhao Yuan'er said next made them feel as if they had eaten a lemon, so sour. Wenbin, let's go home quickly. Before you dig the sky, I'll let you. Lin family. As soon as he absorbed all the gains this time, Lin Wenchen immediately returned to his family. Then, he called all the senior executives into the meeting room. You all saw what happened just now. This time, our Lin family has completely risen. Everyone, pack your things and follow me to the Forbidden City. Those who have management talent, please sign up for me. Humanity is just beginning to emerge, and we are in urgent need of talent. As long as you can hold your position, you will receive humanitarian protection. Although a low-ranking official position cannot directly improve one's realm, but it can allow people to master a mysterious power. With it, I'm basically invincible among my peers. The more he talked, the more excited Lin Wenchen became. To be honest, before this, he really didn't think he could get to this point. The human emperor. Take charge of all human beings in the two worlds. How much power is this? I really have a keen eye for talent. I've always thought Wenbin was a good kid. Who has the guts to peek at someone taking a bath at such a young age? But as he was laughing, his brows suddenly furrowed. Then he focused all his attention on where he was going to attack. The person sitting there was none other than the strongest person in Lin Xian's lineage. It's been so long, why is there still no movement from Xiu? Oh, what a great opportunity. If she moves faster, we might be able to make further progress this time. The voice was full of regret. Of course, it's not just him, others as well. The old man who was the focus of the whole audience had a look of helplessness on his face. Ancestor, it's not that I don't do my job. I really have no idea what to do. With Xian standing there, who dares to say anything harsh? Everyone was stunned. Immediately afterwards, he also showed a look of helplessness. After all, a mother is honored by her son. Cao Wenbin didn't even dare to breathe heavily in front of him, let alone them. But as the saying goes, old ginger is still spicy. Just when everyone was scratching their heads in confusion, Lin Wenchen suddenly said softly, "They can't always be together. All we need to do is find a reason to call Xian over at the right time, isn't that enough?" As for what happens next, Lin Wenchen didn't say anything else. But everyone present had their eyes lit up as they listened. The body was shaking crazily. They are obviously very excited. In a special space, just when the Cao family members were celebrating wildly, Tianyan, who had regained his human form and was adapting to his new body, had a dark look on his face. How so? A small Cao family has completely unified the immortal and demonic worlds in just a few years. Now the human and underground paths have been fully activated. Are you sure this isn't a joke? But even though her mouth was full of doubts, her body was quite honest. Subconsciously, I accelerated the pace of adaptation. After all, as long as she can recover to her heyday, she still has a chance. So what if there are two people at the same level as her? Her experience is no joke. When she was promoted to the heavenly Dao realm, the founder of the Cao family hadn't even spoken yet. By the way, I have to call Zhongzhou in. After all, as a patroller of the immortal realm, she knows where the entrance to this space is. As long as she disappears, it will at least buy me some time. Do it when you think of it. The next moment, a message flew out directly. Chapter 551 Confrontation. Come to me quickly. Remember, be quick. And don't let the Cao family find out. After making sure there were no mistakes, Tianyan immediately worked harder. But what she didn't expect was that as soon as she closed her eyes, Zhongzhou's breath appeared outside the space. Hence, she was stunned. How could it be so fast? He frowned slightly. Then her consciousness spread out crazily. And in the blink of an eye, Zhongzhou was completely surrounded. Not that she noticed anything. But it is better to be careful than to be in trouble. That guy Cao Wenbin has so many tricks. Now is a critical moment again, she has to be on guard. However, her nervousness came quickly, but also went away quickly. After just a few breaths, she breathed a sigh of relief. After checking, she did not find anything suspicious on Zhongzhou's body. There is no tail behind it. It seems she had guessed I would call her. So I'm prepared. As expected, it's easier to deal with smart people. If Zhun Xiaoyao had half the intelligence and talent of his aunt, how could the Cao family have become the giant it is today? Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. Shook his head. Then she waved her right hand and immediately opened a hole for Zhongzhou. Quick. Originally, she wanted to say come in quickly. But before she could finish her words, a mirror suddenly appeared in front of her. The two top laws of time and space are all around him. Kunlun mirror. Of course, if it were just this mirror, it wouldn't be a big deal. It's just an innate treasure. Although it is quite rare, it is not like she has never seen it before. But the key point is that inside this mirror, there are Cao Wenbin, Zhao Yuan'er, and Zhang Jian, the three people she least wants to see. Especially Cao Wenbin, he was looking at her with a smirk on his face. Obviously, he didn't hold his fart well. Not good. Tianyan reacted and immediately prepared to close the space. As for Zhongzhou, at this moment, she was no longer in the mood to judge whether this woman was really a traitor. I'm still being followed. She wants a one-size-fits-all approach. Unfortunately, although her reaction was quick, she was still a step too slow. Just as the space was about to close, Zhang Jian's 12-rank pure world White Lotus suddenly appeared in the middle of the crack. No matter how hard the spaces on both sides try, they just can't touch each other. At the same time, Kunlun Mirror also exerted its power again. The law of space flashed. The entire mirror disappeared without a trace. When he appeared again, he was already behind Tianyan. Tianyan, you didn't expect us to meet so soon. Well, are you ready? I'm going to keep my promise. No surprises. Tianyan's face immediately turned dark. The conversation in the City of Doom immediately resurfaced in her mind. It would have been fine if she hadn't recalled it, but this time she recalled it, she became even angrier. This lunatic actually wanted to. Of course, although her mind was a mess, her mouth and body were not idle at all. Ignorance is truly terrifying. Mr. Cao, you don't think that just because you've created two heavenly Dao realm masters, you can compete with me, do you? Today, I'm going to teach you what it means to be the wisest person, even with age. As soon as she finished speaking, a sky-blue flute suddenly appeared in her hand. Crystal clear. It looks very nice. As for power, that's of course beyond doubt. Cao Wenbin, who has seen countless magic weapons, can be sure that this is definitely a rare treasure. At least half a step to chaos level. Are you scared now? It's too late. Tianyan, who was keeping his eyes and ears open, smiled the moment he saw Cao Wenbin's expression change. Then she moved and pounced directly on the Kunlun mirror. However, her targets were not Zhongzhou and Zhao Yuan'er. Instead, it was the weakest Cao Wenbin. She knew very well that even if she was exhausted to death, she would never be able to do anything to these two women of the same level as her. Therefore, picking the weak is the right way. Besides, the effect of killing Cao Wenbin is no less than killing the two women. After all, if there are only two women left, even if we capture her, we won't be able to do anything to her. They had no tools. As for killing her, as someone who achieved enlightenment by taking over the body of the heavenly Tao, she is afraid of everything, but the only thing she is not afraid of is death. Because as long as this world does not perish, she can be resurrected infinitely. At worst, you can just turn it back into a ball. It's not like she hasn't experienced this before. Unfortunately, although her idea was good, it was extremely difficult to achieve her wish. Look, she had just rushed halfway when Zhao Yuan'er blocked her way. At the same time, the sword of immortal killing also directly faced the flute in her hand. The next moment, boom, the collision sounded earth-shaking. And Tianyan is indeed quite capable. This time, she had the absolute upper hand. The profound foundation itself is one aspect. The most important thing is that the flute in her hand is quite domineering. After the collision, other people's weapons will be separated. But this flute is completely different. After it's separated, it actually carried a sonic attack. And from the looks of it, it seems that the stronger the collision, the heavier the sonic attack will be. In order to eliminate it, Zhao Yuan'er had to retreat at least 3 steps. But, this is already Tianyan's limit. Although she could gain the upper hand in a one-on-one fight, she couldn't get past the enemy when Zhongzhou and Zhao Yuan'er joined forces. No matter how hard she tried, she could only go around in circles. So, she suddenly became anxious. After all, Cao Wenbin is not an easy person to deal with. If this were to cause her some trouble. That's right. I'm not alone. I have help. Her eyes lit up, and then she quickly shouted at Zhang Shengxi, haven't you always wanted to avenge Zhen Xiaoyao? Now is the perfect time. These two women can't get away at all now. And with your strength, dealing with Cao Wenbin alone would be a breeze and a pleasure. The more she talked, the more excited she became. But the answer she got was not a definite one. But it was a big hand condensed by spiritual energy. It went straight to her right cheek. Boom. The bombardment didn't even reach half of the target before it was directly dispersed. There was no result at all. There is no way, the gap in strength between the two sides is too huge. Although the damage of this move is almost zero, it is extremely insulting. This is not. Chapter 552. After beating the younger one, here comes the older one. Zhang Shengxi, how dare you betray me? Even though I had been mentally prepared for a long time. But when it really happened, Tianyan still couldn't accept it. After all, this woman was promoted by her. Without her. Sadly, getting angry doesn't solve anything. She could only watch as Zhongzhou and Zhao Yuan'er jointly set up a defense circle. What made her even more depressed was that before she could catch her breath, Cao Wenbin jumped out again. And it's even more infuriating. Why can't I betray you? People go to higher places, and water flows to lower places. Isn't this normal? Tianyan, if you have time to worry about this, you might as well think about how to deal with me later. After all, you know what I'm best at, is chewing old ginger. The hotter it is, the more excited I am. Tianyan's scalp felt numb. My body shook subconsciously. She knew that what Cao Wenbin said was true. This guy loves this. However, this panic did not last long. After just a few breaths, she calmed down. Then, a smile full of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Cao, it seems you haven't woken up yet. I admit that I have no way to deal with you at this moment. Offense and defense have changed. But if you want to take me down, it will be extremely difficult. And if this continues, who will benefit? I don't think it's necessary to say. Just give me time to recover. The more he spoke, the more excited Tianyan became. The more excited you become. Obviously, before this, she had never thought that she had so many advantages. But before she could finish her words, Cao Wenbin interrupted her with just a, really. Then, a scroll that made all living beings subconsciously feel disgusted appeared in Cao Wenbin's hands. At first Tianyan was just a little curious. But I didn't care. After all, in her opinion, a peasant who grew up in a small family could not produce anything good that could threaten her. But not long after, her beautiful pupils contracted unconsciously. Forbidden Tao formation diagram. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. This is the stuff of legends. He hasn't even shown up in the highest plane, so how could he possibly show up in this intermediate plane? This time, Tianyan was really panicked. Compared to her stubborn mouth, her beautiful and flawless body is obviously much more honest. Look, when she blurted out the denial, she had already subconsciously distanced herself from Cao Wenbin. But it is obvious that all resistance is in vain. Since Zhongzhou and Zhao Yuaner could stop her, they could naturally trap her. You two are women too. Why do you have to make things difficult for me? Besides, don't you know what Cao Wenbin is going to do? Once he succeeds, aren't you afraid of falling out of favor? Don't forget, I'm much prettier than you. After trying several times but still failing to break out, Tianyan collapsed. In desperation, she even resorted to divisive tactics which she herself knew would be useless. As to why this is so. Just now, she saw several fruits filled with mysterious yellow energy appear in Cao Wenbin's hands. Yellow plum. And this is exactly what is necessary to activate the forbidden formation diagram. As long as the formation diagram absorbs all the fruits, she will immediately become meat on the chopping board. Let Cao Wenbin slaughter you. Falling from favor. And the reactions of Zhongzhou and Zhao Yuaner were indeed similar to what Tianyan expected. There is a playful look on the little face. Don't say you're the only one. Even if you let 2 more babies in your belly, do you think we'd be afraid? Despair. At this moment, all her hope of luck was shattered. Then, she no longer hesitated and shouted towards the southeast, "Grandma, save me." The sound is very shrill. If nothing unexpected happens, she should be calling for the person who helped her take over the body of Tiandao. But as the saying goes, distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. As soon as she finished her voice, the forbidden formation diagram appeared above her head. In an instant, a feeling of weakness suddenly appeared throughout her body. At the same time, something even more terrifying happened. As Cao Wenbin walked towards her, he actually took out a tree and a book. The power is amazing, but this is not the most important thing. What really frightened her was that these 2 things contained extremely strong life force. Could it be that this kid wants to? No, she wants to run. Pity. Boom. Crash. Just when the people in both the immortal and demonic realms were busy adapting to this new world, an unusually heavy downpour suddenly fell on the earth. No blind spots. It's just like rain and dew are equally distributed. What's even more bizarre is that all the raindrops are blood red. The sky is weeping blood. That shouldn't be the case. How can the sky be hurt? Confused. However, this strong curiosity did not remain in the hearts of all beings for too long. After making sure that the rain would not cause any harm to the body or crops, he immediately got busy with his own things. After all, not everyone has free time. There are so many things they need to strive for. Just like merit, they don't want to go to the 18 levels of hell. Of course, if there are those who are not interested, then there are naturally those who are interested. As a result, the nameless island, which knew the inside story, exploded the moment the raindrops fell. A master is a master, and their display is so unique. The only one who can compare to them is probably Yun Yu's time. I was just borrowing Wenbin's help, it doesn't count. How long do you think this rain will last? Given the feud between the two, it will take at least a month. I think it's more than that. The highest plain, Linglong Valley. Someone come. The one who spoke was a beautiful woman. Her skin is as white as cream. Eyes as bright as stars. The figure is even more exquisite. Even the most picky person would never be able to find even a single flaw in her. And if you look closely, you can find that she and Tianyan are at least 60% similar. That's right, she is Tianyan's grandmother, Tian Yulin. One of the 9 major forces in the Supreme Plane, the master of Linglong Valley. A peerless master who had already entered the heavenly Tao realm 3 million years ago. It is no exaggeration to say that even if all known planes were added together, the number of people who could stand firm in front of her would definitely not be counted on two hands, let alone fight against her. Because of this, as soon as she finished speaking, an equally beautiful woman immediately appeared in front of her. And as soon as he showed up, everyone was in awe. Be as respectful as you can. Second-generation disciple Lan Shan, greetings to the ancestor. Nodding gently, Tian Yulin didn't hesitate and directly ordered, you should still remember the plane where Yin girl is. Just now, I received her distress signal. If nothing unexpected happens, she should have succeeded in taking over the body. But for some reason, I'm in danger again. So you take someone over to take a look. If you can help, please help. If the opponent is too strong, come back and report to me. He didn't say much, but Lan Shan was completely confused after hearing it. There was no way, because the information contained in it was completely beyond her understanding. In her opinion, since he had succeeded in taking over another's body, he must be a master of the heavenly Tao realm. And with this kind of strength, her entire Linglong Valley, including its affiliated forces, only has 5 people. With this level of ability, how could he encounter danger in the underworld? Are you sure you're not kidding? Of course, even though she didn't believe it, she didn't say anything to question it. Instead, he showed a look of indignation. It is true that a small temple is a place with strong demons and shallow waters are full of turtles. A small lower realm dares to attack the young master of Linglong Valley. This is outrageous. Don't worry, Grandpa, Lan Shan will definitely handle this matter clearly. Once we arrive, we will immediately help young Valley Master eliminate all the enemies. This is said with absolute certainty. And her flattery was indeed very effective. Look, a look of satisfaction immediately appeared on Tian Yulin's face. Okay, hurry up and take your men out. After all, the journey is so long. Chapter 553 Evolution. Name, Tianyan. Identity, Fairyland Heavenly Tao. Strength, Heavenly Tao Realm. Appearance score, 99. Loyalty, -99. They are extremely disgusted with the leader and would eat your flesh and drink your blood. Therefore, please do not come into contact with them alone, or you will die at best, or lose all your limbs at worst. Note, she is a very noble person, the young master of Linglong Valley, a supreme realm. When she cried out, "Save me," a year ago, she wasn't joking, she was truly asking for help. And her family will arrive soon. The leader is also at the Heavenly Tao realm, and their strength is extraordinary. So please take it seriously. Fuck. Originally, Cao Wenbin didn't care much about this sudden information. After all, I've seen too much. But when he accidentally glanced at it, he was stunned. The highest plane. What is this? And there is the Heavenly Tao realm master who is coming soon. Are you sure this is not a joke? To be honest, at this moment, he really wanted to talk to Wan Mailu in his mind. But he knew that this was simply unrealistic. Because although Wan Mailu is magical, it is just a book after all. I don't have the ability to chat with others. Fortunately, I still have a lot of cards up my sleeve. There are still quite a few yellow plum fruits. Otherwise, we might be caught off guard. Shook his head. Afterwards, Cao Wenbin stopped thinking about it. After all, remaining constant in the face of ever-changing circumstances is the best strategy at the moment. He really didn't believe that anyone could do anything to him on his small piece of land. Coincidentally, at this moment, 2 colorful treasure chests were condensed. So, open. True Spirit Pill. This pill was originally a handful of Chaos Spirit soil. While it possesses countless uses, it's not considered worthy of mention. However, at the dawn of time, when the world was created and the chaos receded, a heaven-defying opportunity suddenly fell upon it. The vast majority of chaos demons died near it, and as a result, both their essence and blood, as well as their shattered souls, eventually attached themselves to it. Given time, it would surely soar to the heavens. However, as the saying goes, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. It was precisely because of its profound foundation that it was rejected by heaven and earth. After millions of thunderbolts, it was transformed from a promising pill that would have required at least a peak patrol to obtain it. Note: those without a heaven-defying physique or soul power should not consume this pill, or they will surely explode and die. Demon Ancestor Pill. Compared to the murderous Chaos Demon gods, the Chaos Beasts are clearly more opportune. Precisely because of this, when chaos was about to dissipate, they didn't try to stop the formation of heaven and earth. Instead, they tried their best to arrange a way out for the demons that would appear in the future. And this demon ancestor pill is one of their incredible achievements. Because it contains the life essence of countless chaos beasts, its effect is basically equivalent to the fruit of the world tree. The only difference is that the fruit of the world tree can be consumed by anyone, while this demon ancestor pill can only be consumed by demons born and raised naturally. Note: unless you have reached the supreme realm, you must never touch this pill, or you will explode and die. This is really timely. With them, there's no need to worry about the supreme plane or not. Master, please level the ladder. The two people exploded and died in succession, which made Cao Wenbin very excited. Then, without saying a word, he immediately grabbed it. At the same time, he also had a clear idea about the ownership of these two things. However, before he could carry out the plan, something unexpected happened and he was frozen in place. Wan Mailu, who had been lying quietly in his sea of consciousness, suddenly flew out for no reason. Immediately afterwards, a bright yellow light emanated from his entire body. Very dazzling. Under its illumination, Cao Wenbin's cultivation, which had been stuck at the 6th level for many days, suddenly increased dramatically. And in the blink of an eye, he reached the 9th level. This is it evolving? Ignore the strangeness in yourself. Cao Wenbin's eyes were fixed on Wan Mailu, never leaving her for a moment. After all, to him, the rest is bullshit. Only this book is the real foundation. There is no room for any mistakes. And the facts proved that he was not wrong. After all the divine light dissipated, the already noble Wan Mailu suddenly became even more noble. Of course, this is not the biggest change. What really made Cao Wenbin's pupils shrink was that even its name had changed. Wan Mei disappeared immediately. Instead, the word, goddess, was used. As the book moved without wind, Cao Wenbin was shocked to find that Tianyan, who was originally on the first page, had actually moved to the 3rd page. In this world, there are actually two people more beautiful than Tianyan. How is this possible? However, although he said so, the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. I see. If nothing unexpected happens, the one Tianyan desperately called out to a year ago should be one of the two. Chapter 554, So what if someone comes from the upper realm? Buzz. As a buzzing sound was heard, a huge space crack suddenly appeared in the sky above Fengdu. Immediately afterwards, 3 divine birds slowly flew out from it. At first they all held their heads high. Quite powerful. One of them even opened its sharp beak immediately. Judging from the expression, it is obvious that it wants to make a chirp, thus announcing that he is here. But before it could even open its mouth, a huge, scorching fireball flew past them at a rapid speed. No stopping whatsoever. He just glanced at them lightly in the middle. But just this one glance was enough to shock these 3 enormous divine birds. My body started to tremble unconsciously. Obviously scared. In fact, any one of these 3 guys is stronger than Fireball. It's even much stronger. But it's totally useless. The difference between the life levels of both sides is too great. No matter how strong they are, they simply cannot muster the will to resist. 3-legged golden crow. And it wasn't just the 3 divine birds that were shocked. Look, the 2 men and 1 woman they were carrying also stood up straight at the first moment. Then, I subconsciously prepared to chase after him. After all, this is the 3-legged golden crow. As long as they can have one, they can lie down and enjoy themselves. All you have to do for the rest of your life is feed the birds. As expected, a lower plane is a lower plane. You don't even know what's good. How dare you let this heaven-defying beast, with absolutely no upper limit, run around before it fully grows up? If this is lost. His tone was full of disdain. But Lan Shan and her 2 apprentices had just started when 3 beautiful figures suddenly appeared in front of them. The leader was none other than Zhao Yuaner, the master of the tunnel. Plus Ling Ruobing and Wu Yu. As a result, the master and his 2 disciples dared not move. Because their intuition told them that these 3 extremely beautiful women were not easy to mess with. Once a conflict occurs between the 2 sides, it is still unclear who will win. This little world is really weird. Things that can't be seen in the upper realm can be seen everywhere here. No wonder the young valley master was captured. Lan Shan's expression is very solemn. But at the same time, I breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it would be much easier if the opponent was a woman. At least their young valley master will not suffer any inhuman torture. She can talk slowly. But just as she was thinking about how to start, Zhao Yuaner's words made her jump up. You must be the people sent by Linglong Valley to redeem Tianyan. In that case, then follow me. You are a guest from afar, let's talk inside. You actually know about Linglong Valley. Tell me, who are you? Lan Shan's face was filled with horror. At this moment, she suddenly felt that things were not that simple. These people in front of them are most likely sent by their hostile forces. The purpose is to attack their Linglong Valley. After all, Tianyan is the successor they are training with all their strength. And judging from the results, it was quite successful. The heavenly Tao realm that is hundreds of thousands of years old. Rarely seen in the world. If this breaks. But before she could figure it out, Zhao Yuaner rolled her eyes at her. I am who I am. A native of this world. The purpose of arresting Tianyan is simply because she repeatedly opposes us. It caused us quite a lot of obstacles as we were growing up. It almost wiped out our clan. Okay, are you going to leave or not? If you're scared, just go back the way you came. Then send the brave ones. This statement is really quite impolite. Even a fool can hear the contempt. But the interesting thing is, none of Lan Shan and the other two dared to get angry. After looking at each other, they followed Zhao Yuaner, who had turned around in tacit understanding. Of course, they are not cowards. Instead, he planned to meet Tianyan first. Master, what do you think they have in their gourds? If you have any conditions, we can talk about them right here. If we can, we'll take our people away. If not, let's go to war. Why do you have to go in and talk about it? The one who spoke was the older man. His name is Song En. He is Lan Shan's eldest disciple. Always known for being suspicious. People nicknamed him Song Pao Pao. Whenever his life is in danger, he will be the first to run away. Absolutely no hesitation. As soon as he said this, it immediately aroused the vigilance of the other person. But at this moment, Lan Shan spoke up. If nothing unexpected happens, they should want to show off their muscles to us. While we're walking, show us some of your background. So that we won't hesitate to act rashly. Then in the subsequent negotiations, ask for as much as possible. The analysis is reasonable. Therefore, Songen and his junior brother Pan Feng were stunned for a moment, and immediately threw their previous caution to the back of their minds. At the same time, the pride of being a person from the upper realm also resurfaced. They admitted that they were indeed frightened by the three-legged golden crow just now. But so what? This kind of situation will never happen a second time. After all, with the resources of a lower plane, being able to breed a three-legged golden crow is definitely the limit. I'm really going crazy thinking about this. I've lived for so many years, what haven't I seen? But the slap in the face often comes so quickly. Look, before the thought even faded away, pride solidified on their faces. Because, is this the 6 paths of reincarnation? How is this possible? The supreme law only appears in the supreme plane. This is an iron law. No one has ever been able to break it. Why does he have the right to be here? At this moment, the three of them no longer thought that Zhao Yuaner and others were sent by hostile forces. After all, the law of reincarnation has never been mastered by anyone, even in the upper realm. This thing is so mysterious. As their gaze gradually fell on Fengdu City, the horror on their faces became more and more intense. As for what shocked them this time, the power of rank. They discovered the power of rank in all the managers in the city. This is a high-end gadget that can only be obtained by managers recognized by heaven and earth. It may be of little use to low-level monks. But if a master above the level of patroller obtains it, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. Damn, there's actually someone here who can be deified. Do you have to be so perverted? Chapter 555 Talk about ransom. Master, I think there must be some unknown secret here. Otherwise, it would be impossible to be so unreasonable. After hearing what her little apprentice said, Lan Shan didn't say anything. Just nodded imperceptibly. As the conversation progressed, she became more and more convinced of this statement. There must be something fishy here. After all, as a law enforcement elder, she has been to all the low-level planes under the jurisdiction of Linglong Valley. There are some amazing ones among them. There are even some that have given birth to 2 masters of the heavenly Tao realm. But even that kind of world can't be compared with this place. Spiritual roots are everywhere. Placing the innate treasure outdoors, isn't this bullshit? Master, let's confront them. Don't go any further in there. Otherwise, if they decide to kill us, we might not even be able to leave. And the moment the three of them set foot on the nameless island, Song An's suspicion immediately flared up again. And quite anxious. There is no way, the defense of this island is too incredible. Just in the periphery, Song An has already discovered 3 innate level formations. Of course, this was not what shocked him the most. What really made him afraid to move forward? It is the jewel in the center of the island. Although he couldn't see clearly and his spiritual sense couldn't penetrate it at all, Song An was sure that there were at least 10 innate treasures placed in there. And the levels are not low. And this time, Lan Shan was not trying to be brave. After nodding again, he stopped immediately. She also felt that she could no longer be led by the other party. Therefore, my 3 fellow Taoists, you are all busy people. So I think there's no need for us to go through all that tea serving and water pouring stuff. The scenery here is quite nice. How about we talk here? As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her right hand, and a tea table suddenly appeared in the open space in front of her. The meaning is very clear, no matter what, I'm not leaving. Seeing the attitudes of the 3 people, Zhao Yuaner was also in a dilemma. Actually, her purpose of taking Lan Shan and others for a stroll was not to show off her muscles. It's not for showing off. But it's just delaying time. As for the reason, not long ago, Tianyan didn't know what stimulated him. In short, I suddenly went crazy. His mouth was full of foul language. So, Cao Wenbin, who couldn't stand it anymore, ran to cover her mouth. It hasn't come out yet. And no matter who shouted, there was no response. It is precisely because of this that the task of reception falls on her. Originally, she wanted to drag it out for a day or half a day. Then we'll see what happens. But now it is. Never mind. Try shouting again. Shaking her head, Zhao Yuaner then started to make hand gestures. But just as the last gesture was about to fall, an extremely handsome man suddenly appeared next to the tea table set by Lan Shan. It's none other than Cao Wenbin. Husband. Without any hesitation, Zhao Yuaner, who hadn't tasted sweetness for a year, threw herself into Cao Wenbin's arms. It looked just like a young swallow flying into the forest. The 2 inspectors, Wu Yu and Ling Ruobing, were also not idle. One on each side, they immediately started to massage the shoulders with skillful techniques. Am I still asleep? Whether it was Lan Shan, Song An or Pan Feng, they were all stunned at this moment. After all, the scene before my eyes was too unreasonable. It was completely beyond their understanding. Someone in the heavenly Tao realm calls a 9th rank ant, husband. Are you sure you're not kidding? Could it be that this guy is hiding his strength? Thinking of this, the 3 of them observed more carefully. But the more they looked, the more confused they became. Because the feedback they got was that this guy was a 9th grade 1. Guaranteed genuine. Depend on. How come this good thing doesn't happen to us? Without any surprise, Song An and Pan Feng, who reacted immediately, started muttering with indignation on their faces. After all, in the eyes of the 2, they are no worse than Cao Wenbin. Except for less treasures. Almost face. Almost in shape. The rest is no different at all. Completion. Men are in charge here. It took us a whole year to get here. However, unlike their focus, after confirming that Cao Wenbin was the one who had the final say here, Lan Shan suddenly became anxious. There's nothing we can do, since Cao Wenbin has the tools to commit the crime. And no matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like a fuel-efficient lamp. So, my fellow Taoist, it seems that you are the master of this realm. In that case, I won't hide it anymore. That's right, I'm here to take junior sister Tianyan home. As for the harm she caused you, you name a number, as long as it's not excessive, I won't pay you back a single cent. Very courageous. It is obvious that he has already prepared himself for a hard bite. Of course, this is obvious. And secretly, yes, just ask for it. No matter how much, I will agree to it. Anyway, once young Valley Master is safe, everything here will become ours. It's just a matter of transferring the money from one hand to the other. We are not afraid of any trouble. That's right, from the beginning to the end, she had no intention of letting go of any living creature in this world. After all, the Valley Master cannot be insulted. If you mess with someone you shouldn't mess with, you'll have to pay the price. But just when she was wondering what she would get after everything was over, Cao Wenbin hit her on the head. That's quite sincere. But you've seen my background, I really don't lack anything. If you really want to redeem Tianyan, then find someone prettier than her. 1 for 1, quite fair. Lan Shan was confused. Find someone prettier than Tianyan. Where can she find this? You know, Tianyan's beauty is extremely famous both in the upper and lower realms. There are only 2 people who can definitely defeat her. One is Bai Qingyan from the Yaokai Holy Land. The other one is. Judging from the previous situation, this kid obviously knows something about the upper realm. That is to say, depend on. He doesn't want the Valley Master, does he? In an instant, a cold sweat covered Lan Shan's forehead. She had seen the bravest ones. But this was the first time she had seen someone so brave. But it's shocking. But her reaction was not slow at all. You're putting me in a difficult position. But it's not impossible. But before that, please let me see whether junior sister Tianyan is dead or alive. What if you've already killed the ticket? Hasn't my work been in vain? The reason is reasonable. So the next moment, Cao Wenbin clapped his hands gently. Not much noise. But it is quite effective. Just a few breaths later, Tianyan was helped out. Boy, you are looking for death. But when Master Lan Shan and his disciples saw Tianyan's appearance clearly, they all jumped up. It's not that their concentration is poor. This scene is really too horrifying. Tianyan's belly. Chapter 556 Interesting clone technique. Senior sister, save me. I can't stay in this devil's cave for even a second. Originally, Tianyan, who had just been brought here, was still very cold. There is also a look of unyielding spirit in her beautiful eyes. But when Lan Shan screamed, she couldn't hold it anymore. Her delicate body immediately began to tremble. It was obvious that she had suffered a lot in the past year. Now that I finally get to see my family, it's natural for me to talk about my problems. Of course, she wasn't the only one who broke down. Hearing this little noise full of grievance, Lan Shan exploded on the spot. Especially when she confirmed that Tianyan's belly was really big and not just fat, a doomsday aura suddenly spread out from her delicate body at a rapid speed. If it weren't for the various formations on the nameless island blocking the way, this single blow would definitely have caused heavy casualties among ordinary people in both the immortal and demon worlds. Don't worry, young Valley Master, I will help you get revenge right away. I will slaughter all the strangers. I will help you capture all the key personnel. And so I wait for your decision. This time, she didn't dare to shout for fighting and killing. After all, the matter is already settled. The bond between the 2 sides is already difficult to sever. If she dared to make a rash decision at this time, when Tianyan regretted it, she would not even be able to cry. Besides, even if Tianyan doesn't regret it, Tian Yulin is likely to regret it. Although there have been strong people born in the royal family throughout the generations, the population is really small. There is only one such person in Tianyan's generation. So, lie down for me. And Lan Shan is indeed a person of action. After finding that Tianyan had no objection, she immediately took action. As for her primary goal, not Zhao Yuan'er. It's not Cao Wenbin. It's Tianyan instead. Obviously, she was trying to prevent the Cao family from taking desperate measures. While she was doing this, her 2 apprentices were also not idle. Just follow him. But it's different from Pan Feng's all-out effort. Song An obviously had something up his sleeve. As he walked, he threw something that looked like an altar to the ground. Then he chased after him with satisfaction. Boom. Without any surprise, Zhao Yuan'er stood in front of Lan Shan at the first moment. And he used all his strength right away. Whether it was the sword principles that she had comprehended for many years, or the reincarnation principles that the tunnel gave back to her after she became the master of the tunnel, they were all used at the first opportunity. But even so, she is still no match. Every time they clash, she has to retreat at least a dozen steps. However, Zhao Yuan'er could completely accept this result. After all, how many years does she live? It is no exaggeration to say that it is not even a fraction of what others earn. To have achieved what we have today is definitely a blessing. But she was satisfied, but Lan Shan was numb. After all, this is their territory. And they have hostages in their hands. If we can't resolve it quickly, the consequences. No, we must not let this woman hold us back. Thinking of this, she suddenly took a few steps back. At the same time, her whole body immediately began to glow fluorescently. Judging from his appearance, he obviously wants to make a big move. Don't even think about it. Zhao Yuan'er, whose mind has always been highly concentrated, naturally could not let him succeed. I pounced on him the first moment. To be honest, this reaction is really not slow. But in the end, it was too late. As the fluorescence reached a dazzling level, a person suddenly appeared beside Lan Shan. To be precise, another her appeared. And it's not over yet. Just a few later, another one came. Triplets. Teleportation. Wrong. At first, Cao Wenbin thought that the two new guys were the helpers called by Lan Shan. But soon, he found something wrong. After all, most twins look very similar. But it can never be like this. This is obviously one person. The clone technique. In an instant, Cao Wenbin became very interested. If we capture it, wouldn't one be worth 3? Even more. As for my own safety. It's not that Cao Wenbin looks down on people. Judging from Lan Shan's current performance, if 3 or 4 of them come at once, he would have no choice but to run away. But if there is only one, removing the armor is the only way out. Because of this, Cao Wenbin has no intention of moving. He didn't even use Tianyan as a shield. Good opportunity. As expected, the strength of a force depends mainly on its leader. If the leader is a coward, then even if the subordinates are powerful, they are nothing to be feared. And his inaction also gave Lan Shan an opportunity. The next moment, she, who had been divided into 3, launched another charge. The goal remains the same. Boom, boom, boom. The airwaves generated by the collision are even more astonishing. And there is no suspense about the result. Zhao Yuan'er tried her best, but she was only able to stop the strongest original body and one of its clones. Then she watched helplessly as another clone pounced madly on her man. But she was not in a hurry. Because through the collision just now, she has discovered that although these clones of Lan Shan are strong, at most they are only at the level of half-step heavenly Dao realm. Although it is stronger than Cao Wenbin's soul power, it is not much stronger. It's completely under control. Unfortunately, nothing in this world can go as planned. Just as she was about to watch the show, she suddenly discovered that the aura of the clone had changed. At the same time, the original body, which had always been very strong, suddenly became much weaker. Did I make a wrong judgment from the beginning? Has this woman been playing tricks on me this whole time? Wrong. Anything can lie, but strength can never lie. I see. With her technique, there's no difference between her original form and her clones. Any one of them can be the real body as long as she wants. His face turned black instantly. Then she turned around and chased after him. But the more she chased, the more desperate she became. After all, her speed is far inferior to Lan Shan's. Plus, they started early. Looks like we have to fight to the death. After biting her lip, Zhao Yuan'er was ready to condense the purple lotus of samsara again. Even though doing so would cause turbulence in the tunnel, she didn't care. What if Cao Wenbin is gone? Then what else is there for the world? Just play together. But before she could finish the spell, something she had not expected happened. Senior sister, retreat quickly. Chapter 557. All of them were seized, no one escaped. Quick retreat. Lan Shan, who was originally excited, was confused by Tianyan's shout. Because in her opinion, the advantage is entirely hers. If we stop now, wouldn't we be missing the opportunity? But no matter how confused she was, she still stopped subconsciously. After all, no matter what, Tianyan has been in contact with Cao Wenbin for a whole year. He definitely knew more than she did. It's definitely a good idea to listen more. But unfortunately, although her reaction was not slow, Cao Wenbin was even faster. Just as she reacted, a scroll that would make one feel disgusted at the first glance was already covering her head. Buzz. In an instant, all the Dao rhyme under the scroll, as well as all the spiritual energy inside, disappeared. Even what's inside Lan Shan's body is no exception. This is Forbidden Dao Formation Diagram. That's impossible. The Yaoqi Holy Land spent 1,000,000 years and only managed to produce a replica. There's no way a genuine copy of something like this, which is so unacceptable to heaven and earth, could possibly exist. Not surprisingly, Lan Shan went crazy. Although she said that, her body was quite honest. Without even a moment's hesitation, he rushed straight out of the formation. But the speed is quite touching. There was no other way, since she could only mobilize her physical strength at this moment. Stop struggling. You don't have any chance. Just wait to be disarmed. And Cao Wenbin didn't let her run for too long. Soon, it appeared beside her. And he extended his hand. Judging from his expression, he obviously wants to hug her waist. Good opportunity. But facing this dangerous situation, Lan Shan was not afraid. Instead, he laughed. Then he reached out to greet Cao Wenbin. She thinks very simply. The forbidden array diagram does not distinguish between friend and foe. If that's the case, why should I be afraid of you? But as soon as she touched him, her expression suddenly changed. Because Cao Wenbin's power was completely beyond her imagination. Her body was like a chick, and was easily manipulated. Completion. A trace of despair suddenly appeared in her heart. She knew that this mission had failed. Not only did she fail to rescue the young Valley Master, but she also got herself into trouble. My stomach, could it be? No, we absolutely cannot let this happen. Otherwise, Linglong Valley will surely become the laughingstock of the world. Thinking of this, she immediately turned her head and looked at Song-en. She can't run away, but her apprentice still has a glimmer of hope. After all, there are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. The name of Song Paopao is known throughout the world. Therefore, use all means to leave now. Then tell the Valley Master what happened here as soon as possible. Remember, be quick, otherwise, your master. Obviously, she wanted to say something else. But at this moment, one of Cao Wenbin's hands suddenly fell on her belt. As for the intention, it is exactly as Sima Zhao's intention is, and everyone knows it. So, she didn't dare to hesitate any longer. Go. And Song-en is really awesome. After receiving the instructions, he quickly broke away from the entanglement of Wu Yu and Ling Ruobing under the cover of Pan Feng. Then, in the blink of an eye, he was near the thing he had just thrown. Get up. The sound is not loud. But it is quite effective. The next moment, the thing that was originally only the size of a palm turned into a huge altar that was more than 10 meters long and wide. And judging from the spatial fluctuations on it, the name of this thing is used for teleportation. Master, rest assured, I will be back within half a month. We will definitely repay you double for the humiliation you suffer next. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly began to fade. And at this moment, out of the corner of his eye, he happened to see a scene that made him want to tear his eyes out. The junior brother who had just fought alongside him was first hit by Wu Yu's palm. Then Ling Ruobing even slashed his neck. Junior brother. Just wait for me. In half a month, I will definitely slaughter you. The blue veins suddenly bulged. Then he overdrew his body. He increased the energy infusion into the altar. It's done. If you make an effort, there will naturally be a reward. In the blink of an eye, his body became completely illusory. But the corners of his mouth, which had already curled up, quickly froze on his face. As for the reason, stop it for me, you can go. But you have to wait for 10 days or half a month. Because my husband needs you to bring something back. As soon as the mocking voice fell, a mirror suddenly appeared above the altar. It's none other than the Kunlun mirror. The one who spoke was naturally Zhao Yuan'er. As early as a few days ago, Cao Wenbin had already given her this innate treasure. At first, she didn't want it. After all, this thing can only play the greatest role in Cao Wenbin's hands. But in the end, she couldn't refuse. In Cao Wenbin's words, how can a person in the heavenly Dao realm only have one sword? That's such a bargain. At that time, no one could have imagined that such an unintentional move would come in handy a few days later. Poor kid. Shook his head. Then the Kunlun mirror suddenly burst out with a divine light. To be honest, the size of the Kunlun mirror is nothing in front of the altar. But it's just such a little thing. But it directly shattered all the hopes of Lan Shan and others. Wherever the light passes, all spatial fluctuations are dispelled. Song-en, who was about to be teleported away, was nailed to the spot. So, space magic weapon. That's impossible. In my vast Linglong Valley, there are only 2 treasures with spatial attributes. How could a peasant like you from the lower world find such a divine object? Looking at his newly solid body, Song-en felt sick. After all, this was the first time he failed to escape since his debut. Ah! And at this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from behind him. But he didn't dare look back. Because even if he used his toes, he could guess what happened next. Master, I'm sorry. Junior brother, I'm sorry for you too. I've made all your efforts go to waste. The more he thought about it, the more desperate he became. Then he looked at Zhao Yuan'er with hatred on his face. Just kill me. But you don't have to be complacent. We are here on the orders of the Valley Master. That is to say, as long as we don't go back for a while, there will definitely be stronger masters coming. So, I just left a few days earlier than you guys. After saying that, he slowly closed his eyes. But what he didn't expect was that what he was waiting for was not Blade. Instead, he said lightly, I said, you can't die. Because my husband still needs you to bring something back. Chapter 558, The Texture Plane of the Frying Pan. Linglong Valley. As one of the 9 holy places, the level of this place is naturally beyond words. All the mountains are held up in the air by clouds. No matter from which perspective you look at it, it is definitely a paradise for immortals. That's why it's so unusually quiet here. Apart from the chirping of insects and birds, there is basically no other sound. Of course, it's not that others don't want to come. But you are not qualified to come. Linglong Valley has a clear rule that cultivators below the Supreme Realm are absolutely not allowed to set foot here. Those who disobey the order will be beheaded. Monks below the rank of inspector are absolutely not allowed to stay here overnight. Anyone who disobeys the order will have his entire clan executed. Buzz. But on this day, this tranquility was broken by a spatial fluctuation. As the space was torn open, a man with disheveled hair and ragged clothes fell out. It was obvious that he was extremely stimulated. But this person doesn't care about his image at all. After making sure that he had indeed reached his destination, he immediately knelt down facing the highest fairy mountain. Then, under Lan Shan, 3rd generation disciple Song'an has something important to report to the Valley Master. The sound is very loud. The moment he finished speaking, a set of clothes suddenly appeared in his hands. Aqua blue. From inside to outside. Very complete. On top of that, there's even a pair of stockings. Skin color. And if you look closely, you can see that this suit fits you perfectly. It's obviously carefully matched. Unfortunately, this beauty is not perfect. They are all damaged. And it's the kind that can't be repaired. Coincidentally, the moment this set of clothes appeared, the mountain in front of Song'an suddenly burst into a burst of divine light. Very good. The Valley Master is not in seclusion. Song'an trembled all over. Then he continued with a look of grief and indignation. Valley Master, the divine demon continent disobeyed the imperial edict and attacked us for no reason. Leader Brother Pan Feng died in battle. Master Lan Shan was humiliated in public. Junior sister Tianyan, who was captured earlier, was even teased to the point of becoming pregnant. So, this disciple earnestly requests the Valley Master to dispatch troops as soon as possible to completely cleanse the continent of gods and demons. Otherwise, this time the voice is even louder. The penetration power is also stronger. But the consumption has increased several times. So before he could even finish his words, he fainted. It's not that his will is not strong enough. He is really too tired. The journey would have taken a year, but in order to save his master from being insulted, he managed to return completely in just half a month. Even a god couldn't bear this consumption. Swish. 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 But for Linglong Valley, this information is enough. The next moment, a series of sounds of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Then, more than a dozen people suddenly appeared beside Song'an. And the leader was none other than the most beautiful Tian Yulin. But at this moment, she no longer had the elegance and grace of the past. There was a sinister look in his eyes. For her, it doesn't matter if Pan Feng dies in battle. Just a 3rd generation disciple. Although he is quite capable, he is dispensable. Lan Shan can also accept being teased. After all, it won't cost you any meat. Just rescue him as soon as possible. But Tianyan was pregnant, which really touched her bottom line. How dare the ants from the lower world touch her granddaughter? If we don't destroy it, how will we survive in the future? Of course, she wasn't the only one who was angry. Before she could recover, a heavenly Dao realm master with red eyes suddenly knelt on the ground not far away. Immediately afterwards, he started to kowtow, bang bang bang. Not a word, but the meaning is self-evident. Also requesting troops. And during this process, his eyes never left the aqua blue clothes. Especially the silk fabric. And he was none other than Linglong Valley's senior brother, Yin Qingzhou. He is also Lan Shan's fiancé. The two can be said to be childhood sweethearts. According to the auspicious date, we can get married in another 30 years. But no one could have imagined that before he, the real owner, could even win the beauty. The beauty was taken away by someone else first. And just eat it up. Not a cent left for him. As for why he was so sure he had a hat. That light blue outfit was made from materials he personally collected in the forbidden area. Then he personally supervised the work and it took him 49 years to finally successfully weave it. This dress is invulnerable to swords and guns, and is immune to water and fire. It will never get dusty. The style can even be changed according to the wearer's wishes. Ever since he gave it to her, Lan Shan has treasured it like a treasure. I never take off the items inside. But at this time, the clothes came back in tatters, but the person did not come back. What does this mean? Even a fool can figure it out. Stop knocking. Get up and gather the experts. Remember, you must find those who are ruthless and don't fear the consequences. This time, I will make sure that no one in that plane can breathe. And Tian Yulin did not disappoint his eldest disciple. The answer came quickly. Thank you, master. Don't worry. Yin Qingzhou was overjoyed. Then he subconsciously prepared to issue a military order. But before he could finish his words, Tian Yulin waved her hand gently. No need to talk so much nonsense. This time, I'll go myself. You just need to be good at it. I'd like to see who the other party is. How dare you be so ignorant of your own limitations? There are no secrets in the Supreme Plane. This is the consensus of all masters. And that is indeed the case. As soon as there was any movement in Linglong Valley, the other 8 holy places immediately got the news. As for the biggest reaction, it was none other than Bai Qingyan from the Yaokai Holy Land. As the saying goes, opposites attract and likes repel. What's more, the two grew up together and have been at odds since childhood. So as soon as she got the news, Bai Qingyan immediately burst into giggles. Tian Yulin's granddaughter got pregnant by a wild man. Lan Shan went to rescue them, but they didn't come back, but her underwear did. Interesting. It's really interesting. As soon as the laughter died down, she, who was originally lying on her side, suddenly sat up straight. Then he whispered to the outside, let our people gather together. Just follow the standards of Linglong Valley. However many people go there, we will go there. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. No matter who is trying to save Linglong Valley's reputation, Yaoqi Holy Land must go and lend a hand. Chapter 559 Old Friend. The Continent of Gods and Demons. Cao Wenbin. Hee. The Supreme Plane is not populated only by women. Just look, a young man from the Shaoyao sect, after seeing the information handed over by the servants, immediately laughed evilly. His eyes were filled with excitement. It was as if he had met an old friend, and he couldn't control himself at all. And he was none other than the young leader of the Shaoyao sect, Lu Zhilin. However, his excitement came quickly, but also went away quickly. As for the reason, how can this be possible? This is truly outrageous. If Tian Yulin doesn't give me a satisfactory explanation, I will never let her go. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man who looked extremely handsome but had a very bad temper appeared in front of Lu Zhilin with a menacing look. Old man, how did Linglong Valley offend you again? Is it worth you getting so angry? Without any hesitation, as soon as the middle-aged man stood still, Lu Zhilin immediately went up to him. The middle-aged man who was interrupted was stunned at first. Then he sighed heavily. The look he gave Lu Zhilin was also full of pity and guilt. He never thought that his behavior of forcing his son to grow up too fast would cause his son to lose all his memories. He even forgot that he had a fiancée. Fortunately, his cultivation has been raised to the level of a patroller. And the foundation hasn't been damaged yet. It's a blessing in disguise. Shook his head. Then Lu Zhenchen began to explain with a helpless look on his face. 30,000 years ago, Linglong Valley discovered a Jedi containing a wealth of resources. If we can capture them all, we can at least train a patroller. But just as they were about to take action, Yaoqi Holy Land intervened. During that time, the fight between the two sides was so fierce that it was difficult to decide the winner. No one can take advantage. So, out of desperation, they found me. Trying to develop together. But you also know that our two families have been friends for generations, so we certainly can't let this little thing ruin our relationship. And what a coincidence. At that time, your mother was pregnant with you. So I suddenly had an idea and arranged a marriage for you. As for the woman's identity. When he said this, the corner of Lu Zhenchen's mouth twitched unconsciously. Lu Zhilin immediately stood up and said, Old man, please don't tell me that the Tianyan who got pregnant in the intelligence report is my fiancé. Of course, although he was full of disbelief, Lu Zhilan knew that his guess must be true. Tianyan is definitely his fiancé. Oh shit, I haven't even met the face yet, and here comes another hat. No, we can't go on like this. In an instant, an extremely familiar feeling emerged in Lu Zhilan's heart. So, old man, I don't want to play anymore. Give me some power. I want to fight. I've had enough of this life where I can't even protect my own woman. Lu Zhenchen was stunned, then he stood up suddenly. Junlang's face was full of joy. Good, good, my son has really grown up. Don't worry, I'll go inform your brothers right away. Let them cooperate with you to the best of their ability. From now on, you can do whatever you want to me. Don't be afraid of causing trouble. Even if the sky falls, your mother and I can help you hold it up. Very confident. But what Lu Zhenchen didn't know was that the second generation who didn't start a business was the best second generation. Once he wants to prove himself, that will inevitably be the beginning of trouble. Cao Wenbin, are these the only few moves you have? It seems you can't do it either. Be good, for the next few days, you should focus on your family. After all, if we count the days, the main force from Linglong Valley will be arriving soon. Like Tianyan, Lanshan's mouth is also very hard. Even if they rolled their eyes, they still refused to accept it. But she does have the reason to be dissatisfied. Because after this period of hard work, she has already roughly figured out the details of the Cao family. 2 people in the heavenly Dao realm. 3 inspectors. To be honest, even if this force is placed in the highest plane, it will have a certain say. But this level of strength is not enough in front of Linglong Valley. There is no need for their valley master to come. As long as his fiancé and his junior fellow apprentice come together, it will be enough to sweep this place. After all, even if they are all in the heavenly Dao realm, there are strong and weak ones. But just as she was tidying herself up and preparing to laugh at Cao Wenbin, she suddenly discovered something was wrong. Because after hearing her words, Cao Wenbin was not panicked. Instead, he laughed. Could it be that the Cao family still has some hidden cards that I haven't discovered yet? That shouldn't be the case. All the information was told to me by the young Valley Master. She holds the power of heaven, there's no reason why she can't even figure this out. Very confused. And Cao Wenbin didn't explain to her. He just dragged her towards the holy scroll of heaven and earth. Buzz. In an instant, time and space changed. When she opened her eyes again, Lanshan found that they were no longer on the nameless island. A mobile subspace. Another space-related innate treasure. Damn it, what gives you the right? The smile on Cao Wenbin's face suddenly became even brighter. And this time, he wasn't pretending to be profound. Speaking of which, it's really interesting. You may not guess, but it was given to me by your young Valley Master. Hey, now that I think about it, your young Valley Master was really nice to me. No, I have to go and repay her again. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin turned around. Don't. But he was cool and relaxed, but Lanshan was immediately panicked. After all, she knew very well what this guy meant by reward. Why has she been working so hard recently? Isn't it just to help the young Valley Master share some of the burden? Do you really think she is addicted? Then I'll give you some face. And Cao Wenbin did not force it. The next moment, he quickly walked to a big tree. Then he looked at the fruits on the tree with excitement. Only 1 in total, but it is quite attractive. Cut. I want to see what tricks you can come up with. At the beginning, Lanshan didn't take it seriously. But when she focused a little, she just froze in place. After a long while, he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence from between his teeth, world tree. Or is it a world tree that has already borne fruit and matured? Chapter 560. Both sides were shocked. Lanshan's face is very dark. After all, she knows better than anyone what the fruit of the world tree means. A master of the heavenly Dao realm. Although those who achieve enlightenment in this way naturally have flaws in their strength. The future potential will also be greatly reduced. But so what? Now that you have reached that level, you will definitely be able to play a decisive role in the battle. I can't say more, but I definitely have the ability to hold off a normal heavenly Dao realm master for dozens of rounds. Damn it, what the hell is wrong with this guy? Things that we might not be able to obtain even if we try our best are as common as cabbage to him, and can be found almost everywhere. Very confused. But soon, something even more shocking happened. As Mu Qianchen and Shi Feng slowly came over, another pill appeared in Cao Wenbin's hand. She had never seen it before. I've never even heard of it. She could only make out that it was filled with the aura of an ancient demon race. But even though she knew nothing, she was still sure that this pill was definitely not simple. Once given to the right person, the rewards you can get will definitely not be inferior to the fruits of the world. Completion. As a result, her eyes went dark and she almost fainted. And just when she was on the verge of collapse, the two magical objects that she had coveted so much were already in the hands of Mu Qianchen and Shi Feng. Eat it. When those self-righteous guys arrive, we must give them a good shock. Want to save someone? Grandma. If they don't leave anything behind, they'll just burn incense. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin slowly closed his eyes. Immediately afterwards, a piece of data appeared before his eyes at a rapid speed. Name: Lan Shan. Identity: the eldest sister of the Supreme Plain Linglong Valley, nicknamed Jade-Faced Yama. Holding the power of law enforcement, she is highly respected throughout Linglong Valley. She's no joke when she says she can stop a child from crying at night. Strength: primary heavenly Tao realm, already perfected, only one step away from entering the intermediate realm. Appearance score: 97. Loyalty: -30. Originally, it was -99, especially when you asked her apprentice to bring back the clothes. She even considered self-destruction. However, the depth you just showed deeply shocked her, and her mentality has changed somewhat. Note: she deeply admires the strong. Therefore, if you want her to become your loyal follower, you must continuously produce things that can shock people. The corners of the mouth are slightly raised. This made Cao Wenbin more confident. Worship the strong. Isn't this a coincidence? He is strong in every way. But soon, he stopped thinking about these messy things. All attention instantly fell on the two colorful treasure chests that had already formed. Books have evolved, so the contents of this treasure chest shouldn't be too shabby. Open. Daoyun plaque. A plaque formed entirely from the condensation of various Dao rhymes. Born with chaos, it is a true treasure of chaos. As long as there is a palace capable of supporting it, it becomes a supreme divine object with both offense and defense. Offense. It can burst out at any time and anywhere with power comparable to that of an intermediate heavenly Dao realm. Defense. No one can wreak havoc within its range. Remember, no one can stop it. Its Dao rhyme can suppress all invading enemies. Note: a palace capable of supporting it must at least be an innate treasure. Otherwise, it will not be able to withstand it and will collapse if hung on it. Evil Jade Pendant. When chaos was born, 10 evil thoughts arose. 3 points were given to all living things, and the remaining 7 points slowly formed this Jade Pendant. It is a symbol of status and also an almighty weapon. As a weapon, it is indestructible. In Jade Pendant form, it enhances the wearer's destiny. With it, everyone is inferior to you. Note: while this item is incredibly useful, it also carries significant implications. Therefore, if you lack the courage, do not wear it. Otherwise, you will suffer backlash. Without any surprise, Cao Wenbin was stunned. He had thought that the reward this time would be very good. After all, the person who generated the treasure chest is awesome. At the same time, there are not enough treasure chests. There are so many powerful conditions. But it was still beyond his expectations that it was this good. Although both things have some flaws, their merits outweigh their flaws. Especially since they all have conceptual attributes, it is simply unsolvable. This time, I want to see what kind of waves your Linglong Valley can stir up. Becoming my young master's relative is your only way out. After saying that, Cao Wenbin took the lead in flying out of the Holy Scroll of Heaven and Earth. Of course, he didn't go out empty-handed. He also brought the core golden palace of the Holy Scroll up with him. There is no way, since he has many architectural magic weapons in his hands, but this is the only one that can withstand the Daoyun plaque. Buzz. 3 days later, in the early morning, a huge space crack appeared again in the sky above Fengdu. But what appeared this time was no longer a divine bird. But it was an extremely luxurious sedan. 8 patroller-level masters carried the sedan chair, and a master at the heavenly Dao realm led the way. The level of coolness is maxed out. And behind them, there are thousands of people and horses. 1/3 of them are supreme beings, and the rest are all half-step supreme beings. There isn't even a 12th rank emperor. Hiss. Cao Wenbin, who had been waiting for a long time, took a breath of cold air when he saw this scene. This background is truly terrifying. If the Cao family only relies on their own people to evolve, it is estimated that even after tens of thousands of years, they will hardly be able to catch up. Of course, while Cao Wenbin was shocked, the people in Linglong Valley, who were originally very aggressive, also paused. Especially Yin Qingzhou, who had a gloomy face and looked like he was ready to start a massacre at any time, suddenly widened his eyes. He discovered that the lewd place where his fiancée was being raped was completely different from what he had expected. His strength was not at all what Song An said, that there was only one person in the heavenly Dao realm. He was able to detain Lan Shan only because of the forbidden Dao formation diagram. Damn it, Song An can't do anything except running. He even missed such obvious information. He's such a complete loser. Looking at the forbidden city thousands of miles away, where the human atmosphere was extremely prosperous and it was obvious that the court was being held, Yin Qingzhou's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Because such a strong humanitarian spirit can never be ownerless. However, a force with only one master in the heavenly Dao realm and a force with two masters in the heavenly Dao realm are definitely two different things. The difficulty of dealing with it will definitely increase exponentially. Fortunately, junior sister Tianyan is involved this time. If it were only Lan Shan's problem, then master might actually be able to negotiate with the other party. Chapter 561 Yin Qingzhou's goal. Is anyone in charge here still alive? If there is, then come out and greet me. The one coming this time is the Linglong Valley Master. If you behave well, you might even be able to leave your body intact. If not, I will make sure that you will never be reborn. Although he had many thoughts in his mind, Yin Qingzhou's words were quite firm. At the same time, he suddenly released his aura. It's not for showing off. Chunchen just wants to force the people from the Cao family to show up as soon as possible. After all, with his strength, once his aura is fully unleashed, these two closely connected worlds will inevitably suffer heavy casualties. And the facts have proved that his trick is indeed useful. Just as he was about to make a move, a cold snort was heard. Leave the body intact. Are you worthy enough? Besides, even if I don't resist, do you dare to do it? As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin's figure suddenly appeared opposite the sedan. Not many people follow him. There are only 3 in total. Zhongzhou, Zhao Yuaner, and Tianyan who was in his arms. Compared with the grandeur of Linglong Valley, it is extremely shabby. However, although there are few people, they are extremely powerful. Especially Tianyan, whose belly is slightly bulging, is the king of kings. Even Yin Qingzhou was so frightened that he took a step back unconsciously. The momentum was suddenly withdrawn. Afraid of disturbing Tianyan. There's nothing we can do, since Tian Yulin hasn't expressed her opinion yet. No one knows what attitude this woman standing at the top of the universe has towards the accident that just happened. If you think it's a shame, that's fine. Even if you get scared to death, you'll be absolutely fine. But if Tian Yulin thinks that no matter what, it is the bloodline of the Tian family. If he gets scared to death, it will be really fun. No matter how many lives he has, it will never be enough to compensate him. Damn it, what should I do? How do we do it? Still not doing it. A trace of cold sweat suddenly appeared on Yin Qingzhou's forehead. At the same time, he finally understood why Cao Wenbin dared to say that even if he didn't resist, he wouldn't dare to take action at all. Facts have proved that what they said is correct. But soon, he stopped worrying about it. Because the curtain of the sedan chair was suddenly lifted. Then Tian Yulin, dressed in white, got out of the sedan chair with an elegant look on her face. Boy, release Tianyan and Lanshan immediately. Then kneel down and swear never to betray your own way. As long as there are no loopholes in the oath, I will forgive the past. I can even let you be Yinner's personal attendant. The voice was not loud, but Yin Qingzhou, who heard every word, became anxious. He understood. Tian Yulin couldn't let go of her blood relationship after all. The purpose of this statement is to give Cao Wenbin a way out. The position of the attendant is also very clear, which is to allow him to stay by Tianyan's side forever. So that the child won't be born without a father. To be honest, there is really nothing wrong with this arrangement. Both the inside and the outside are taken care of. But for him, this is definitely not a good thing. After all, the relationship between this Cao man and his fiancée is hard to explain. If he doesn't die, we'll see him everywhere in the future. Thinking of that scene, he shuddered unconsciously. He also heard that women have special feelings for the men they meet for the first time. What if the two of them rekindle their relationship later? Junior sister Tianyan, stop being stunned. Reject it immediately. How can you, a daughter of heaven and the darling of the universe, stay with such trash for so long? Of course, even if he was extremely unwilling, he would never dare to disobey Tian Yulan. Therefore, I can only cheer Tianyan up secretly. Try to solve the problem at the source. He no longer dared to ask for anything else, he just hoped that Cao Wenbin would die quickly. But what made him collapse was that his junior sister didn't say a word from beginning to end. Although he looked hateful, he obviously agreed to this proposal. Completion. Yin Qingzhou's eyes went dark and he almost made a fool of himself in public. But just as he was racking his brains over how to guard against Cao Wenbin in the future, something unexpected happened to no one. Kneel down and swear. As a squire. Girl, you haven't had a release in so long that your brain is confused. If you become my servant, we can discuss it. Don't dream any other dreams. Silence. All the masters of Linglong Valley, every one of them, whether they are in the heavenly Dao realm or the half-step supreme realm, were all paralyzed at this moment. And they really wanted to lift up Cao Wenbin's skull and see what was inside. Why is he so brave? Of course, the most confused person at the scene was Tian Yulan, the person involved. She completely couldn't remember the last time someone dared to speak to her like that. 1,000,000 years ago, or 2,000,000 years ago. Although she was confused, she quickly reacted. Then, boy, it seems you are really used to bullying others in this little world. I have no idea how high the sky is outside. How thick is the earth? In that case, I'll let you broaden your horizons first. Get started. Take down all his support. The first few sentences were directed at Cao Wenbin. As for the last few sentences, they were directed at Yin Qingzhou. Yin Qingzhou, who received the order, immediately became excited. After all, as long as you can do it, there is room for maneuver. Judging from Tian Yulan's attitude, it is definitely impossible to kill this kid. But it is still possible to make him lose the tools he used to commit the crime. At worst, you'll just be punished. Boy, this is what happens when you offend me. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and then he was ready to lead the team to charge. Of course, before taking action, he did not forget to give his junior brother a wink. After all, there are two people over there. Even if he is brave, he can't fight two people at once. But just as he finished coordinating, a situation that made him confused occurred. There are actually 3 more women around Cao Wenbin. He was extremely familiar with one of them. It's Lan Shan. Brother Qingzhou. This call is full of grievances. So, Yin Qingzhou suddenly became excited. However, he didn't dare to move a step. Not only him, but everyone else is the same. Because the other 2 people were also in the heavenly Dao realm. Although the aura is a little weak, it is truly the heavenly Dao realm. Chapter 562 Tian Yulan was defeated. 4 heavenly Dao realms. How is this possible? Even if all the resources of a small world were squeezed dry, it would be impossible to cultivate 4 heavenly Dao realm cultivators. Yin Qingzhou's face was filled with horror. But soon, this horror turned into humiliation. Because at the same time he was roaring, Cao Wenbin, whether intentionally or unintentionally, placed his free right hand on Lan Shan's slender waist. Quite silky. Obviously this isn't the first time. So, take your claws away. The sound is getting louder. The tone was also full of madness. But it was obvious that he was only asking for trouble by only talking at this moment. This is not. Take it away. Brother, is it fun to deceive yourself? You don't think I've been busy practicing for the past month, do you? To be honest, I really admire you. To guard such a beautiful woman for hundreds of thousands of years without moving. He's really got some freaking determination. But, thanks to your determination. Otherwise, I really won't be able to taste the freshness. Without any surprise, Yin Qingzhou's face turned red instantly. The whole person turned into a cooked shrimp in the blink of an eye. Go to hell. If I don't tear your mouth apart today, I won't be named Yin. After saying this, Yin Qingzhou, who was already in high spirits, didn't care about anything else. He immediately rushed towards Cao Wenbin. But he had just taken 2 steps when a small hand as white as snow and without a single blemish pulled him back. The speed is amazing. He didn't even have time to react. And with his strength, the only one who can do this is naturally Tian Yulan. Therefore, Master, I beg you, please stop stopping me. Today it's either me or him, or it's either him or me. This is said with absolute certainty. But what he didn't expect was that even after he said so much, his master, who had been nice to him in the past, still didn't let go. Is it still not working? It seems that family ties are still family ties after all, and the rest is nonsense. In an instant, a feeling of despair spread throughout Yin Qingzhou's body. At the same time, the idea of betraying the valley emerged in his mind for the first time. After all, it seems that there is no good being in a sect that does not distinguish right from wrong and only appoints people based on personal connections. However, this thought came quickly, but also went away quickly. Because just a few breaths later, an extremely huge energy suddenly emerged beside him. And as soon as they gathered, they ran straight towards Cao Wenbin. Without a single pause. This is. Yin Qingzhou was stunned. Then he immediately slapped himself in the face. At this moment, he realized that he had wronged his master. Tian Yulin didn't want to cover up for the other party at all. I just don't want him to take risks. But what about him? He actually took your kindness for granted. I'm damned. No, this time when I go back, I must take the initiative to go to the discipline hall and be punished for 3 years. Otherwise, there's no way I can wash away the sins on me. And what happened next made him even more determined. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly rang out. But the expected scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere did not appear. Cao Wenbin and others are still standing firmly in their places. All the energy was easily absorbed by the protective shield in front of them. Fuck. I subconsciously took a step back. Immediately afterwards, a look of deep fear appeared in Yin Qingzhou's eyes. He understood that the other party must have some kind of conceptual magic weapon in his hand. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to block his master's attack. With this kind of background, it wouldn't take much effort to capture him. If he had really rushed up just now. Given the level of evil this Cao is, if he really catches me, he probably won't kill me outright. But they will definitely tie me up outside Lanshan's bedroom. Always let me listen. Thinking of that scene, his body began to tremble unconsciously. Just when he was secretly rejoicing that he had escaped, Tian Yulin, who refused to believe in evil, took action again. And this time, he obviously used all his strength. The energy was so huge that Yin Qingzhou had never seen anything like it in his life. Boom, boom, boom. Unfortunately, although the noise was louder, the result was no different. That thin protective shield was like a chasm between heaven and earth. No matter what it was, it had no way of getting past it. As a result, the scene soon became quiet. Intel. Little guy, I admit that I underestimated you before. Tell me, what do I need to pay in order for you to release Yinner and Lanshan? The sound is crisp. There is also a hint of charm in it. In short, there are all kinds of emotions, but the only thing missing is the arrogance from before. It was obvious that Tian Yulin already regarded Cao Wenbin as someone on the same level and someone with whom she could have an equal dialogue. But she let it go, but Cao Wenbin refused to do it. Release them. You don't have to dream this dream anymore. Once it's in my collection, it won't be released into the market again. Of course, I'm not unkind. If you're really worried about Tianyan, I can help you find a way through the back door. You can come to this nameless island to see her anytime. I won't stop you. But, before you come, you must be well prepared. More activity. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to go back by yourself. Silence. Everyone in Linglong Valley was stunned by these words. What did they hear? This guy who appeared out of nowhere is actually teasing their valley master. Is this enough of his fucking life? It looks like there will be a disaster here. Although the valley master can't do anything to him for now, the other people in this world. And the progress of things was almost as they expected. As soon as Cao Wenbin finished speaking, a destructive aura immediately spread. Wherever it passed, the earth trembled and all the flowers, plants and trees withered. But at this moment, a voice full of teasing suddenly reached everyone's ears. Tian Yulin, I think you should just accept this handsome boy's proposal. After all, this is a win-win situation. It not only protects Tianyan from being bullied, but also allows you to vent your anger. And once you have something to do, you won't be causing trouble all the time. As soon as the words fell, the destructive force emitted by Tian Yulin was immediately nailed to the spot. No matter how hard Tian Yulin tried, she couldn't move forward even a little bit. At the same time, a hole suddenly appeared in the sky. Chapter 563 Unexpected Invitation. By Qingyan. Looking at the woman walking out of the space crack, Tian Yulin's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. At this moment, she suddenly felt that today must have some meaning for her. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so unlucky. First, there is someone who dares to think about her. Then he met the enemy of his life. After we return, we must write this date into our ancestral teachings no matter what. From now on, anyone who dares to run around on this day will have their legs broken. But even though she was depressed, she was quite eloquent. After organizing his words a bit, he immediately retorted, "White Fox, you have spoken your heart out. Still a handsome young man. You're not ashamed. When you learned to give birth to children, the world hadn't even started to form yet. This is really hurtful. After all, any woman doesn't like to mention her age. You." And Bai Qingyan was indeed very angry. But her mood also recovered quickly. Then, shameful. What's so shameful about love between a man and a woman? As for age, for monks like us, is that a problem? And don't you think we are a good match? After all, if the two of us get together, then at least you won't be able to leave today. I believe that it won't be long before the news that Yulin Tianzun has become a pet will spread directly throughout the universe. The more he talked, the more amused Bai Qingyan became. At the same time, she did not forget to roll her eyes at Cao Wenbin. But it was obvious that she did this just to make her words more credible. I'm not trying to seduce anyone. But just this one glance made her sky-blue pupils shrink unconsciously. Deep in his eyes, there was shock. Of course, it wasn't Cao Wenbin himself who shocked her. But it is Cao Wenbin's unattainable level of life. Plus the jade pendant around his waist. How could he have this thing? Could he be? I don't know what she was thinking about, but as time went by, her beautiful body trembled more and more violently. However, no one noticed her abnormality. Because Tian Yulin's reaction was even greater than hers. Look, almost in the blink of an eye, Tian Yulin and the people from Linglong Valley flew back to the horizon. Immediately afterwards, a huge space crack appeared behind her. Bai Qingyan, can you please show some promise? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by everyone by selling your body to resolve our grievances? Besides, although this kid has some background, he is still far behind the Dragon Roar Sword sect. The reason why Situ helps you with everything is because you never look for him. He still has hope, but once this hope is gone. The tone is urgent, obviously scared, but that's true. This time, they only brought 3 masters from the heavenly Tao realm. And what about the opponent? There are 4 on Cao Wenbin's side. There are 3 on Bai Qingyan's side. If she fights alone, she is not afraid of anyone in Linglong Valley. There is even confidence in winning. But if it's 1 against 2, that's definitely asking for trouble. After all, whether it is the right time, the right place, or the right people, they have none of them. There is no way to fight this battle. Even if they fight with all their might, they can only take away a few of the other side's people at most. Did it work? Or are they also afraid of getting hurt? But the tension was short-lived. Not long after, she breathed a sigh of relief. Because she discovered that Bai Qingyan, this slutty vixen, had no intention of pressing on with her victory. But even so, she didn't plan to stay long. It's not that she is cruel and doesn't want to continue saving people. There is really no hope of success. Therefore, boy, you're lucky today. Thank goodness you met this slutty fox. But next time, you definitely won't have this kind of luck. Remember, in the next few days, you must treat Tianyan and Lanshan well. Otherwise, next time we meet, I will definitely skin you alive. After she finished speaking, she turned around and walked towards the space crack. But just as she was about to disappear, a cold snort suddenly entered her ears. You think you're the only one who says such harsh words. Remember, in the next period of time, you must move your legs more. It will save you from crying out for help when the time comes. She paused, and then a murderous aura suddenly burst out from Tian Yulin's body. There was no way, she really couldn't help it. After all, over the past millions of years, there are really not many people who dare to speak to her like this. But in the end, she didn't say anything more. After leaving a cold snort, he disappeared completely. You're quite temperamental. But it doesn't matter, I'm a tyrant and I'm always tough. Looking at her back, the corners of Cao Wenbin's mouth quickly curled up. A person who is on the list and ranked first actually dares to challenge him. This is purely asking for trouble. Of course, he didn't waste too much energy on this back view. Soon, his attention shifted to Bai Qingyan, who was still in a daze. Thank you so much, beautiful lady. Don't worry, I'm a person who always repays favors. From now on, if you need anything, just give me a call. No matter where you are, I will be there. Bai Qingyan trembled all over when she was named. Then he slowly came to his senses. Then she laughed. In an instant, the flowers bloomed. The original murderous atmosphere was completely swept away. Handsome boy, you are so polite. To be honest, this time, I'm just the icing on the cake. It didn't have any significant effect at all. So thank you is unnecessary. But if you have time, could you come to my Yaoqi Wonderland? I have something extremely important to discuss with you. At the beginning, her tone was still a little frivolous. But the more she spoke, the more serious her expression became. And if you look closely, you can see a hint of nervousness in her eyes. Obviously, she is afraid of being rejected. But, she was really overthinking it. Cao Wenbin has refused so many things in his life. But the only thing I have never rejected is beautiful women. This is not. Of course there's no problem with going there. After all, I've long wanted to see the legendary Supreme Plane. It saves me from being called a bumpkin all the time. But I'm really curious. How important is this matter? Why do we have to go to you to discuss it? Or is it that sister's real intention is not to drink, but to spend the night with me? This made Bai Qingyan even happier. Then she tossed her hair in an unusually charming manner. You're not wrong to think so. Because if we really have a good chat, I really don't mind chewing on the young grass again. Chapter 564 High-end stuff from the highest plane. Husband, are you really going to keep the appointment? With our high-end combat power, we can't stand outside. If someone plots against me. Bai Qingyan walked very coolly. Even more charming. Not to mention Cao Wenbin, even Zhongzhou, that woman, was confused by what she saw. However, as a good wife, she expressed her concerns immediately. After all, although they have not yet left this small piece of land, they have offended quite a few people. As long as this matter today spreads, no matter whether it is Tian Yulin's pursuers, Bai Qingyan's pursuers, or Tianyan's pursuers, they will definitely regard them as thorns in their eyes and thorns in their flesh. If one is not handled properly, it will definitely be a disaster. It's definitely impossible to go now. But who can say for sure what will happen in the future? As I said before, as long as it's the path I want to take, any thorns are just decorations. Besides watching me knock on the door they've always dreamed of, there's nothing else they can do. Looking at the gradually disappearing space crack, Cao Wenbin smiled. Then, a pill suddenly appeared in his hand. It was none other than the true spirit pill that Tianyan had gone to great lengths to give him. A supreme divine object containing the essence, blood and residual souls of many demon gods. After eating it, your strength will definitely take a qualitative leap. Jian, I'm going to retreat first. Whatever happens next, just discuss it with Sister Yuener. Don't be afraid of failure, just try it boldly. By the way, please take some time to bring Mother over. She's been clamoring to see Tianyan for a long time. It wasn't safe before, but now it's safe. If I were to stop her, she would definitely give me a beating. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin disappeared from the spot. But unlike him, Zhongzhou, who was left there, was completely numb. As for the reason, beep beep, the 17th day of the 3rd month of the highest calendar. After all, this was just an ordinary day. But a notification sound made all the wealthy monks in the world who were not in seclusion explode in panic. The sound came from a mark on their wrist. Of course, this is not a birthmark. After all, birthmarks don't make any noise. It is even more impossible to be exactly the same. It was a product launched by Yingtian Academy 500,000 years ago. 30,000 supreme stones for one. After wearing it, as long as you integrate your mental power into it, you can enter a virtual platform. Feel free to view any information you want. After so many years of development, the content on the platform has become quite complete. Even if you say you can give me whatever I want, it will never pass. As for the prompt that pops up this time, Tianyan is pregnant, and Lanshan is humiliated. The vast Linglong Valley was actually defeated in the lower realm. Is the other party too perverted, or is the Holy Land on the decline? The details are all under control. That's right, the name of this platform is Mastery. It means that everything in the world is under your control. And the person in charge of this platform is obviously a talented person. This title is so eye-catching. But precisely because of this, within just a few moments, hundreds of millions of comments appeared under the article corresponding to this title. Holy crap, is this so shocking? The jade-faced Yama was actually captured by someone from the lower realm. And he was toyed with for over a month. Damn, what courage does this take? Lan Shan may look attractive, but she also has a strong aura. If it were me, I probably wouldn't dare to go up even if I took some medicine. Come on, he's already got Tianyan pregnant, so why would he care about a jade-faced Yama? You know, she's Tian Yulin's granddaughter, and Lu Zhilin's fiancé. Does anyone know the number of the person who's in charge? Circle it quickly, I want to go and see him. They probably haven't entered the realm of control yet. After all, they're a newly emerged force, so they might not even know what control is. The plane of gods and demons. It seems this force is about to rise. 4 people in the heavenly Tao realm, born half a step into the Holy Land, how awesome. I don't think so. Although their high-end combat power is enough, even many half-step holy places cannot compare to them. But their foundation should still be far behind. According to my estimation, they should be rated as a first-class force. Not enough foundation. Tian Yulin couldn't defeat the opponent even when she personally took action. Doesn't that mean she doesn't have enough foundation? Don't say you underestimated the enemy. Losing is losing. No excuses will hold water. No surprises. This topic quickly became the hottest topic. Everyone is talking about it. Those who make a living by controlling others are even more crazy about taking advantage of the popularity. Even if Xiaoyao sect and Linglong Valley joined forces, they still couldn't suppress it. So, bang. Seeing the increasing popularity, Lu Zhilin, who had just taken power, crushed the teacup in his hand. His eyes were filled with anger. He never thought that he would lose another game before he even met Cao Wenbin again. And the defeat was quite complete. Green-haired leader. What the hell is this called? What made him even more angry was that Yingtian Academy didn't even give him any face at all. He has even offered a price for an innate treasure, but he still refuses to block information related to this matter. Damn it, it's still AF King Academy. All the books have gone to the dogs. They're just killing the donkey after it's done its work. Have they forgotten that we also made great efforts when promoting this thing? If I had known this. The more he thought about it, the angrier Lu Zhilin became. But in the end, he still forced himself to calm down. After all, neither of these two opponents is easy to deal with. There is no need to mention Yingtian Academy. It is a holy place in itself. There are students all over the world. Once you have mastered it, things will get even better. And the continent of gods and demons has obviously also undergone a transformation. Otherwise, it would be impossible to force Tian Yulin to retreat. So we must take a long-term view. But how could a force at the heavenly Tao realm be so easy to deal with? He had lost several clumps of hair, but still couldn't come up with any clever tricks. Junior brother. But just as he was scratching his head, the woman sitting below him slowly stood up. Very charming. Her whole body is full of mature charm. Of course, anyone who can sit in the conference room will definitely not be an easy person to deal with. If you look closely, you can find that this woman's aura is no less than Yin Qingzhou's. Sister Nancy, what's wrong with you? Or have you figured out a solution? And the facts have proved that this woman is indeed extraordinary. As soon as she opened her mouth, Lu Zhilin, the young master of the valley, immediately stood up. Very easygoing attitude. Chapter 565. Everyone has his own little plan. There's no such thing as a perfect solution. But I just figured out a way to make these two forces bleed. Tell me, if the mastery, sold by Yingtian Academy to the continent of gods and demons explodes at the right moment, what will happen? Nancy didn't keep it a secret. After attracting everyone's attention, she lightly told them her plan. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. What happens? That would naturally cause heaven and earth to shake. As long as the news spreads, the reputation of Yingtian Academy will inevitably drop significantly. After all, mastery is something that everyone has bought with real money. If it can be detonated remotely, doesn't that mean you've bought yourself a bomb? Who can stand this? As for the continent of gods and demons, that place has just been connected to the highest plane. Ordinary cultivators definitely cannot obtain the supreme stone. In other words, the one who can afford to master must be someone around Cao Wenbin. If this were to explode suddenly, how could we not avenge ourselves? Good idea. Senior sister Nancy truly deserves to be the backbone of my Xiaoyao sect. At the critical moment, he really can hold on. After figuring it out, Lu Zhilan jumped up immediately. His face was full of excitement. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Soon, he collapsed back into the chair, because he suddenly remembered that the production place of this master was top secret. Yingtian Academy is keeping it a secret very strictly. There has been no news so far. Not even any gossip. So they have no way to do anything. But just when he was about to shake his head and sigh, Nancy spoke again. Junior brother, are you considering how to proceed? Actually, it's very simple. At this time, the God and Demon continent has not yet established a teleportation array. There definitely won't be many people who dare to do business there. So we just need to take the formation master to wait outside the God and Demon continent. Come one and catch one. And those who are sent out to sell things will definitely not have much status in Yingtian Academy. Then we just need to appeal to their emotions and reason with them, and we will definitely make them submit. The arrangement is really clear. Watertight. So, while Lu Zhilan secretly admired him, he just became a hands-off boss. Senior sister is truly far-sighted. In that case, let senior sister handle this. After I have avenged my great hatred, junior brother will reward me handsomely. And Nancy had obviously been waiting for this sentence. So without even hesitating, he nodded directly. At the same time, the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up into a beautiful arc. Why is she so positive? That's because she can benefit from it. She actually disliked Tianyan for a long time. After all, in the original plan of her master and mistress, the position of the future Valley Master's wife belonged to her. It was because of Tianyan's interference that her status plummeted. She had no chance before, so she could only endure it. But now that we have the opportunity, we certainly can't waste it. Becoming a pregnant woman. Humph, this is just the beginning. After this, I will make you a laughingstock in the whole world. I'll never show up again. Xiaoyao sect belongs to me, no one can take it away from me. Buzz. Unnamed island, master bedroom. Cao Wenbin, who had been in seclusion for nearly a year, suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately afterwards, an extremely terrifying aura spread rapidly. If other people saw this scene, they would definitely jump up in shock. Because this is the aura that only a 12th grade emperor can possess. A 12th rank official who is less than 30 years old. Not to mention the two realms of immortals and demons, even in the supreme plane, how many have appeared. And this is obviously not the main gain this time. Look, Cao Wenbin just moved his neck slightly and did nothing else, but the space around him suddenly twisted. It was obvious that he couldn't bear it anymore. Have both the soul and body reached the half-step heavenly Tao realm. It exceeded expectations. It seems that in the future, I just need to find a way to improve my realm. As long as we can catch up with this last shortcoming, we can start sprinting across that gap between heaven and earth. The more he thought about it, the bigger the smile on Cao Wenbin's face became. Then he disappeared directly into the room. After all, it's such a happy moment, so it's natural to find someone to have fun with. Isn't Lan Shan still not convinced? In this case, let him know what absolute power is. Although the idea was good, when he appeared in front of Zhongzhou and others, he was completely stunned. Because these women were all laughing foolishly for no reason. Without a single exception. What are you doing? Since it was a subconscious murmur, the sound was not loud. But it's enough. The next moment, all the women woke up in shock. Then Zhongzhou quickly handed him a pure white bracelet as if she was presenting a treasure. Husband, take it with you. Then fill in the information. There are many beautiful women dancing in here. Spend some supreme stones and you can even see the big show. It's definitely to your liking. I have to say, the highest plane is the highest plane. There are so many good things. I never thought that such a small bracelet could have so many functions. It can even allow two people in different dimensions to communicate in real time. No need to wait at all. It's like we're face to face. This time, Cao Wenbin was even more confused. If not everyone was there, he would have thought he had traveled back to Blue Star again. Because no matter how you listen to Zhongzhou's words, it sounds like she is talking on a certain audio platform. Could it be that I met my fellow countrymen again? But that's true. In such a small fairyland, I can even meet Wu Chengchen. With such a vast supreme plane, plus billions of small worlds, it's not surprising that a few fellow countrymen appear. After shaking his head, Cao Wenbin reached out and took the white bracelet. As for why so anxious? He swore that he simply wanted to compare the difference between this cultivation version of TikTok and the Blue Star version of TikTok. I definitely don't want to see a big show. However, as soon as his fingers touched the bracelet, his expression suddenly changed. Then, without saying anything, he waved his hand and activated all the formations on the nameless island. Directly cut off all information. Chapter 566 Annual Ceremony. Husband, you are. Zhongzhou and others were a little confused. However, they still took off their bracelets as soon as possible. The action is quite fast. They believe that Cao Wenbin would never do anything without a purpose. And the facts have proved that they are right. As the laws of time around Cao Wenbin exploded, the bracelet, which had been insignificant and harmless to humans and animals, suddenly exploded out of thin air. And the power is quite amazing. If they were caught off guard, most of the people here would probably have to go through the 6 realms of reincarnation. Oh my god. A trace of cold sweat suddenly appeared on the foreheads of the women. At the same time, they also understood why the bracelet didn't explode before. Because it is waiting for Cao Wenbin. The person who arranged all this must have already understood their general information. That's why we made this setting on purpose. What a vicious heart. No, we can't just let this go. We must ask Yingtian Academy for an explanation. By the way, the 5-yearly mastery competition is about to begin. It is said to be the largest one ever. Lots of celebrities will be there. The attention is quite high. How about we go and make a big scene? And these bracelets that haven't exploded yet are the evidence. I'm not afraid they won't admit it. Hearing this, Cao Wenbin's eyes suddenly lit up. Although he knew very well that this was most likely not done by Yingtian Academy. But this is a problem, we still have to find it. After all, they are the ones selling the stuff. No matter what, there is no way to escape the crime of negligence. Besides, only by finding them first can we uncover the real culprit behind the scenes. So after just a few breaths, Cao Wenbin nodded. Okay. Then let's go join in the fun. It's a good opportunity to increase our visibility. It's been almost a year since I merged into the Supreme Plane, and I don't even have a small world to pay my respects to. It's really too cheap. After saying that, Cao Wenbin asked a few people to pack up. He himself ran towards a small courtyard not far away. He had already sensed it just now. That was Lin Xian's residence. I didn't have time before, so I can't talk about it. But now that I have some free time, I naturally have to go and have some fun. After all, no matter how awesome you are still a child in front of your mother. Unfortunately, he was hit by a stick as soon as he entered the yard. This is not. Stinky boy, stop messing around. Otherwise, I'll make you remember what stir-fried pork on a bamboo board is all about. Cao Wenbin was stunned. Then he shook his head helplessly. At this moment, Lin Xian looked at him vigilantly, just like she was guarding against a thief. And the person he was protecting behind him was none other than his sister Xiu. Depend on. Am I so unreliable? Although he thought so, his body was quite honest. The words of invitation came out of her mouth subconsciously. Sister Xiu, we are going to the Supreme Plane to participate in an event later. There are a lot of fun things. Do you want to go for a stroll too? Eyes full of anticipation. But the next moment, is there such a good thing? Then why don't I go with you? A wry smile. Afterwards, Cao Wenbin didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore. Take Lin Xian with you. Damn, that's asking for trouble. So, without saying anything, he immediately shifted his attention. His eyes fell directly on Tianyan, who was basking in the sun. But it would have been better if he hadn't looked at it. After taking a look, he was completely stunned. Because a year has passed, and Tianyan's belly has not changed at all. It is still the same size now as it was before. Idiot. With my strength, it would take at least 300 years to give birth to a complete life. And Tianyan obviously saw his confusion. So he rolled his eyes at me the first moment. And after saying this, he got up and went into the house. It was obvious that even after being imprisoned for over a year, she still refused to give in. But what she didn't expect was that before she could even close the door, Cao Wenbin actually followed her in. Ah, the highest plain, southwest. This is the territory of Yingtian Academy. It is also the place with the most people in the Supreme Plain. It's not that the supplies here are so abundant. How nourishing the water and soil are to people. But here you have the opportunity to get guidance from experts. Unlike other holy places where strangers are off limits, Yingtian Academy is the only holy place open to everyone. Except for the core areas, you can enter other places freely just by registering. It is precisely because of this that anyone without any background in the world is trying their best to settle here. After all, if you are lucky enough to get some guidance from a famous teacher, you will most likely be successful. Of course, no matter how many people there were in the past, they could not be compared with today. Because in a few hours, the opening ceremony of the annual competition will begin. In order to witness this grand occasion, the entrance of the academy has already been surrounded by 3 layers of people. The only place where no one stood was the red carpet extending from the academy. Obviously, this is a channel reserved for the big guys. Anyone who does not have enough strength and status will become the target of public criticism if he steps on others recklessly. And the fact is, it is indeed so. Look, the first person who dared to pass by was a person in the heavenly Dao realm, plus a beautiful woman. Fuck. As soon as this pair appeared, the scene immediately exploded. Isn't this the ancestor of the Wanshu clan? How could a figure of his rank come to this kind of gathering in person? How demeaning. Even if he wanted to flatter Yingtian Academy, sending his son would have been enough. Isn't it obvious? He's here to support Xiao Dao. Hey, this is my goddess. I've been eyeing her for 1,000 years. I never thought she would be won over by an old man in the end. Just be open-minded. After all, most of these women choose live streaming to increase their value so they can marry into a wealthy family. Actually, you're not at a disadvantage, brother. After all, you didn't give anything, and you only saw 80% of the other person's experience. What else do you want? It seems that there is not much suspense about who will be the goddess of mastery this time. With the support of the 10,000 Trees Patriarch, no one else can compete with this small path. That's not necessarily true. Don't forget, she's not the only one who can flatter others. Other women can do it too. Look, there's another one coming. Oh my god, another master from the heavenly Dao realm. Damn, is this competition so intense? Chapter 567 You don't keep your word. Buzz. Buzz. In the following time, the sound of space vibration never stopped. And the status of the people who came was higher than the other. As a result, the onlookers were completely stunned. At the same time, a vague guess arose in their hearts. That is the annual ceremony this time, there should be additional programs. Otherwise, it would be impossible for so many big guys to appear. None of the 9 holy places are bad. Although those who came were only senior disciples, not the masters of the Holy Land. But even so, it was a grand occasion that had not been seen in 10,000 years. Well, she's worthy of being a fairy from the Yaoqi Holy Land. She's so stunning. Those guys who are flirting with each other can't even be compared with him. As Bai Qingyan's apprentice Ji Xinju slowly walked down the red carpet, the onlookers finally dared to move towards the red carpet. After all, I have visited all 9 holy places. That proves that this debut ceremony is completely over. You don't have to follow all the rules anymore. As for those who are late, there's no time to even pretend to be dead. If we continue to make such a big fuss, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? But at this moment, buzz. The space was torn apart again, and then 6 figures landed on the red carpet at a rapid speed. 1 man and 5 women. Immediately afterwards, a burst of energy suddenly burst out from one of them. Those who originally wanted to get closer to the red carpet were directly bounced away. The onlookers were all stunned. What is going on? Someone actually dared to suppress the 9 holy places. Are you sure you're not kidding? You're really looking for death? No, we must retreat quickly. Otherwise, you'll be covered in blood. I bought this new dress yesterday. Although these people have already seen that there are 5 people in the heavenly Dao realm in this newly emerged force. But they still don't think that this group of arrogant people can cause any waves. The farce here quickly attracted the attention of the 9 holy places. Especially Ji Xinju, who had just walked to the gate, turned around immediately. But what no one expected was that after Ji Xinju figured out what was going on, not only did he not get angry, but he also showed a look of joy. Then he ran to the man's side. Master Cao, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. But you are so dishonest. A year ago, you made an agreement with my master that you would go to Yaoqi Fairyland to find her as soon as you had time. But now, you're running around. If she knew this, how sad would she be? The voice is full of playfulness. The expression is quite intimate. Boom. No surprises. The onlookers who saw everything were immediately furious. Holy crap, are these guys from the demon god continent? The ones who suddenly appeared a year ago. I was wondering why that woman in the embrace looked so familiar. It turned out to be jade-faced Yama Lanshan. She's so docile. Did she get played around with? Fuck, what kind of good fortune is this? 5 heavenly Dao realm people surrounding him. Damn it, what kind of kidney is this? Even if it's made of celestial gold crystal, it will definitely be scrapped within 100 years. This guy must have strengths. Otherwise, these heavenly Dao realm masters would never look at him like this. Although Ji Shinju didn't reveal much information. At most, it's just a name. But the onlookers were able to identify the identities of Cao Wenbin and others at the first moment. After all, in recent years, if you ask who is the most popular, Cao Wenbin is second, and no one dares to say he is first. Tianyan is pregnant and Lanshan is humiliated. This has almost become a catchy saying. Of course, they weren't the only ones who reacted. Yin Qingzhou, who had just entered not long ago, quickly rushed out. Then, Cao Wenbin, you are really crazy. I never thought you'd dare to run out. You don't think that if you carry all your wealth with you, no one can do anything to you, do you? As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely violent aura suddenly emerged from his surroundings. The whole person turned into a giant blade. Obviously, what he is best at is the law of the sword. There should also be a sure win rule. Because Cao Wenbin could clearly feel that this attack was unavoidable. There is no other way except to fight hard. But before Cao Wenbin's people could react, Ji Shinju quit. Yin Qingzhou, you're itching for trouble, aren't you? How dare you call for the killing of the distinguished guests from my Yaoqi holy land? Believe it or not, I'll give you a skin right now. Let you make a fool of yourself again. This was said with great confidence. If nothing unexpected happens, Yin Qingzhou should have been at a disadvantage in all previous confrontations. And the fact is, it is indeed so. Look, although Yin Qingzhou's face turned red with anger, he still didn't dare to move. The look he gave Ji Shinju was also filled with solemnity. But just when he didn't know what to do, a voice that sounded like the sound of nature suddenly rang out. Brother Qingzhou, just go ahead and take action. After all, the hatred of having one's wife stolen is irreconcilable. As for Ji Shinju, my senior sister will stop it for you. Yin Qingzhou was overjoyed. Afterwards, he didn't bother to be polite with Lu Zhilin and Nancy, and the swordlight that had been brewing for a long time immediately fell towards Cao Wenbin's head. If this blow hits someone hard, not only will there be a bottomless hole on the head, but even on the ground. You dare. Ji Shinju was furious. But before she could let go, Nancy appeared in front of her. Being blocked like this, it was already too late for her to rescue. Boom. However, what no one expected was that the troops that came to meet Cao Wenbin were not their original team. Instead, it was the jade-faced Yama, Lanshan, who was captured. That's impossible. Seeing Lanshan taking several steps back before she was able to get rid of the recoil force, Yin Qingzhou went crazy. There was disbelief in his eyes. The hostage fought with the people who wanted to rescue her. Is there anything more ridiculous in the world than this? But soon, Yin Qingzhou reacted. Then he looked at Cao Wenbin with a sinister look on his face. Tell me, what kind of magic potion did you feed her? How can we resolve this? If you don't tell me the truth today, I'm going to kill you. Cao Wenbin curled his lips in extreme disdain. Scared people. He is afraid of everything in his life, but the last thing he is afraid of is being scared. Therefore, what did I feed her? Is that even necessary? You should know it very well. Haven't you noticed that her temperament has changed a lot? Chapter 568. Is there something fishy going on in the conference? Brother Qingzhou, you should leave. We may meet each other in the mountains and rivers, but we will never meet again. From now on, just pretend you've never seen me. Cao Wenbin's words were very irritating, but they were still within Yin Qingzhou's acceptable range. After all, he was mentally prepared. Just as Cao Wenbin said before, how could any man be able to resist such a defenseless beauty? But Lanshan's words were like a sharp sword, piercing directly into his vitals. His defense was broken in an instant. Yin Qingzhou's face was full of disbelief. The whole person was shaking wildly. Then he subconsciously prepared to take action. When in doubt, resort to knife, this is his life motto. But seeing Lan Shan coming forward again, he held back this time. Then, without saying a word, he turned around and left. Boom. As soon as he left, there was an explosion near the gate. This is the second time. This is the second time Linglong Valley has been defeated by the gods and demons continent. And this time, they even have the Xiaoyao sect's help. Damn, what the hell is going on? Is it that the gods and demons are the natural nemesis of Linglong? No, what's going on with Yao Kai Holy Land? Why is it so kind to the divine demon continent? Are the rumors true? Are Fairy Qingyan and this guy surnamed Cao really having an affair? What nonsense. These two people are not even from the same world. Who is Fairy Qingyan? One of the two beauties in the universe. And a top-notch expert. It's no exaggeration to say that if they were really together, Fairy Qingyan would just turn over and that Cao would turn into the purest energy between heaven and earth. There would be no possibility of resurrection. That's right. If the two of them were together, even a simple contact would be a devastating blow to this Cao. Not to mention doing anything else. Last round's power rankings were so unfair. How could a force that had defeated Linglong Valley twice in a row possibly be a first-rate force? Even a half-step Saint Land couldn't possibly achieve this kind of feat. Everyone is talking about it. However, the focus of the discussion was not on Yin Qingzhou. After all, he is just a defeated general. There is nothing to discuss at all. Anyone who is not stupid can see clearly that the eldest senior brother of Linglong Valley is out. Therefore, the gossip about Bai Qingyan and Cao Wenbin is the most eye-catching. Of course, it's not just these insignificant people who are interested. As Bai Qingyan's apprentice, Ji Xinju was also very curious. She also didn't understand why her master was so nice to this little man. He does look a bit handsome. The talent is indeed beyond words. She had never reached the level of a 12th rank emperor in her 20s. But even so, there is no need to pay for it. No. I have to find out why. Thinking of this, her beautiful big eyes rolled around a few times, and then she quickly moved to Cao Wenbin's side. Then, Mr. Cao, you are probably not familiar with this place. So, do you mind having more guides? Don't worry, I won't charge you. In consideration of the agreement between you and my master, I will do voluntary labor today. She didn't ask directly, because she knew very well that even if she asked, she would never get an answer. So she plans to make indirect attacks in the coming period. But what she didn't know was that this was exactly what Cao Wenbin wanted. After all, the goddess record just moved. Therefore, of course not. Being invited by a beautiful woman is such a blessing that I can't even ask for it. Come on, let's go in together. Miss G, Mr. Cao, please come this way. I have to say that Cao Wenbin's choice was extremely correct. If they come in by themselves, they will probably have to sit in the public area in the back row. No matter how incredible his previous performance was. It's still useless. Because Yingtian Academy probably didn't expect them to come. So there is no room left at all. But when Ji Xinju came in together, the situation was completely different. Beautiful girl leads the way. Straight to the front of the venue. There are also special booths. Even if there are suddenly several more people, it is still extremely spacious. Is this girl also from the academy? I don't know if there are many of this quality. If it's a lot, then I really have to consider whether I should study again. Looking at the leaving etiquette lady, Cao Wenbin did not hide anything. He started to make fun of it immediately. Puff. When Ji Xinju heard this, he immediately laughed out loud. Then, she should be a teacher in the academy. And it's the most popular kind. The quantity will never exceed one handful. As for further studies, this is really good. After all, according to the tradition of the Supreme Plane, students cannot graduate until they are 30 years old at the earliest. You're clearly not up to par. How about it, do you want to give it a try? I can ask someone to put you in the class of that teacher just now. And with your abilities, Master Cao, it won't be long before you can be in the classroom with this teacher. Cao Wenbin is very moved. After all, it's exciting just thinking about it. But in the end, he still shook his head. There's nothing I can do, it's just that he has too many things to do. I don't have time to deal with these useless things. At the same time, he also realized that although Ji Shinju looked harmless and cute, but it is definitely not an easy task. Let's just forget it. She is only a half-step supreme being, and her cultivation level is on par with mine. Letting her teach is a complete waste of time. By the way, you all came together this time, so I guess you have something to discuss. Can you tell me? Cao Wenbin said it very casually. During this time, I also drank some tea that the beautiful teacher had poured for me. But after hearing these words, Ji Shinju fell silent. The mischievous look on his face also disappeared completely. Obviously, this matter is really important. She needs to weigh the pros and cons. Of course, it may also be necessary to ask for instructions. But she didn't let Cao Wenbin wait too long. After 2 more sips of tea, a smile appeared on her face again. Master Cao, let's make it clear first. I can tell you what's going on, but you have to control your temper. What's fun? Let's solve it slowly. Not surprisingly, Cao Wenbin's brows immediately furrowed. He is not stupid. Naturally, I understood the meaning of these words. That secret thing was actually targeting him. You can say whatever you want, I still have some self-control. Chapter 569 The Origin of the 9 Holy Lands. It was revealed not long ago that you have mastered the laws of reincarnation and have already established the 6 paths of reincarnation. And I think you know the allure of this thing. Every single one of those masters whose deadlines are approaching has gone crazy. Some of them even got completely drunk on the spot. Judging from the updates he posted, he's so happy he's almost lost his mind. But they also know that you are not easy to deal with. So they decided to take advantage of this opportunity to recruit more helpers. And as far as I know, they have prepared 3 plans in total. As long as there are enough people supporting it, they will execute it immediately. One way is to stand on the moral high ground and force you to hand it over. If you can't hold it back, then everyone will be happy. But if you don't buy it, they're going to exchange it for a piece of land. The initial plan is to build a fairy island. The area there is no smaller than your continent of gods and demons. The location is excellent. As for this, you don't accept it. Ji Shinju didn't say anything else. But Cao Wenbin understood it immediately. So, he just laughed. Of course, I was angry. He remembered the story he had heard when he was a child, about exchanging glass beads for gold. What a bunch of robbers. When you are truly reincarnated, if Grandpa doesn't send you to the animal realm, it will be considered that you have a strong destiny. However, although he was furious in his heart, his eyes still fixed on Ji Shinju at the first moment. Then what do you think of Yaoqi Holy Land? Are you also planning to ask us to hand it over? Without any hesitation, Ji Shinju shook his little head like a rattle. How is that possible? Before I set out, Master specifically told me that no matter what, I must vote against it. If you still can't convince those people to give up the idea of attacking you, you can even use your veto power. He looks extremely serious. Obviously, Bai Qingyan really said so. This chick isn't making this up. But her words completely confused Cao Wenbin. A veto? Is this how the world works? And Ji Shinju obviously saw his confusion. So this time, without waiting for him to ask, she took the initiative to explain. 3 million years ago, the Supreme Plane was not as peaceful as it is now. At that time, the beasts fed on all living things. There's devastation everywhere. Over time, sentient beings can no longer bear it. In a short period of time, a beast-slaying army was formed. That battle was so fierce that the sky turned dark and the earth turned black, and the mountains and rivers were shattered. All the islands you can see now are fragments of that battle. But although the beast is strong, it has no brains after all. So after paying a certain price, the Beast Slayer Alliance finally achieved victory. Of course, we have won, but a difficult problem is now facing the coalition forces. That means there are 9 ferocious beasts that cannot be killed no matter what. If it's sealed, it must be suppressed by a master. Otherwise, it won't be long before it escapes. Once again, it will bring disaster to all living beings. So, out of sheer desperation, the 9 strongest men in the coalition each took away a ferocious beast and suppressed it in his own place of practice. And this is the origin of the 9 holy places. As for the veto power, it was created during a quarrel among the major factions. To use that person's words, if you're forcing me, then I'll go back and ask my ancestors to release the beasts, and we'll all be finished. To be honest, this threat is nothing to the Holy Land. But for other forces, it was like a bolt from the blue. So in order to keep him in check, a veto was proposed. All 9 holy places have them. From now on, any proposal that the 9 sacred grounds find displeasing can be directly rejected. No matter who or what has been rejected, no one is allowed to mention it again. This time, Cao Wenbin understood everything. At the same time, he also understood that even if Ji Xinzhu really used his veto power, this matter would definitely not be over. As long as those old guys can get the support of a holy place, they will definitely dare to act in secret. After all, it's just talk, but no one will really release the ferocious beast. Because that's not good for anyone. It seems that it is still a chicken to be killed. Otherwise, there's no way to control the monkey. Thinking of this, a gleam of light suddenly flashed in Cao Wenbin's eyes. At the same time, the opening ceremony also happened to begin. Warm-up show, beautiful girls dancing together. No one can remain calm when seeing those long legs all over the stage. Master Cao, if you find one you like, you must remember the number. Because when we choose the goddess, we'll need someone to be generous. Of course, there will be rewards if you work hard. The person who is elected will stay with those who support him for 100 years. This is an unspoken rule. No one has destroyed it in hundreds of thousands of years. I have to say that Ji Xinzhu, the guide, is really responsible. As soon as the new thing appeared, she immediately explained the details to Cao Wenbin. And extremely detailed. Unfortunately, Cao Wenbin has no interest in this. These women are indeed beautiful. After all, there is no beauty in mastery. If you don't have some real ingredients, you won't be able to kill it all. But even if she is beautiful, can she be more beautiful than Shifeng, or more beautiful than Tianyan? His appetite has long been spoiled. So the next moment, dozens of white bracelets suddenly appeared in his hands. This is. Ji Xinzhu was stunned. Then his eyes suddenly narrowed. Unlike Cao Wenbin and others, she has seen the authentic version. Therefore, even though her body did not have the ability to warn, and she did not know the laws of time, she still discovered the difference in her mastery of these. Has anyone tampered with it? Can it explode? Come on, I'll take you there to get an explanation. As soon as she finished speaking, she stood up. Very immoral. After all, with the height of several people, it would block the view. However, no one dared to say anything. And the speed of these people is naturally beyond reproach. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at another booth. Everyone, this is. Looking at Ji Xinzhu, who was coming at him aggressively with an unhappy look on his face, Ying Sheng, the vice president of Yingtian Academy, immediately tensed up. The brain started working at high speed immediately. But after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure out where he had offended this girl. Chapter 570 Blackmail. Playing dumb. Come, I'll show you something fun. I really didn't expect that your Yingtian Academy, while teaching and educating people, is also engaged in the arms business on the side. Looking at Ying Sheng, who was bewildered, Ji Xinzhu smiled coldly, and then lightly threw out a few bracelets. She didn't give it all. Because she wants to keep evidence. It's better for Yingtian Academy to refuse to admit it. If an outsider can easily discover a problem, then Ying Sheng, one of the developers, naturally cannot be fooled. With just one glance, he discovered that each of these bracelets had an explosion magic circle. It's quite powerful. Someone is trying to cause trouble. The pupils shrank suddenly. Then a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. He knew very well that if this matter was not handled properly, it would definitely cause a major blow to Yingtian Academy. So he didn't dare to argue. After a glance, the person behind him suddenly disappeared. If nothing unexpected happens, they should go and catch the people involved in this matter. Then he made another gesture of invitation. How about sitting down for a while? Don't worry, I will give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter. No matter who we find out, we will never cover up for them. You're welcome. Cao Wenbin and others sat down immediately. Of course, even if the other party admitted defeat, Ji Xinzhu still didn't stop talking. You'd better keep your word. By the way, you probably don't know who bought these bracelets yet. I'm telling you, it's the one next to me. The Lord of the Demon God Continent, and also my master's husband. If you dare to pretend to obey but secretly disobey, it won't be me who will show up next time. But it's my master. Ying Sheng's mouth twitched. Bai Qingyan's husband. Can you still talk nonsense a little more? Why don't you say he is God? However, although he thought so, he did not refute it. Instead, he nodded in cooperation. After all, he knew very well that this woman was a crazy person. Now they are not in the right, so we must keep them stable. Otherwise, what made him happy was that his men were also quite powerful this time. He came back quickly without even drinking a cup of tea. Vice President, I've checked it out. The person in charge of selling these bracelets is Teacher Meng's younger brother. He is considered our direct descendant. But for some reason, he never came back after he left. I have tried many ways to ask, but I still haven't received a response. Even though I threatened him with my life card, he still ignored me. The smile froze. Then Ying Sheng's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. What made him even more depressed was that before he could come up with a solution, Cao Wenbin and others who had just been drinking tea with him suddenly stood up. It's obvious that he's not going to talk anymore. But that's true. If it were him, he would definitely turn around and leave. After all, no matter how you listen to it, that statement just now seems like an attempt to shirk responsibility. Therefore, wait a minute, I swear to God, I have no intention of trying to smooth things over. Let's put it this way, we are responsible for this matter after all. We'll just compensate you first. You name a price. As long as it's reasonable, we at Yingtian Academy won't bargain. Stopped suddenly. Immediately afterwards, the corners of Cao Wenbin and others' mouths curled up unconsciously. This is what they were waiting for. You said it. We have 3 requests in total. First, when those old guys start trouble, you must stand on our side. Support us unconditionally. Second, share your intelligence with us regarding the bracelet. Whatever you find out, you must tell us. Third, when your Hongmeng Palace opens, give us 5 spots. Ji Xinju is still the substitute for the mouth. And she is indeed quite capable. Look, before he even finished speaking, Ying Sheng's body began to tremble. It's not that he is naive, it's just that this request is too outrageous. The first 2 are okay. But this third one is really fatal. Hongmeng Palace can only be opened once every 100 years. Only 100 people can enter at a time. You want 5 right away. Why don't you go to heaven? The more he thought about it, the more he felt he couldn't agree. So I just shook my head like a wave drum. Senior Sister Xinju, you should also know that Hongmeng Palace is the treasure of our Yingtian Academy. Anyone who enters the heavenly Dao realm will definitely gain something. Every time it's opened, there are countless people watching. So, forget about 5 spots, even if it's 3, I can't afford them. The expression is very aggrieved. It looks like someone matched her with him. But Ji Xinju didn't buy it at all. After a cold smile, he pretended to leave again. Crying poor. This works for others, but it's a joke for me. Don't forget, the largest intelligence agency in the universe is in the hands of our Yaoqi Fairyland. According to intelligence, the total number of people you've promised to send out so far is less than 50. Even if you add. Stop, 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 stop. Ji Xinju wanted to continue speaking, but Ying Sheng had already started shaking his hands frantically. After all, if this crazy woman continues talking, all their underwear will be stripped off. Senior Sister Xinju, 5 places are definitely impossible. Even if I agreed, my master wouldn't agree. How about this? I'll give you 3 spots. How about that? These words were almost said with gritted teeth. It's obvious that the bottom line has been reached. Therefore, now that things have come to this, I'll give you some face. Remember, don't even think about shirking your responsibility. Otherwise, you should know what the consequences will be. After looking at each other, Cao Wenbin and others suddenly disappeared from the spot. It can be said that we come and go in a hurry. Brother, they are clearly asking for too much. Why did you agree to this? It's not our responsibility anyway. Even if they spread it out, it won't have much impact on us. As soon as Cao Wenbin and others left, the other people in Yingtian Academy were immediately furious. Every one of them had an expression of dissatisfaction written all over their faces. After all, in the past, they were the only ones who could blackmail others. Anyone who dares to touch them will have grass on his grave that is at least several meters high. You guys, everything is just superficial. This continent of gods and demons is indeed nothing to be afraid of. But we have to give by Qingyan face. It's only 3 spots, it's not a loss no matter how you calculate it. Chapter 571 The attack begins. Oh my god, this show is really deep. If I remember correctly, it's called transformation into reincarnation. Oh, if only there really were such a thing as the 6 realms of reincarnation in this world. Then, there wouldn't be anything to worry about. It might not be a good thing. If this falls into the hands of someone with bad intentions, there will be chaos in the world. That's easy. Just let the 9 sacred grounds manage it together. That way, we can achieve absolute fairness. Originally, Cao Wenbin and others all had smiles on their faces. After all, the gains from this attack were indeed quite a lot. With the help of Hongmeng Palace, Ling Ruobing dared not say anything, but Wu Yu definitely had the hope of reaching the heavenly Dao realm. But the good times didn't last long. Before they even sat back in their booths, a burst of discussion suddenly reached the ears of Cao Wenbin and others. As a result, the faces of several people suddenly turned dark. They knew that it was those old guys who took action. And the fact is, it is indeed so. The next moment, the path that first stepped onto the red carpet appeared on the stage. But she did not perform the squat dance in the program. Instead, she took out a photo stone in a flash. Immediately afterwards, Fengdu in the demon plane appeared before everyone's eyes. And the introduction is very detailed. From the Yellow Springs Road to the 18 levels of hell. Including Mengpo Soup and the Book of Life and Death, it really has everything. At the end, a clip of Mu by judging a soul's achievements in life was played. It is obvious that those old guys put in a lot of effort to win. Husband. As soon as this last clip came out, Mu Qianqun, who had been very quiet all the time, suddenly became nervous. Because her father's trial was obviously unfair. That soul must be related to him. Therefore, a huge backdoor was taken. He was supposed to be on the path of hungry ghosts, but he was forcibly changed to the path of cultivators. Of course, if this happened under normal circumstances, it would be nothing. After all, as Cao Wenbin's father-in-law, who would dare to investigate? But now it is. However, what Mu Qianqun didn't expect was that before she could finish her words, Cao Wenbin waved his hand nonchalantly. Just keep your heart at ease. This is nothing at all. The 6 paths wheel originally belonged to us. In that case, we can sentence him however we like. Even if you don't agree, you have to hold it in. I'm working so hard just to give my family more privileges. If everything were the same as for ordinary people and everything was fair, then why would I struggle? How nice is it to lie flat? Cao Wenbin looks arrogant. But the women were dazzled by what they heard. Mu Qianqun threw herself into Cao Wenbin's arms immediately. 2 big watery eyes. It was obvious what he wanted to say. But because he was too excited, he opened his mouth for a long time but didn't say anything. No wonder a force with 4 heavenly Dao realm masters has everything decided by a little brat. He's really good at it. Obviously, not only Mu Qianqun and others were confused, but Ji Xinju, who had lived for more than 1 million years, was also unable to escape. But this atmosphere did not last long. Soon, the Xiaodao on the stage spoke again. You all saw it, right? We filmed it not long ago. And logically speaking, this should be a good thing. After all, once it radiates to all the heavens and worlds, then as long as we pay a little attention, we will have a bright future. It's a shame that this thing that can benefit all living beings has fallen into the hands of selfish people. It was only recently built, and they've already started to engage in favoritism and corruption. If this continues, Xiaodao didn't continue with the rest of the words. But the meaning is self-evident. Coupled with some people adding fuel to the fire, the scene soon exploded again. Aren't the 9 sacred grounds sending out their troops yet? Are they keeping them for the new year? I must make him hand over the 6 paths of reincarnation. I don't want my future to fall into the hands of such a person. What if I should have been a cultivator and possessed a divine body, but he gave it to someone else? Who can I turn to for justice? That's right. I want to be born in a holy land in my next life. If the rules of reincarnation are unfair, then how can I, who doesn't have much money and influence, possibly achieve this goal? This kind of matter concerns all living beings, so it should naturally be managed by all living beings together. Why should one person have the final say? This is too unfair. The noise is getting louder and louder. The control was even more chaotic. Everyone is madly circling the 9 holy places. Without exception, they all asked for sending troops as soon as possible. The entire Supreme Plane is unprecedentedly united. So, both Xiao Dao and the people behind her all laughed. This is the rhythm they want. They just don't believe that the person in charge of the continent of gods and demons can withstand such a situation. After being confronted like this, Yin Qingzhou, who already had a grudge against the Cao family, couldn't help himself. With a flash of his figure, he immediately appeared on the stage. Please rest assured, everyone. As a holy land, we naturally have the responsibilities of a holy land. After this event is over, I will immediately go to discuss with the other 8 families. Strive to make the 6 realms of reincarnation benefit all living beings in the shortest possible time. And ensure fairness. The more he spoke, the more the smile on Yin Qingzhou's face grew. He finally saw hope of revenge. So what if your Cao family has the support of the Yaokai Holy Land? So what if there are conceptual magic weapons? If you offend the public, no one can save you. But the next moment, the smile froze on his face. As for the reason, I don't agree. Don't forget, we are a holy land. Duty is to maintain peace. Not a robber. The 6 paths of reincarnation were built bit by others. You can use them however you want. This is their right. Why should they hand it over just because we touch our upper lip to our lower lip? Why do they owe us? As soon as these words were spoken, the venue, which had been very lively just now, suddenly became quiet. Of course, the crowd was not speechless. Instead, he was shocked by Ji Xinju's identity. After all, this is the eldest disciple of the Lord of the Holy Land. Since she has spoken, how can others have a say? Are you trying to live? Of course, some people are afraid, and some are not. This is not. Swish. First there was the sound of a folding fan being swung open. Immediately afterwards, Lu Zhilin slowly stood up. The steps are quite elegant. Chapter 572. If one plan fails, try another. Looking at the young man who was walking towards the stage and pretending to be cool all the time, Cao Wenbin's brows suddenly frowned. He was sure that he had never seen this person before. But the strange thing was that the moment he saw this person, a sense of familiarity suddenly emerged in his heart. It was as if the two were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. That shouldn't be the case. Ji Xinju, who was always paying attention to him, didn't keep him waiting for long. After a wicked smile, he quickly explained, "Are you curious why someone else would come forward? Actually, this person also has a grudge against you. And it's not small. His name is Lu Zhilin. It's the young leader of the Shaoyao sect. The peerless beauty in your family who is pregnant is his fiancée. To be honest, you are really lucky. If he hadn't been tortured by his father some time ago and lost his memory, it wouldn't have been just Linglong Valley that went to the continent of gods and demons to cause trouble for you last time." Cao Wenbin was stunned. Then the corners of his mouth began to twitch unconsciously. Amnesia. This taste is very authentic. It seems it's not an illusion. The aftereffects of the Book of Life must have fallen on this person. But who could this guy be? Kidney essence. Or Mora? The brain is working fast. Cao Wenbin was extremely curious to know who was living in this pretty good body in front of him. After all, this concerns what strategy he should use next. Unfortunately, the other party obviously integrated well. Even though he tried his best, he still got nothing. And the other party didn't give him much time to think. The next moment, a low voice slowly spread throughout the venue. "I admit that what senior sister Xinju said just now does make sense. But it's still a bit too petty after all. For the sake of the overall situation, sometimes we have to give up some principles. Otherwise, if we keep everything hidden, how can we make progress? Of course, to ensure fairness and justice, and to avoid any selfish motives, let's vote by raising our hands. The minority obeys the majority." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhilin raised his hand. As for everyone else, obviously, they have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Therefore, within just a few moments, everyone voted in favor. The only person in the audience who voted against it was Ying Sheng from Yingtian Academy. It's done. As soon as this result came out, Lu Zhilin's face immediately showed excitement. The body was shaking wildly. This is a historic moment for him. He finally broke the curse of being defeated by Cao. But just when he was about to say something else, his expression suddenly froze. Because at some point, Ji Xinju also appeared on the stage. The most important thing is that there is an extra token in this woman's hand. Very quaint. There aren't many patterns. There are only 2 words on it. Yaoqi. Then, on behalf of my master, I exercise my veto power. The 6 paths of reincarnation belong to the realm of gods and demons. No one is allowed to think about it. If anyone wants to use it, then they have to follow their rules. Don't do those crooked things. The sound is very soft. But except for Cao Wenbin and others who had known about it for a long time, everyone else present expressed disbelief. What did they hear? Exercise a veto. The last time this thing appeared seemed to be 350,000 years ago. Damn it, what is the connection between this continent of gods and demons and the Yaoqi Holy Land? I guess Bai Qingyan doesn't even care this much about her own mother. Obviously, even at this point, they still didn't think there was anything between Cao Wenbin and Bai Qingyan. It's not that their imaginations aren't rich enough. The gap between the two is simply too huge. To say that it is an ant fighting an elephant is an understatement. Of course, while they were daydreaming, their bodies were not idle either. As soon as you retract your arms, you can do whatever you want. After all, the veto power has already appeared, so there is no need to discuss this matter anymore. Even if you want to, you can only do it in secret. Otherwise it would be a slap in the face of the Yaoqi Holy Land. And not many people can bear this consequence. Bitch. Everyone in Yaoqi Holy Land is a bitch. Have they never seen a man before or what? Are you rushing to post it? As expected, before the annual meeting was even over, those who had grudges against Cao Wenbin had already gathered together. And the scale is unprecedentedly large. There were 3 spokespersons for the Holy Land alone. In addition to Linglong Valley and Shaoyao sect, there is now a man with sword energy. It was the eldest senior brother of Longyan sword sect, Jian Wuhui. Compared to the indignation of others, Jian Wuhui's appeal was much simpler. I don't care about anything else. But we absolutely cannot let this Cao guy reach the Yaoqi Holy Land alive. Everyone was stunned. But soon, I reacted. This shouldn't be what Jian Wuhui meant. But it was his master's intention. After all, even a fool knows that the sword fanatic only loves 2 things in his life. One is a sword, the other one is Bai Qingyan. As the leader of the sword sect, he certainly has no shortage of swords. But Bai Qingyan could never get the love she wanted. And if it stays the same, then that's fine. But now, someone suddenly pops up who can have an ambiguous relationship with Bai Qingyan. If she doesn't take action, wouldn't she be a coward? What an idiot. I actually offended 3 holy places at the same time. Why the hell don't you go to heaven? But this is fine. With 3 heirs of the Holy Land here, even if he has 6 heavenly Dao realm masters around him, they won't be able to cause any trouble. As long as he, the backbone of the group, dies, the 6 paths of reincarnation will immediately become ours. The more they think about it, the more excited they get. Then Yin Qingzhou, who was more familiar with the area, jumped out immediately. And with a wave of his hand, a map made up of spiritual power was presented to everyone. That Cao guy is now under attack from both sides. Plus by Qingyan's invitation, he will definitely rush to Yaoqi Holy Land as soon as this is over. After all, only by getting there can we save his life. And if they want to go to Yaoqi, then this teleportation array is the place they must pass through. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Qingzhou placed a finger on a valley. Then, the corner of his mouth curled up into an arc full of evil intent. Of course, it wasn't just him, everyone else also had an evil smile on their faces. Chapter 573 Bai Qingyan appears. Yin Qingzhou's layout is perfect. And their speed is naturally beyond reproach. In just half an hour, they all arrived at their destination. As for the formation, that's even more of a problem. A maze array was successfully hidden underground in almost the blink of an eye. They are extremely confident in their own strength. Therefore, in their view, all they need to do is ensure that Cao Wenbin cannot escape. There's no need to make it too complicated. Done. And when everything was ready, excitement spread immediately. 2 of the more murderous ones even licked their lips subconsciously. But the good times didn't last long. As time passed, smiles gradually solidified on their faces. Especially after a supreme being rushed into the valley, they felt like clowns. If there is a crack in the ground, they will definitely crawl in at the first possible moment. My dear ancestors, I just received the news. Cao Wenbin and others have no intention of leaving Yingtian Academy. Because soon, Hongmeng Palace will open. And for some unknown reason, Yingtian Academy actually gave 3 places to the Divine Demon Continent. So, the visitor did not say the following words. Of course, it's not that he wants to keep you in suspense. But he really couldn't say it. The atmosphere at the scene was so depressing. He had a hunch that if he dared to say another word, he would be beheaded. Unfortunately, his caution did not save his life. The next moment, he suddenly realized that he took off. But only the head was flying. His body, however, was still in the same place. Cao Wenbin, how dare you treat us like monkeys? Very good. Very good. Boy, you are really amazing. Yin Qingzhou and his gang actually went to block you. Tell me quickly, how did you guess that? In an extremely luxurious villa, Ji Xinju, who had just finished reading the letter, suddenly stood up. But even though her mouth was asking questions, her body was retreating silently. If you give her time, it won't take long, just a few tens of seconds, and she will completely disappear from this villa. As to why this is so, not long ago, the two made a bet. At that time, she thought that since she had taken out the Yao Kai Holy Order, Yin Qingzhou and others would definitely stay quiet for a while even if they were unwilling. Therefore, they can go to the Yaoqi Holy Land in a swagger. But Cao Wenbin was certain that there must be an ambush on the road they had to pass through. So, the two of them, who couldn't convince each other, decided to have a little fun with this topic. If she wins, she can ask a question. Cao Wenbin must answer. And you can't lie. And if she loses, she has to provide a massage. To be honest, if that were all, she would never go back on her word. After all, although she has never tried giving others a massage, it is not unacceptable to her. She can afford to lose. But she only found out not long ago that Cao Wenbin had been playing tricks on her when she placed the bet. The so-called massage was not the massage she gave to Cao Wenbin. But it was Cao Wenbin who pressed her. Although there is only a few words difference, the result is completely different. Given the evil nature of this brat, if she really fulfilled the bet, she was sure that she would suffer a bloody disaster today. God bless this guy, please don't look back. Just 2 more steps and I can escape. Very pious. She had even made up her mind that as long as she could get out, she would definitely fulfill her vow for 3 consecutive years. There are even more tributes. But it is obvious that the so-called God has no control over this. Just as she was about to lift her leg again, a figure suddenly appeared behind her. Immediately afterwards, her slender waist was wrapped around by a slender arm. Come on, you're a celebrity too. How can you just run away after losing? Good boy. I know you're not feeling well, I'll be gentler later. Ji Xinju's whole body went limp. My head is in chaos. There's nothing I can do about it, because the smell of Cao Wenbin is just too charming. That strong masculine energy was something she had never seen before in her life. Don't want. Unfortunately, even though the words were meant to be a rejection, no matter how you listened to them, they sounded like she was just acting like a spoiled child. At the same time, Ji Xinju felt a deep sense of confusion in his heart. Because she found that the moment Cao Wenbin hugged her, the divine power she had practiced for millions of years seemed to have disappeared. No matter how hard I try, it just won't work. Buzz. However, just as Cao Wenbin was about to enter the house with Ji Xinju in his arms, the Yao Kai Holy Order that had previously suppressed all the heroes in the world suddenly trembled. Then, without anyone controlling it, it flew into the air out of thin air. And this is not the biggest change. The next moment, the token automatically disintegrated, and in the blink of an eye, it reformed into a beautiful human figure. It was none other than Bai Qingyan. Master. Ji Xinju was shocked. But what made her depressed was that at this moment, she couldn't even control her body. I can't even salute. Fortunately, Bai Qingyan seemed to know her situation, so she didn't blame her. Instead, he helped her out. In an instant, she was sent 10 meters away. And it's magical. As soon as she escaped from the embrace that intoxicated her, her divine power immediately returned to normal. And his strength has improved slightly. Although it's not much, it's real progress. This is. The pupils shrank suddenly. But before she could ask anything, Bai Qingyan on the other side had already started chatting with Cao Wenbin. Mr. Cao is indeed Mr. Cao. It's only been a short while, and you've already made me, your disciple, completely lost. But if you can trust me, then you should come to the Yaoqi Holy Land first. Qingyan can guarantee with my personal integrity that if everything goes as I expected, your trip will definitely be worthwhile. If we act now, we'll be picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons. As soon as he finished speaking, the energy of the token seemed to be exhausted. Then it immediately returned to its original form. What on earth did this woman discover? And the way you look at me is weird. It's exciting, but also scary. Cao Wenbin was very puzzled. Of course, it's not just him, Ji Xinju is the same. And the shock was even greater. You know, she has been with Bai Qingyan for more than 1,000,000 years. Therefore, she had seen Bai Qingyan's domineering side. She had also seen the iron-blooded man who suppressed an entire region with one man. But she had never seen this side of the little woman. Chapter 574 The Furious Jian Wuhui. Master Cao, what should we do next? After making sure those guys are not ambushing us, should we return to Yaoqi? Or should we wait until Hongmeng Palace is over before leaving? Compared with before, Ji Xinju's expression was more respectful. She is not stupid. If Bai Qingyan's attitude was somewhat ambiguous before, this time it can almost be said to be explicit. This little brat in front of her could really be like her master. What the hell? If outsiders knew about this, they would be in an uproar. But these two don't seem to be a good match. If master doesn't control herself well, won't she kill this guy by sitting on him? Thinking of that scene, the corners of Ji Xinju's mouth twitched unconsciously. Thoughts are subconsciously spreading in an even more outrageous direction. Unfortunately, Cao Wenbin did not give her the opportunity to continue to perform. Let's go to Yaoqi first. Didn't you say that Hongmeng Palace will not open for another 3 months? In that case, then I might as well stay here. It never hurts to get out more often. Ji Xinju trembled all over. Then he nodded unconsciously. This choice was completely within her expectations. After all, no one can refuse her master. The two beauties of the universe, that's no joke. Then I will have the intelligence organization increase its investigation efforts. As soon as they leave, we'll set off immediately. Buzz. Buzz. As the sounds of space vibrations rang out one after another, Lu Zhilin and others who had received accurate information finally hurried back to Yingtian Academy. And this time, they obviously came prepared. A lot of young people suddenly appeared in their team. Their strength is all at the level where they have completed their inspections but have not yet reached the level of heaven. It is obvious that they are coming for Hongmeng Palace. And the fact is, it is indeed so. This is not. We will go and negotiate with Yingtian Academy later and try our best to get you a place in Hongmeng Palace. But remember, our main goal this time is to kill that Cao. In other words, even if you don't gain anything else when you come out, as long as that Cao is dead, it will be considered a great achievement for you. The sect will definitely reward you handsomely. But if that Cao guy doesn't die, then even if you finally enter the heavenly Dao realm, it will be a serious sin. We can't rule out the possibility that his cultivation will be destroyed by us. You understand now. Without any hesitation, the few guys who were newly called over all nodded their heads frantically. In their opinion, although Jian Wuhui's words sounded serious, in fact, he was just giving them benefits. He's just a 12th rank emperor, isn't that easy to control? The only difficulty may be finding someone. After all, according to people who have been there, the interior of the palace is huge. It's hard to meet people except when taking classes at Hongmeng Voice. But it doesn't matter, there are so many of them. With a little effort, you can definitely succeed. As for the rest of the time, the more they think about it, the more excited they get. And Jian Wuhui did not break his promise. Soon, he took them to find Ying Sheng. But just when the two sides were talking happily, a person who was supposed to be keeping watch outside suddenly ran in a hurry. This is. Jian Wuhui and others' pupils shrank. I immediately felt an ominous feeling in my heart. After all, this scene is so familiar. And reality soon proved that their hunch was correct. My dear ancestors, something terrible has happened. News just arrived, saying that Cao Wenbin and his team suddenly changed their original plan just before we arrived at Yingtian Academy. They are not waiting here foolishly. Instead, I decided to go back to the Yaoqi Holy Land first. The target has boarded the teleportation array and has completely disappeared. The room, which was originally bustling with activity, was suddenly startled. Then, a murderous aura slowly spread out. Especially around Jian Wuhui, it is simply impossible to treat people like that. The sword energy was like crazy, madly cutting everything around it. In just a few breaths, the floor tiles under his feet turned into powder. But this atmosphere did not last long. This is not. Beep beep. As a prompt sounded, a message quickly escaped from the control on the wrists of Jian Wuhui and others. It feels good to be walked around. Want to catch up with me? Practice for 2 more years. Not many words, but it's heartbreaking. And those people who are used to being domineering naturally cannot accept it. Therefore, alright, a 12th grade cultivator like an ant actually dares to challenge me. It seems I have been silent for too long. As soon as he finished speaking, a layer of red light suddenly appeared on Jian Wuhui's body. Then he and his fellow apprentice suddenly disappeared from the spot. Very fast. Even Ying Sheng and Nancy, 2 people of the same status as him, didn't catch any of the process. The sword shatters the void. Others didn't know what was going on, but Ying Sheng and Nancy saw the clue at a glance. This is a unique skill of the Longyan sword sect. Once used, the sword can activate the laws of time and space. Killing without being seen. Of course, in most cases, this trick is used to kill people. But unexpectedly, Jian Wuhui was using it to speed up his journey. It seems like this is really being pushed into a corner. But this is fine. That saves trouble. Ji Shinju and those girls who just entered the heavenly Dao realm can't stop these 2 lunatics. Master Cao, after crossing this mountain, we will reach the territory of my Yaoqi Holy Land. Then you will know what a true paradise on earth is. Honestly, with the scale of Yingtian Academy, even servants wouldn't be able to afford it in my Yaoqi Fairyland. Looking at the mountain that pierces the sky not far away, Ji Shinju's face was full of pride. But soon, she found something wrong. Because she never got a response. When she turned around, she found that Cao Wenbin had stopped at some point. His eyes were fixed on the high mountains not far away, and his expression was obviously wrong. Mr. Cao, what's wrong with you? Ji Shinju was very puzzled. Because even if she hadn't climbed this mountain 1,000,000 times, she had climbed it at least hundreds of thousands of times. After all, this is the only way to enter and exit the Yaoqi Holy Land. And in so many climbs, she didn't find anything unusual at all. What is the name of this mountain? However, Cao Wenbin simply ignored her. Just asking on my own. Chapter 575 Divinity. It's called the Roof of All Worlds. It's the highest mountain known so far. The highest point has even touched the space turbulence. But its most famous thing is not its height. It's because it has its own pressure. And the higher the altitude, the greater the pressure. If you want to climb to the highest point, you must at least be at the level of a peak patroller. That's why we used it as a training ground when we were little. Brothers often use it to compete with each other. See who can climb higher. Ji Shinju's introduction is very detailed. But the more she talked, the more confused she became. What she didn't expect was that even after she said this, Cao Wenbin's interest in this mountain remained unabated. Inherent pressure. That's interesting. Let's go up and take a look together. It's just a turn anyway, it won't take long. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin rushed out first. And in the blink of an eye, we reached the foot of the mountain. What a child's mentality. Whatever you think is right. Isn't my master more alluring than this barren mountain? But even though she grumbled, she still chased after him immediately. And this mountain looks just as she described. There is nothing else except pressure. No plants. Neither do animals. Quite desolate. The only thing we can show off is the scenery. Because it is high enough, everyone feels like they are in the clouds. Always flying in the clouds. Of course, whether the scenery is good or not, it makes no difference to Cao Wenbin. At this moment, he was completely shocked. As for the reason, ever since he set foot on this mountain range, an extremely familiar feeling emerged in his heart. It looked as if this mountain was originally a part of his body. And the higher the altitude, the stronger this feeling is. What the hell? How could I, a living being, have any connection with a mountain? However, even though he was speaking in denial, his speed subconsciously increased a lot. That's impossible. But he walked comfortably, but Ji Shinju was numb immediately. Because all this is so unreasonable. Logically speaking, with Cao Wenbin's strength, he should be walking slower and slower. But now it is. But the shock Cao Wenbin brought to her was far more than that. Even when he reached the limit that a 12th grade emperor could reach, Cao Wenbin still didn't stop. Even the tempo didn't change. The speed is still increasing. Until you reach the top of the mountain. Fuck. His ability to withstand pressure. No, he can do all this by relying on his physical body. It's not willpower. At this moment, Ji Shinju felt unwell. After all, in her memory, it seemed that no one in the universe could train their body to this level. Not one. It is said that if one wants to break through to the heavenly Tao realm with one's own strength without resorting to tricks, one must achieve perfection in the soul and body realm. Damn it, this guy, is he planning to go this way? As soon as this thought came to her mind, her knees went weak and she almost collapsed to the ground. It's not that she has a poor tolerance. This is really too crazy. If this really succeeds, but soon, she no longer had time to think about these messy things. Because as Cao Wenbin slowly walked to the center of the mountain, the pressure brought by the mountain suddenly began to riot. Then it rushed into Cao Wenbin's body madly. Without a single pause. It looked like the sea embracing all rivers and the young swallows returning to their nests. This is divinity. Damn, who the hell is this guy? In fact, at the beginning, Ji Shinju didn't take this riot seriously. She hasn't recovered from the shock yet. I just thought it was an ordinary adventure. But when she noticed that Cao Wenbin's eyes gradually changed from black to gold, she could no longer remain calm. There is a burning heat in his eyes. After all, that is divinity. According to ancient records, that is something that only the ruler of heaven and earth can possess. God controls everything. The heaven and earth are also in his hands. No wonder Master is willing to pay for it. Ginger, it turns out that old Ginger is still spicy. This vision is unparalleled. All the previous confusions disappeared. At this moment, she no longer felt that Cao Wenbin was marrying above her station. Instead, she felt that her master was trying to climb above his station. At the same time, a trace of worry also emerged in her heart. She was afraid that her master wasn't strong enough. Can't take down this experienced guy. By the way, I think I got a pill before. After taking it, it can make the body more flexible. If this thing can help. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that she should help. After all, this concerns the future of the Yaokai fairyland. The sin is in the present, but the benefit will last for generations to come. Huh, you are here. It seems that God is helping me. Okay, you can prepare to collect this kid's body. Coincidentally, just when Cao Wenbin had absorbed all the pressure into his body and his eyes had completely returned to normal, a voice full of excitement suddenly penetrated into the ears of several people. Immediately afterwards, Jian Wuhui and his junior fellow apprentice suddenly appeared. Not good. Ji Shinju was shocked. Then he gave Zhongzhou and others a crazy look. The meaning is very clear, let them take Cao Wenbin away as soon as possible. Unfortunately, it's all too late. This is not. Junior sister Shinju, please stop struggling. You know you can't stop me. This was said with great confidence. And he does have the confidence. You know, he is the one who has practiced for the longest time in this generation. And it's the kind that's out of stock. Although his strength is also at the peak of the middle stage of Heavenly Tao realm, his combat effectiveness is completely incomparable. Back then, he had accomplished a 1-on-2 feat. It is precisely because of this confidence that he dared to chase after them with only one junior brother. Whether you can stop it or not is not something you can say with your mouth. But by means. As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of gloves as thin as a cicada's wings suddenly appeared on Ji Shinju's hands. She has inherited by Qingyun's true skills, so she uses the fingering technique that is unique to the Yaokai fairyland. Once caught by it, there will be at least a few bloody holes on the body. Since junior sister is in a good mood today, then let's move around. It's a good opportunity to let my senior brother see if you have been lazy in the past thousands of years. Chapter 576, Zhu Xian sword formation is showing its power. Boom. Knowing the gap, Ji Shinju didn't dare to hide anything and immediately used all his strength. Various rules emerge one after another. The cooperation between them is also quite perfect. It is obviously a method that has been honed through thousands of trials and tribulations. Unfortunately, even so, it still didn't cause any trouble to Jian Wuhui. With just a sword intent, Ji Shinju was forced to retreat more than 10 steps. The main attacker's right hand was also trembling slightly. Junior sister, it seems you have been slacking off a lot recently. After hundreds of years, I've only comprehended one more law. If Uncle Qingyun knew about this, you'd probably be in big trouble. The words are very calm. It looked as if he was talking about something insignificant. But Ji Shinju, who was being criticized, was furious. Of course, more of it is helplessness. With just one strike, she realized that the gap between her and this madman had not narrowed, but had widened. But she didn't back down. After his light blue pupils spun a few times, he retorted with a look of disdain, "Punish me. Do you think everyone is like you? All I do is sword. My strength has improved, but what's the point? By the way, do you know what a woman is? Do you know what delicacies from land and sea are? How many beautiful things in this world have you experienced?" These words are so vicious to the extreme. After all, Jian Wuhui's life is purer than that of his master. Apart from swords, I have basically never come into contact with anything else. If they are persuaded, then there will be no need to think about intercepting a few people. I guess even if it's a sword, it would be difficult to lift it. Pity. Disturbing my mind. Junior sister, you are not qualified yet. My master's previous experience is a warning to you. Do you think I wouldn't pay attention? It's impossible for a person to ruin their life by meeting Qingyan once. This is said with absolute certainty. Immediately afterwards, he directly took out a sword. The target is directly aimed at Cao Wenbin. But before he could make a move, 4 swords filled with murderous aura and shining as brightly as the sword in his hand suddenly pierced into the ground around him. It's the 4 swords of Zhu Xian. Zhongzhou collected them specially before going out. Each of the 4 of them took one. It was originally intended as a precautionary measure. Unexpectedly, he was forced out so quickly. As the Zhu Xian sword formation quickly took shape, Jian Wuhui, who had been calm at first, gradually became serious in expression. As a swordsman, although the opponent has not started to attack yet, he has already felt that this sword formation is definitely not simple. In his entire sword sect, he might not be able to find someone who can match him. The sect protection formation is already in trouble. This guy surnamed Cao can really bring me surprises. Coincidentally, he had just finished muttering when the sword formation took shape. The next moment, the most lethal Zushan sword, carrying a murderous aura, stabbed directly into his face. The speed is amazing. There is no way to avoid it. Of course, the word, hide, has never appeared in Jian Wuhui's dictionary. As a sword cultivator, your goal is to move forward courageously. Draw your sword when you meet an enemy. If we hide, there will be no need to fight this battle and we will definitely lose. Therefore, boom, the entire mountain range was shaking wildly. But no one cares at all. The few idle people all focused their attention on the sword formation. After all, the result is what matters most. And they didn't have to wait too long. Soon, a muffled groan suddenly sounded. Very rough. At the same time, a crack suddenly appeared in the Zhu Xian sword formation. Then Jian Wuhui quickly rushed out from it. If you look closely, you can see a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Senior brother. Jian Wuxin was horrified. Hundreds of thousands of years. This was the first time he saw his senior brother injured. Shouldn't his senior brother be invincible? But before he could rush over to support, Jian Wuhui gently waved his hand. No need to come over. I'm fine. This is not showing off. But he is really fine. He just looked a little embarrassed. But in fact, this confrontation ended in a draw. It can even be said that he has a slight advantage. Otherwise, he would not have been able to break out of the formation. Besides, he has no intention of stopping. Therefore, there is no need to bother at all. As for why he didn't just leave. For fellow Taoists, I wonder who created the sword formation you are using. Could you please make an introduction for me? Don't worry, you will definitely get some benefits. If you are willing to turn from darkness to light, I can even accept you as my disciple. I will make you the 2nd generation disciples of my Dragon Roar Sword sect. From now on, I am second only to one person and above 10,000 people. The tone was full of fanaticism. Obviously, he has been conquered by the Zushan sword formation. But that's true. 4 guys who have just entered the heavenly Tao realm. 2 of them were on drugs. This lineup didn't even have the qualifications to compete with him in the past. But now, because of a sword formation, he was almost forced into a desperate situation. As a man who has been accompanied by sword all his life, how could he not be moved? Pity. Introduction. Go and dream your dreams. But if you're willing to kowtow to me, I might burn the answer for you after you're buried. The look of anticipation instantly solidified on his face. Then, he didn't say any more nonsense. After taking a deep look at Zhao Yuaner and the others, he disappeared from the spot. Brother, are we just going to let this matter go? How is that possible? Even if I agree, Master will never agree. But wanting to kill that Cao guy outside seems unrealistic for now. Fortunately, that guy will enter Hongmeng Palace. How about this, after you go back, find 2 more good players. That guy is a bit evil, we must be prepared for any eventuality. Crash. After crossing the roof of all worlds, what appeared before Cao Wenbin and others was not cattle and sheep appearing in the grass when the wind blew. Instead, it is an endless lake. As for why it is not called the sea. Although it is so big that you can't see the end, it is not deep. Even an ordinary person can easily see through it. No wonder it's called Yaoqi. It's indeed very fitting. Shaking his head, Cao Wenbin's gaze then fell on the building complex in the middle of the lake. Auspicious clouds support the bottom. Surrounded by cranes. No matter from which aspect you look at it, it is indeed higher end than Yingtian Academy. Just as Cao Wenbin was looking closely, a rainbow suddenly flew out from the building complex. Until Cao Wenbin's feet. Chapter 577 We have a grudge. Master Cao, you are finally here. How about it, my Yaoqi, is it still pleasing to your eyes? Beautiful sound. The next moment, Bai Qingyan, wearing a light pink dress, suddenly appeared on the rainbow. At the same time, an alluring body fragrance slowly spread with her appearance. Oh my god. Although Bai Qingyan's tone was very calm, as if the same scene would happen to anyone who came, Lan Shan, who knew what she was talking about, was almost scared silly. You know, she has been to this place 3 times. And every time, he comes with many big guys. But even then, Bai Qingyan never came to greet him in person. Not to mention the Rainbow Bridge. Damn it, there's always been talk in the outside world about the Rainbow Bridge paving the way and Yaoqi changing its owner. What on earth is Bai Qingyan trying to do? Confused. But soon, something even more puzzling happened to her. Bai Qingyan personally led the way in front. It was obvious that he treated Cao Wenbin as someone of the same level, or even someone with a slightly higher status. Hallucination. This must be an illusion. As soon as she finished speaking, she secretly twisted her slender waist. As for the results, hiss, it hurts. But she was even more confused. Because it shouldn't hurt at all. And just as she was like a walking corpse, Bai Qingyan and Ji Xinju, the master and disciple, were also whispering to each other. What is this? I don't lack medicinal pills. If you have something interesting, just keep it for yourself. So you don't have to ask me for it later. Looking at the pill that suddenly appeared in her palm, Bai Qingyan's beautiful face was full of confusion. After all, her apprentice is a glutton. Always stingy. But now it is. But before she could figure it out, Ji Xinju took the initiative to speak. Master, don't refuse this. It's called the soft body pill. As for the effect, just from the name, you should be able to guess what it is. It will definitely be of great use to you. You don't know, this kid named Cao has a body so strong it's almost abnormal. Even if you possess the strength of the peak heavenly Dao realm, without the help of this elixir. Before Ji Xinju could finish his words, Bai Qingyan's face began to turn darker. Then he squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. It seems that you have had enough of your good life. Don't make me beat you up when I'm having the most fun. But even so. But her little hands clenched instantly. By the time it opened, the pill had completely disappeared. As for where she went, I guess only she knows. Ji Xinju, who saw everything, smiled immediately. But she didn't say anything else. After all, the goal has been achieved. All that needs to be said has been said. As a disciple, it is my turn to help my master solve his problems. Coincidentally, at this moment, they walked into the palace complex. Therefore, ladies, there's a sacred tree over there that's unique to my Yaoqi fairyland. Using its leaves as a facial mask can beautify and nourish your complexion. Are you interested? That's putting it mildly. But Zhongzhou and others all understood that this was clearing the area. If nothing unexpected happens, Bai Qingyan must have something important to tell their husbands. That's why this happened, but they didn't resist. After all, as a grown man, he won't suffer any loss no matter what. So it disappeared completely almost in the blink of an eye. Extremely neat. This. Cao Wenbin shook his head speechlessly. But soon, he focused all his attention on the beauty next to him. Fairy Qingyan, now you can finally tell me why you called me here. Nodded gently. The movements are quite elegant. But her words. Master Cao, do you have a book called The Goddess Record on you? Not much talk. At the beginning, Cao Wenbin didn't react. After all, he was used to calling him Wan Mailu. But this state did not last long. After just a few breaths, his expression changed completely. Immediately afterwards, a book emitting a light green glow appeared above his head. It is none other than the Book of Life. Tell me, how did you know about the Goddess Record? Remember, don't lie. Otherwise, after today, there will be no more Yaoqi Wonderland in the Supreme Plane. No wonder Cao Wenbin reacted so strongly. This is really too shocking. You know, even Zhao Yuaner and Zhongzhou didn't know about the Goddess Record. But now, it was said by a stranger. How could he not be anxious? When he exploded, Bai Qingyan immediately panicked. Especially when the Book of Life appeared, Bai Qingyan's flawless forehead was instantly covered with a layer of sweat. At the same time, the two little hands began to shake wildly. Master Cao, don't be impatient. Don't be impulsive. I can swear to the Tao that I really have no ill will towards you. The reason I know about the Goddess Record is entirely because of the jade pendant on your waist. As far as I can remember, these two things go together. That's why I asked this question. Obviously, she knew the Book of Life. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so anxious. Immediately afterwards, she directly released all the restrictions on her body. The body is relaxed to the extreme. In this state, if Cao Wenbin wanted to, although he might not be able to kill her directly, he would definitely be able to seriously injure her. But her actions were indeed useful. Look, Cao Wenbin's vigilance has obviously dropped several levels. Then how do you know this evil jade pendant? Bai Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to be able to chat. But soon, she smiled bitterly again. His expression was also full of desolation. It was obvious from the look on his face that he was thinking about something sad. That's a long story. That was about 4.5 million years ago. No surprises. Cao Wenbin's head suddenly grew bigger. 4.5 million years ago. This pole is too far away. Why the hell don't you start from when Pangu created the world? But even though he was speechless, he still forced himself to calm down. Because his intuition told him that what Bai Qingyan was about to say was absolutely very important to him. It may even affect his future development. You may not believe it, but we actually have a grudge against each other. And it's a blood feud. Chapter 578. I'll listen to you. Blood feud. Cao Wenbin was shocked again. But before he could react, Bai Qingyan's beautiful voice rang out again. I am different from the other lords of holy lands. They have been in this supreme plane since the day they were born. But I came from a small dimension. And it's a small plane that was destroyed. If it weren't for God's mercy, all the sacred creatures in the clan would have recognized me as their master before I escaped. I wouldn't have been able to survive until now. As for who destroyed my hometown. When she said this, a bitter smile appeared on her face unconsciously. That's a master that even I, now, cannot fully understand. I can't see his face clearly. Even her figure is still a mystery. The only thing that people still remember is the jade pendant around his waist. And the goddess record he was holding. Although that person's strength is incredible, his character is not very good. As soon as he showed up, he grabbed my mother's hand without saying a word. Then he threw down a manual called the Goddess Kung Fu and prepared to take my mother away. Looking at that expression, it's obvious that he wants to. As a man, my father would definitely not agree. But it was precisely because of his resistance that the man became angry. I didn't see him make any big moves. At most, he just raised his eyebrows. But the next moment, the plane I was in began to collapse madly. Everyone was instantly reduced to flying ashes. Only my mother, who was protected by it, and I, who was protected by the holy weapon, are still lingering on. Maybe she was frightened by the scene in her memory. In any case, the more she talked, the more Bai Qingyan's delicate body trembled. There was also fear between his brows. Of course, she wasn't the only one who was scared. Cao Wenbin felt something was wrong the more he listened, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. Damn it, this is not a blood feud. It's clearly a hatred for destroying the world, plus the hatred for having my mother taken away. To be honest, if it weren't for this girl who was still defenseless, he would definitely have activated the Book of Life directly. However, even if it was not started, Cao Wenbin still asked the questions as soon as possible. In that case, logically speaking, you should have taken action the moment you saw me with the evil jade pendant. After all, it's such a big grudge. But why are you? Bai Qingyan was stunned. Then there was a sudden silence. Only when Cao Wenbin became a little impatient did she look up again. Because I don't dare. Although I don't know where you got these two things from, I am sure that if you possess them, you will definitely have the means to counter me. If I act rashly, I'll probably end up in trouble. And to be honest, I'm a little reluctant to attack you. With such incredible luck, your future is definitely limitless. So instead of killing you, I might as well bet heavily on you. Once I succeed, I might not be the master of Yaoqi anymore, but the lord of the supreme plane. At this moment, Bai Qingyan's eyes were full of burning heat. That huge ambition cannot be concealed at all. Obviously, she is preparing to conquer the world by conquering Cao Wenbin. As for hatred, I guess he has forgotten it a long time ago. Her words were like a reassurance, instantly removing all of Cao Wenbin's guard. Then, that iconic evil smile reappeared. Good. Quite discerning. But how much do you plan to bet? Full of sarcasm. But Bai Qingyan didn't take it seriously at all. The next moment, her figure disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he was already right in front of Cao Wenbin. Very close. The tips of their noses were almost touching. I can give you everything I have. How about this? Is this bet big enough? As long as you are willing to marry me as your legal wife and let me be your spokesperson in the future, then even if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. You asked me to chase the dog, but I would never steal the chicken. By the way, my Yaoqi fairyland has never recruited any men since its establishment. Don't you like beautiful women too? Then this place will definitely not disappoint you. No matter what type, as long as you want to find it, you will definitely find it. And with my support, if you ask them to bend over, they will definitely not dare to stand. The conditions are very tempting. Bai Qingyan is also very confident. In her opinion, Cao Wenbin would definitely not refuse. After all, she is Bai Qingyan, one of the two beauties in the world. A stunning beauty who has perfectly inherited her mother's peerless beauty. Add to that her dowry, even a fool would not be able to say no. But just when she was full of confidence, something unexpected happened. Under her gaze, Cao Wenbin actually shook his head. And extremely decisive, without any hesitation, as long as you serve me well. Then there's no problem in letting you be my spokesperson. As for the legal wife, that's absolutely impossible. Forget about being the legal wife, even being a co-wife is out of the question. The feeling of self-confidence suddenly froze on Bai Qingyan's face. She never thought she would get such an answer. Even a co-wife is not allowed. Does that mean you want her to be your concubine? What a joke on the universe. So, she immediately backed out. But the good times didn't last long. Soon, she became numb. Because she suddenly remembered that she had revealed so many things. How could Cao Wenbin let her retreat safely? Today, either we can cooperate and both sides will benefit. Or maybe. But before she could figure out what to do, Cao Wenbin's voice came into her ears again. Of course, you are a person of status after all. I certainly won't embarrass you. How about this, from now on we'll separate inside and outside. You can brag about it to the outside world. But when you're at home, you have to listen to Sister Jian and Sister Yuaner. How? Bai Qingyan bit her lip. To be honest, she was very unwilling. But just when she was about to fight for it, she accidentally came into contact with Cao Wenbin. Gone in a flash. But that's all. But it made her change her mind instantly. Because she sensed the divinity. This is something that only the ruler of heaven and earth can possess. Therefore, he's mine. No one can take it away. My body started to tremble unconsciously. At this moment, she could no longer remain calm. Then he nodded frantically. Okay. I'll do whatever you say. Whatever you say is what it is. Chapter 579. But you never talk to me. Beep beep. The prompt sound of mastery once again resounded throughout the world. This indicates that something big is about to happen. And the fact is, it is indeed so. This is not shocking news. Fairy Qingyan just released a post admitting she's fallen in love. She's going to get married in Yaoqi Fairyland 3 years from now. And the man she's chosen is actually. Looking at the 6 dots on the pop-up window, most people had gnashing expressions on their faces. Here we go again. It's so abominable. It's simply inhuman. However, although they didn't see the specific content, everyone already had the answer in their hearts. After all, it is no secret at all that sword-crazy Zhongzhou is madly pursuing Bai Qingyan. Plus, the two of them have equal status. Therefore, it is not difficult to guess the male protagonist. But when they clicked on the link, they were immediately stunned. Most people even rubbed their eyes subconsciously several times. God and Demon Plane, Cao Wenbin. Depend on. What the hell is this? The person who edited this must have had too much to drink. This is the first thought of most people. But as screenshots of Bai Qingyan's work appeared in the message, everyone realized that this was not a joke. It's not that the people who edited the news made a mistake. But Bai Qingyan is really going to marry someone from the intermediate plane. Because in the screenshot, Cao Wenbin and Bai Qingyan are hugging each other, looking extremely intimate. If you look closely, you can even see that Bai Qingyan's eyes are full of admiration. It's obviously not fake news. So, everyone who had made up their minds was immediately furious. What is Fairy Qingyan thinking? Even if she wants to help the poor, she doesn't do it this way. Damn it, my goddess. She's being taken advantage of by a pig. Come on, what's the point of saying no? The wedding is still 3 years away, and everything is still uncertain. What if this Cao guy dies within 3 years? Then our goddess will still be the same pure and innocent goddess, right? Don't dream about it. Let's not even talk about whether anyone dares to attack Fairy Qingyan's husband. Even if someone really wants to die, what good will it do? Put yourself in her shoes. If you had a beauty of this level by your side, would you do nothing? I believe that by the time the assassin succeeds, Fairy Qingyan might already be pregnant. Damn it, what are Cao Wenbin's strengths? First, Tianyan got pregnant, and now it's even better. Even the Saint Master of Yaoqi has fallen for him. If this continues, won't we even have anyone to fantasize about in the future? Could it be that Fairy Qingyan is feeding the demon with her own body just for the sake of the 6 paths of reincarnation? Everyone, check out the hot topics. Another piece of extremely popular news has appeared. It's said that someone who was training near Yaoqi recently heard a sound that resounded through the heavens and earth, and was extremely enchanting. It seems to be. Everyone is talking about it. And without exception, their tone was filled with jealousy. If possible, they would definitely replace it. However, although their discussion was very lively, it was nothing compared to Linglong Valley. As soon as this push message appeared, all the senior executives of Linglong Valley gathered in the conference room. No exceptions. Including Tian Yulin, everyone is here. The first person who jumped out was none other than Yin Qingzhou, who was honored by Lan Shan in public. Master, this is definitely a great opportunity. A perfect opportunity for us to annex the Yaoqi Holy Land in one fell swoop and take the 6 paths of reincarnation back into our own hands. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became more heated. A gleam of light immediately flashed in Tian Yulin's beautiful eyes. She naturally knew what this disciple meant. In the past, the strength of the two companies was similar. Even foreign players are the same. Therefore, no one can do anything to anyone. But once Bai Qingyan's work was released, the situation became completely different. Even if Zhongzhou could still lick it, he would never support the Holy Land of Yaokai. In other words, it was originally 2 against 2. It immediately became a 1-on-3 situation. As for the continent of gods and demons, in the Battle of Holy Lands, a mid-level plane, no matter how powerful it is, can never make any waves. Besides, the layout of Hongmeng Palace is not just for decoration. After the person in charge is eliminated, the continent of gods and demons will be even less of a concern. This Bai Qingyan is so brainless. They actually took the initiative to push their allies away. She really thinks she can take on the whole world. The more she thought about it, the harder it was for Tian Yulin to suppress the smile on her face. Then she didn't hesitate any longer and directly ordered Yin Qingzhou, go and prepare the manpower in a while. Once the Hongmeng Palace is finished, we will immediately start annexing the territory of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Bai Qingyan at that time definitely didn't have time to care about this. After all, the little man she just found just died, and she didn't even have time to cry. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. As soon as the word, just died, came out, Yin Qingzhou became even more excited. Because this meant that his master had finally given up the idea of saving Cao Wenbin's life. It also indicates that he has regained hope of welcoming Lan Shan back. Even though it's secondhand, there may also be private goods smuggled in. But the person is still the same person after all. That's enough. Anyway, after cleaning it up, it can still be used. It might even be better. Cao Wenbin, this time I want to see who can save you. Bang, bang. Compared with the liveliness of Linglong Valley, the atmosphere of Longyan Sword Sect is much more depressing. Look, although the conference room is also full of people, no one dares to breathe heavily. Everyone was watching Song Si venting his anger quietly. And Song Si had obviously entered a state of ecstasy. He didn't care about anyone else at all, and smashed several teacups in a row. Then he muttered to himself with a gloomy face, "Bitch. Bai Qingyan is a pure bitch. 3 million years. I have protected her for 3 million years. After such a long time, even if she was a stone, she should have been melted by me. But she actually gave herself to someone she had known for less than a year without anyone noticing. Is it really like what people say, that long-term love will not lead to marriage? But you didn't fucking talk to me about it." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Si suddenly smashed another teacup. But it was obvious that this little bit of destruction was not enough to calm the anger in his heart. So the next moment, he directly activated the control on his wrist. He wants an explanation from Bai Qingyan. Chapter 580. The pattern is smaller again. Beep. Without any hesitation, Song Si, who always did whatever he thought of, immediately sent a communication request to Bai Qingyan. And it was a video call. After all, only with video, that's face-to-face questioning. Only video can express true feelings. The rest are much worse. Unfortunately, this request didn't even survive 5 seconds. He was directly and ruthlessly rejected by the other party. Okay. You really only use people forward and never backward. The anger is even greater. Then, not believing in evil, he submitted another application. But the result is still the same. And this time the rejection was even faster. It was almost rejected immediately. Bitch. But it was obvious that he still refused to accept it. But just as he was about to do it again, Jian Wuhui, who had already finished watching and had organized his words, spoke cautiously. "Master, is there a possibility that Senior Uncle Qingyan is busy with something important and can't answer the video call? How about you try again later, or use voice instead? That makes a lot of sense." But Song Si didn't buy it. She has already handed over all the affairs of Yao Kai, big or small, to Ji Shinju. What the hell is wrong with her? Could it be that she is still? Having said this, he suddenly paused. Then, as if he had thought of something, his face turned pale. Then, without saying anything else, he immediately sent out another communication request. But this time, it turned into voice communication. Obviously, Jian Wuhui's words did have some effect. Beep, beep, beep. The sound is so harsh. Every time it sounded, it was like a heavy hammer, striking hard on everyone's heart. As time passed, Song Si became more and more desperate. But just when he was about to find something to vent his anger. Beep. Song Si was stunned. Then, a look of surprise appeared on that resolute face. Because this is the prompt tone that communication has been established. But before he could say anything, a soft, hum, suddenly came into her ears. Very light, but it's very heartbreaking. And this is just the appetizer. Soon, something even more heartbreaking came. "Mr. Song, can you please have some shame? I've rejected you twice, don't you know what that means?" The voice is very charming. If you listen carefully. Song Si, whose whole mind was focused on this, naturally discovered something was wrong very quickly. Therefore, he ignored Bai Qingyan's ridicule. After taking a few breaths, he immediately asked through gritted teeth, "What the hell are you doing?" It's obvious that he's asking questions with the answers in mind. But in his opinion, Bai Qingyan would at least make up a story for him. So that he can feel better. After all, the Dragon Roar Sword Sect is an excellent ally. There is no way anyone would be willing to give up. But the reality was that he was soon slapped in the face. "What do I do to you? Why should I report to you? You're welcome." Obviously, he is not taken as a card dish. But this is not the most annoying thing. The next moment. "We're running. Supreme Song, don't think too much. By the way, let's find a chance to meet. After all, Linglong Valley and Xiaoyao Sect are becoming more and more aggressive. It's time for us to respond further." Male voice. Although it was the first time he heard it, Song Si was able to identify who the other person was at the first moment. After hearing this set of rhetoric, he was completely confused. He really didn't expect that there would be such a shameless person in this world. Further response. Get in your grandma's legs. Although he had a bad temper, he did not choose to swallow his anger. Cao, just wait for me. If I can't figure it out within a year, I won't be named. The sound is very loud. The anger value is directly maxed out. But before he could finish, he suddenly realized that the other person had actually died a long time ago. He is totally doing useless work. Damn it. Zhongzhou, who didn't believe in evil, immediately prepared to broadcast it back. But when he applied again, he found out that he had been blocked. A huge red exclamation mark hit him directly in the face. Bitch, you actually cooperated with outsiders to humiliate me. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly turned his head and looked at Jian Wuhui. How are your preparations for the Hongmeng Palace matter going? How many good hands are going to go? Looking at his furious master, Jian Wuhui didn't dare to hesitate. Without even thinking, he immediately said, we have prepared 5 half-step Heavenly Dao Realm Masters. Master, don't worry. As long as they enter Hongmeng Palace, there's no way this Cao guy will come out. It is not difficult to see that Jian Wuhui really tried his best. 5.5 steps to the Heavenly Dao is nothing. But the 5 places to enter were definitely obtained at a high price. After all, Yingtian Academy is not a charity. How could they not attack you when they know you are in urgent need? But even so, Zhongzhou was still not very satisfied. Not enough. That's totally inadequate. How about this, you pick 2 of the 5 with less potential. Then give them the sword absolute pill. Tell them that as long as they use it at the right time, no matter what the result is, they will enjoy the treatment of masters of the Heavenly Dao realm when they return. Until death. Still no hesitation. Jian Wuhui nodded immediately. I know what to do. After saying this, he immediately prepared to use this as an excuse to escape from this place of trouble. What a coincidence. Before he could lift his legs, a series of beeping sounds echoed throughout the hall. Then, not long ago, a bloody rain fell in the Yaoqi area, and it hasn't stopped yet. As of now, the entire Yaoqi has turned red. It's extremely enchanting. According to expert analysis, this must be the heaven and earth celebrating something. Because through testing, the density of spiritual energy in that area has also made a qualitative leap. If this situation continues, Yaoqi will undoubtedly become the most suitable area for living. There will be endless masters inside. A trace of cold sweat suddenly appeared on Jian Wuhui's forehead. At the same time, the corners of his mouth began to twitch unconsciously. He knew that someone was about to lose control. No. I have to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise. Unfortunately, he was still one step too late. The next moment, an extremely violent sword energy suddenly exploded. And in the blink of an eye, this magnificent conference hall was cut into powder. You don't even look at the 3 million years of hard work. I've been pursuing you for less than a year, and you're the one throwing all your money at me. Very good. Very good. The sound is earth-shaking. It's so loud that it hurts my eardrums. But obviously, this pattern is too small. Pursue. What is there to pursue? Chapter 581 He is dead. Boom. Is he already a saint? I never thought that the goddess's skill would be so compatible with my god and demon Joyful Cicada. After just 1 month of hard work, I was able to cross a huge chasm. If I were given time, coupled with the resources of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Feeling the mighty force of heaven and earth descending from the sky, and the strength in his body that was increasing exponentially, Cao Wenbin's eyes were full of excitement. As for whether he is excited about the improvement of his strength or something else, I guess only he himself knows. However, this state did not last long. Because, name, Bai Qingyan. Identity, one of the 9 holy lords of the Supreme Plane, the absolute controller of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Strength, peak of the Heavenly Dao realm. Originally, her combat power should have been ranked 5th or 6th among the 9 Saint Lords, on par with Tian Yulin. But this time of training, not only did you benefit, she also gained a lot. Now, even if she faces the strongest Zhongzhou, she will not be at a disadvantage. Beauty rating, 100 is one of the 2 beauties in the fairyland, no one can surpass her. Loyalty, 100. After sensing your divinity, she no longer has any other thoughts. She only wants to help you transcend heaven and earth, and then become the mother of the world. Note, this is a woman who is almost perfect, so please feel free to use your imagination. Otherwise, you will be taking advantage of her. The corners of his mouth, which had just drooped, soon turned up again. His right hand suddenly clenched into a fist. There is no way, because this full loyalty is so important to him. This means that he has finally gained a foothold in this supreme plane. No need to worry about the rear anymore. With Bai Qingyan and Daoyun's plaques here, no one can do anything. But obviously, his good luck has not ended yet. The next moment. Divinity, a magical crystal nurtured by divine power for years. Completely useless to normal creatures, careless contact may even cause death. But for special creatures, it is a rare and precious item. Once consumed, one will instantly possess divine power and awaken numerous special abilities, thereby skyrocketing combat power. Note: this item is extremely powerful, and the boost it provides to the user is truly incredible. Therefore, only give it to the most loyal person, otherwise it will surely bring disaster upon oneself. The art of unifying all things in the world are mutually reinforcing and mutually exclusive. Even if two things have similar attributes, temporarily fusing them together is extremely difficult. But after mastering this technique, everything is no longer a problem. When facing an enemy, you can even unify the three aspects of the divine body realm into one, thus unleashing an extremely terrifying combat power. Note: this technique is mastered by gods, so those without divine nature must not attempt it. This time, Cao Wenbin could no longer remain calm. He stood up suddenly. Then he waved his fist unconsciously. At the same time, the guy who was suitable to take the divine power also appeared in his mind. It was none other than the armor on his body, Yi Qinger. All aspects meet the requirements. And the strength of this little armor follows him. At this moment, he was at the Supreme Realm, so that little armor must also be at the Supreme Realm. There won't be any deviation. Even the skills and physical bodies are exactly the same. The only pity is that when this girl turns back into human form and fights alone, she subconsciously avoids confrontation. Because she is afraid of pain. But the flaws do not outweigh the merits. Once she also possesses divinity, it will definitely be a trump card that can turn the entire battle situation around. Looks like today is really my lucky day. No, I have to write down the date later. Then every year on this day, open as many treasure chests as possible. The more Cao Wenbin thought about it, the more he felt that this was a pretty good idea. It must be carried out. And just at the moment he made up his mind, a lazy voice suddenly came into his ears. "You bastard, you're not a human being. That's just me. If it were someone else, they would have already gone through the 6 realms of reincarnation. By the way, you have achieved your goal. Look, a sword fanatic was actually provoked by you and cursed for 30 days in a row." After she finished speaking, Bai Qingyan, whose temperament had completely changed, slowly sat down next to him. "Move with caution. Obviously he is worried about something." Cut. But Cao Wenbin was extremely disdainful of Song Si's behavior. "This is just the appetizer. The best is yet to come. If anyone dares to send someone to hunt me down, I'll scatter his ashes sooner or later." Curled his lips. Obviously, he didn't take Song Si seriously. And the fact is, it is indeed so. Look, just a few breaths later, he changed the topic to that mysterious man. This is what he is really interested in. After all, he holds 2 of the other party's most precious treasures in his hands. If this is found, Sister Qingyan, after you came to this supreme plane, you should have also looked for your mother. Can you tell me the result? Also, if what you said before is true, and even you now cannot fully understand the other party's methods, then how can this supreme plane be ruled by the 9 holy places? It should be a one-man show. The voice was full of confusion. But as soon as he asked these questions, Bai Qingyan's expression immediately became strange. However, Bai Qingyan didn't let him wait too long. Soon, she slowly explained, "Of course I have looked for it. And there are some clues. All the clues at that time pointed to the center of the plane, the divine realm. But 4 million years ago, when I had prepared everything and was ready to go and find out the truth, a deafening roar suddenly erupted in that area. Immediately afterwards, a storm of energy swept across the entire plane. Every building was destroyed wherever it passed. The big trees were even uprooted. When everything is over, the entire supreme plane will be littered with corpses. Looking around, there is no living thing taller than half a meter. And the ferocious beasts that later wreaked havoc on the plains rose up at that very moment. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a chance. As for what happens next? Out of longing, even though my heart was filled with fear, I still went there in the end. What a pity, that explosion was so powerful. I will turn everything in the divine realm into dust. Of course, I didn't gain nothing. At least I'm sure that the mysterious man is dead. And he died together with others. Chapter 582 Great News. Did they perish together? Hearing this, Cao Wenbin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This is definitely an answer that couldn't be better. The only pity is that everything there is destroyed. If only there were something left. Wrong. Even the Supreme Being could leave a way out for himself when he died, let alone a character like this. Let's take a step back and say, even if he really died in a hurry, what about those women of his? What if some of them were buried in advance? Then wouldn't it be possible? Thinking of this, Cao Wenbin suddenly couldn't control himself. And I don't know if it was because they were in sync or what, but at that moment, Bai Qingyan also spoke with an expectant look on her face. Wenbin, doesn't your book of life allow you to check everyone's past and present lives? In that case, please take a little effort and help me find my mother's whereabouts. Not much talk, but it was a wake-up call. Immediately afterwards, Cao Wenbin didn't even hesitate and started flipping through the book frantically. But the excitement on his face did not last long. After just a few breaths, the word, Chuan, appeared on his forehead. Is the situation very bad? Could it be that my mother has already? When he frowned, Bai Qingyan couldn't hold it anymore. She could accept that her mother was dead. After all, it has been so many years, she is mentally prepared. But she simply couldn't accept the ending of being reduced to ashes. But just when she didn't know what to do, Cao Wenbin gently shook his head. Your mother is fine. Even according to the Book of Life, she has an extremely long lifespan. I might not even be able to outlive her now. This is not a word of comfort. But it's the truth. As for why the frown, it was simply because he also took a look at Lu Zhilin, who interested him very much. But the result was completely beyond his expectations. That guy is actually a person who is beyond the 3 realms and not in the 5 elements. You know, this fate is not something that can be found everywhere. So far, Cao Wenbin has only met such a person besides himself. Even Bai Qingyan and others don't have such a noble fate. Depend on, isn't this guy Zhun Xiaoyao? Or did he have another adventure? My curiosity reached its peak in an instant. But soon, he couldn't figure it out anymore. Bai Qingyan, who received a positive answer, stood up suddenly. Then he pulled him and ran out. Aren't you going to participate in the Hongmeng Palace? In that case, let's set off quickly. It's about to start over there. The sooner we finish it, the better. Then let's go find my mother together. The highest plain, northwest. The academy is still the same academy. But there have been huge changes in the people attending this meeting. The most eye-catching among them is the Longyan Sword sect. No one could have imagined that this should have been an occasion for the younger generation to compete, but a recognized top master on the continent inexplicably sneaked in. Because of this, the scene was extremely quiet. Everyone stand up straight. The breathing is also quite rhythmic. After all, there are no fools who can come here. Everyone knows what state Zhongzhou is in at this moment. 30 consecutive masteries. Who but a madman could do such a thing? And this situation is obviously not what Yingtian Academy wants. Therefore, the original speaking session was directly cancelled. Immediately afterwards, one extremely ancient teleportation array after another suddenly appeared around everyone. Boom. The process is not complicated. In addition, the people from Yingtian Academy were obviously familiar with the place, so after just a few breaths, a 7-storied palace that was emitting purple light all the time was summoned out. Willing to be a stepping stone to help talented people make progress. I wish to be a stepping stone to help students take off. Hongmeng Palace. It's finally about to begin. As the palace slowly landed on the ground, all those who were qualified to enter became excited. After all, this thing can help people condense the fruits of Taoism and help people enter Taoism. Although the probability is extremely low. Even if the palace is opened dozens of times, no one may succeed. But the fact that it is a shortcut is unquestionable. And those who succeed here have great potential. But no matter how excited they were, the people present still didn't dare to move. Because we haven't arrived at the Yaokai Holy Land where a big incident happened 2 days ago. If you make a sound, you will most likely be accused of disrespecting the holy place. This is a big taboo. However, these young people have concerns, but some people don't. This is not. What are you all doing standing there? This thing is only open for a month, so why not seize every moment? Alright, let's all go in. As for Yaoqi, they won't come at all. After all, a sect that's made up entirely of women has a man inside. How can anything good happen? It seems to me that they must be busy holding a no-cover meeting. I've long forgotten about the Hongmeng Palace. Song Si's words were full of resentment. Although he was happy, the people in Yingtian Academy who saw everything were all devastated. Depend on. We should have brought the old principal with us before we left today. If he were here, how could this lunatic be so unscrupulous? No, we can't go on like this. It's never too late to mend. As soon as this idea came out, Ying Sheng could no longer sit still. With a slight shake of his right hand, a message flew out instantly. This place is not far from the headquarters of Yingtian Academy. With the ability of their old principal, as long as he pays attention to the situation here, he can arrive in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, although his reaction was quick, he was still a step too slow. The next moment, a voice full of charm suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. It seems my vision was correct. How can someone as narrow-minded as you be a good match? But I really thank you. Is this the unobstructed assembly? What a great idea. Once things here are over, I'll immediately hold a party for Wenbin. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin and others slowly descended from the void and appeared in front of everyone. The movements are extremely cool. But it is obvious that where Bai Qingyan is, others can only run by. Look, the attention of most people at the scene unconsciously fell on Bai Qingyan. The only exception may be Yin Qingzhou. In his eyes, there is only Lan Shan. Chapter 583 The Chair That Attacks. Damn it. Why does Cao Wenbin do that? So what if there are advantages? I don't have any shortcomings. No surprises. As Bai Qingyan, whose temperament had changed drastically, came into everyone's sight, everyone present became jealous. You can smell the sour smell from a long distance. After all, they are all experienced people, so they naturally know what this change in temperament means. Thinking of the bloody rain that lasted for over a month in Yaoqi. I'm not envious at all. Anyway, whoever is tired knows it. Having a healthy body and living a few more years is better than anything else. Be very open-minded. But their faces were more distorted than each other. At the same time, they all subconsciously looked at Song Si. They really wanted to know what this number one master in the universe would do in the face of such ridicule. But after just a few breaths, they were all stunned. Because Song Si, who was extremely arrogant before, is now pretending to be dead. Although his eyes were full of jealousy, he didn't dare to look at Bai Qingyan at all. Depend on. Where's the energy you used to talk nonsense to us before? No wonder they won't let you play. If it were me, I wouldn't let you play either. Of course, although they thought so, everyone's expressions were quite serious. After all, Song Si might give in to Bai Qingyan, but he would never give in to them. What made them happy was that the people from Yingtian Academy were obviously very perceptive. Just when they were about to suffer death, a shout suddenly reached everyone's ears. Everyone, the gate of Hongmeng Palace has been opened. This is a rare opportunity, let's go in quickly. Without any hesitation, the people who were pardoned were running faster than each other. The only ones who were not in a hurry at the scene might be Cao Wenbin and his gang. Because Ji Xinju, who had been there before, was explaining everything inside without reservation. There are 7 floors in this Hongmeng Palace. In every room on the first 6 floors, there's a listening stone. The more you take, the longer you'll be able to listen to the immortal music once the 7th floor is unlocked. Of course, the function of each layer of stone is completely different. Each of the listening stones on the first level can only listen for 1 minute. The second level is 10 minutes. And the third level is 100 minutes. And so on. So after you get in, there's no need to waste time on the first few floors. Just focus on finding the teleportation array leading to the 5th or 6th floor. After all, there are very few rooms on these 2 floors. If you go too late, the flowers might be cold. And based on past experience, if you can't get the listening stones on the last 2 levels, then there's no chance of a breakthrough. Very detailed. But Cao Wenbin's brows frowned unconsciously. Not only him, Wu Yu and Ling Ruobing who had just been picked up also had frowns on their faces. As for the reason, No matter how you calculate it, the time doesn't match at all. The Hongmeng Palace is only open for 1 month, but one stone on the 6th floor can be used to listen for 100,000 minutes. That's more than 2 months. But before the three of them could ask any questions, Ji Shinju's voice rang out again. Oh, and by the way, time on the 7th floor is completely still. So don't be humble. Use as much force as you can. The effort and reward are definitely proportional. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Qingyan immediately moved. He first straightened Cao Wenbin's collar, and then sent him to the door of Hongmeng Palace with a worried look on his face. That little thing is so cute. The two of them felt relieved, but Song Si, who saw everything, was furious. Bastards. Pure bastards. But you don't have to be complacent. This will definitely be the last time we see each other. The gate of Hongmeng Palace is very big. But it's quite petty inside. Look. After the transmission was over, Cao Wenbin actually appeared in an extremely narrow passage. High but quite high. But the width. Only 3 people at most are allowed to pass. Depend on. This is not a school. It's clearly a maze. And this design, no matter how you look at it, looks like it has bad intentions. This is not a conspiracy theory. After all, who among those who are qualified to come in is not arrogant? Once you encounter such a narrow area, the probability of giving way is absolutely extremely low. So, a top-notch conspiracy. Come in, the manpower will definitely be damaged. Not only that, you can only watch my people praise you. After shaking his head, Cao Wenbin flew forward at a rapid speed. He has already decided that he will never let anyone from the Yaokai Holy Land come in again. As for chance, his god and demon Joy Cicada is the greatest opportunity for the people of Yaokai. As long as you are diligent enough, everything is possible. Why? I don't know how many kidneys Lu Zhilin has. If there were 8 or 10 of them, that would be perfect. I thought it was enough before. But now it seems that the strength we've accumulated over the past year and a half is still somewhat lacking. The more Cao Wenbin thought about it, the more he felt that this matter needed to be studied carefully. But just when he was about to lose himself in thought, a door suddenly appeared on his left. Depend on. Fortunately I ran slowly. Otherwise you'll miss it. But although he was excited, Cao Wenbin did not act impulsively. Instead, I became more careful. Only after seeing the dust on the door handle and making sure there was no movement in the room did he gently push it open. Crack. The sound is so harsh. At the same time, an extremely simple room came into his sight. A chair and a table. Plus a stone glowing purple. This should be the so-called listening stone. It's quite pretty. While he was muttering, his body was not idle either. With a flash, he went straight into the house. At the same time, his right hand directly grabbed the purple stone. Although he was fast, there was something that was faster than him. Before he even touched the stone, the originally inconspicuous chair suddenly rushed towards him without any control. The speed is quite fast. And it's very cruel. One of the chair legs was pointing directly at the heart. If this is hit by it. Bang! Cao Wenbin didn't hide. Because he wants to test the strength. But the result shocked him greatly. A full-strength attack from an early-stage supreme. Depend on. No wonder the lowest level of people coming in are inspectors. If a supreme being came in and found that there was nothing stronger than a chair, he would be so angry that he would die. Chapter 584 Unbelievable Climbing Speed. After taking a look at the chair that had completely fallen apart, Cao Wenbin didn't hesitate and took the listening stone in his hand. Then he turned around and prepared to leave. After all, time is running out. Every second you spend outside increases your chances of finding the teleportation array. But before he could lift his feet, his whole body suddenly froze in place. Because he suddenly discovered that this stone seemed to have some connection with something on the ceiling. Isn't this a coincidence? The corners of his mouth curled up, and then, a force of space suddenly emerged from his body. He planned to follow this connection and reach that thing directly. Anyway, he is on the 1st floor now. Therefore, as long as he succeeds, no matter which level he reaches in the end, he will definitely make money. Unfortunately, reality quickly slapped him in the face. With his full strength, the power of space did lock onto the target. That is also a listening stone. Bigger than the one in his hand. If nothing unexpected happens, the two should have been one. That's why there is a connection. But when everything was ready and all that was left was to break through the space, he made the embarrassing discovery that the energy he could unleash was totally insufficient. The space here is extremely solid. With his level of just entering the Supreme Realm, he couldn't even create a ripple in space here. Not to mention breaking through space. I just don't believe it. But Cao Wenbin did not give up. The next moment, he directly used the technique of unifying all things that he had just acquired. The power of the soul is transformed into energy in the blink of an eye. Then his hands started to draw again. The action is still the same action. But the results are completely different. He couldn't move it at all before, but this time, he easily tore open a space crack that was more than one person high. He really deserves a beating. It would be great if you could just let them go. It takes a lot more effort for me. He curled his lips, then Cao Wenbin took a step forward. Of course, before the passing, the Book of Life was already floating beside him. After all, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. And the facts have proved that his choice was correct. Before he could even see the situation clearly, a fork stabbed directly into his eyes. It's getting faster. Bang! The attacker was still shattered to pieces. However, Cao Wenbin's expression suddenly became serious. Because the intensity of the attack this time has reached the level of mid-supreme. Does the attack have an incremental effect? Sure enough, this place was created to kill people. What's this about being willing to be a stepping stone and helping students to soar? That's just bullshit. At the same time, through feedback, Cao Wenbin finally realized that this was the second floor. Although he took shortcuts, they were not many. Of course, he doesn't care about this. After all, if there is one, there will be two. Just find a stone that is connected to the one above, and the shortcut will naturally appear again. So there is nothing to regret at all. Looks like it's time to test your luck. As soon as he finished speaking, the listening stone on the table disappeared. Also disappearing was Cao Wenbin's figure. Look, the harvest list has finally been updated. Our Dragon Roar Sword sect is still strong. The top 2 spots are ours. My junior brother Wufeng has even harvested 17 listening stones in such a short time. Outside the Hongmeng Palace, as the palace gate slowly closed, a curtain soon fell from above the plaque. Just enough to completely cover the entire gate. And the content on it is also being updated crazily. But no matter how things change, the first 2 places are firmly occupied by people from the Longyan Sword sect. So, after Jian Wuxin rolled his eyes a few times, he immediately burst into laughter. The purpose is extremely obvious, which is to flatter Song Si. After all, there are not many opportunities like this. Of course you have to grasp it. And the facts have proved that his choice was correct. Look, before he even finished speaking, a look of satisfaction appeared on Song Si's resolute face. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Just when he was about to press on with his victory and say a few more words, the person number 1 on the list suddenly changed. And when he saw the name clearly, his face turned green. Cao Wenbin, a first-class listening stone and a second-class listening stone. Now on the 2nd floor. Trying to get to the 3rd floor. How is this possible? Of course, he wasn't the only one who was numb. People from other forces are also in a state of panic. You know, according to past experience, if you want to reach the 2nd level, it will take at least 5 days. After all, the space on the 1st floor is the largest. It is also the most complicated. But now it is. But soon, Jian Wuxin popped out again. I see. This Cao must have landed near the teleportation point. Damn, this guy is so lucky. Everyone was stunned. Then he nodded unconsciously. That's right. Otherwise, what right does Cao Wenbin have? Depend on. Even though they figured it out, a hint of jealousy still unconsciously emerged in everyone's hearts. After all, this advantage is really huge. The only thing that makes them feel better is that this advantage is only 1 level. Moreover, this Cao guy only has the cultivation level of the early stage of the Supreme. There is absolutely no ability to maintain this advantage. Did he save the Supreme Plane in his previous life? Why does everything good belong to him? But just as everyone was muttering to themselves, the information on the screen moved again. The 2 people from the Dragon Roar Sword sect each added more than a dozen first-level listening stones. The rhythm is quite steady. But no one present was in the mood to pay attention to them. Because Cao Wenbin, 1 first-class listening stone, 2 second-class listening stones, and 1 third-class listening stone. Now we have reached the 3rd level. Trying to reach the 4th floor. Oh my god. Everyone rubbed their eyes subconsciously. No change. Then they rubbed it again because they didn't believe it. But the result is still the same. So, everyone was blown away. After all, it could be a coincidence. But if it happened twice, it definitely couldn't be a coincidence. This kid must have found a loophole in the Hongmeng Palace. No wonder he was able to settle in Yaoqi. You're such a good hole driller. Unlike them who were still in the mood to make fun of him, after making sure that he was not seeing things, Jian Wuxin stood up immediately. Then he shouted wildly, "This guy must be cheating. Ying Sheng, as the organizers, don't you want to say something? Or are you involved in this too?" Chapter 585, Going Along with the Crowd. Boy, could you please repeat what you just said to me? I'm old. I didn't hear something clearly. Jian Wuxin's face was full of madness. He looked like he was about to point at Ying Sheng's nose and start scolding him. But just as he finished speaking, a cold snort went straight into his ears. It wasn't a big noise. But Jian Wuxin, who had reached the heavenly Dao realm, was so shocked that his whole body was trembling. After a few breaths, a hint of crimson appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ying Siwan, why is this old guy here? Doesn't he never attend such occasions? A feeling of fear instantly filled Jian Wuxin's whole body. As for revenge, even if he were given some courage, he would never dare to do it. After all, although both sides are in the heavenly Dao realm, the gap in combat power is like a chasm. If there was no heaven-defying treasure, even if Ying Siwan stood there and let him chop him, he might not be able to break his defense. But just as he was frantically thinking about how to make this matter go away, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Old friend, why are you competing with a junior? What a bargain. Besides, he didn't say anything wrong. If you hadn't opened the back door, how could this Cao have reached 2 floors in just half an hour? No soft words. Just confront directly." Obviously, as Cao Wenbin's highlights increase, Songxi's madness becomes more and more serious. Even if the person who comes is of the same level, he will still not be given face. Ying Siwan, who saw everything, did not back down either. After all, when a gentleman is angry, blood will splatter 5 steps away. That's not just talk. Therefore, what Brother Songxi said makes sense. Without our help, none of this would make sense. Never mind. Now that everything has been exposed, I won't pretend anymore. In order for this Cao to get the opportunity more smoothly, I will kick out your Dragon Roar Sword Sect's people. Once and for all. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately started to make hand gestures with his right hand. But he was happy, but Songxi was anxious. Kick them all out. Then what the hell is he doing? Wouldn't all the previous arrangements come to nothing? Stop it. The sound is very loud. But Ying Siwan simply ignored it. I still do my own thing. And his hand speed is getting slower and slower. This is a sign that the seal is about to end. So, Songxi never dared to act like a fool again. The next moment, Brother Siwan, I admit that I was a little anxious just now. Now that I think about it, there's really no need for you to give him any backdoor access. How about this, as an apology, I can compensate you. So as to appease your anger. Of course, if you're willing to help my people get in through the back door, we can definitely discuss the amount of compensation. The tone has softened a lot. But for the sake of face, these words were not spoken. Everything is a spiritual communication. And this is exactly what Ying Siwan wants. After all, Yingtian Academy has never been involved in any power disputes. Just focus on running the school. Therefore, I can't help you with anything big. At most, I can adjust the spatial flow rate of the first 2 layers. But for your people, this should be enough. As for compensation, I don't want more. A while ago, several of our swordsmanship teachers retired. And it is well known that your Dragon Roar Sword Sect is the absolute authority in this area. So, the corners of Songxi's mouth twitched unconsciously. He would never have thought that this gentle old man would have such a big appetite. This doesn't require a teacher. It's obvious that he wants the basic training method of their Dragon Roar Sword Sect. I've read so many books that I've lost everything. I never do anything for people. But even though he thought so, after gritting his teeth, he still nodded in agreement. After all, the training method can be improved, but there are not many chances to kill Cao Wenbin. Make a deal. While the two were bargaining, Ji Shinju had already moved to Bai Qingyan's side. Master, these two guys are obviously up to no good. Should we think of some solution? For example, bribing people from other forces. Let him help the little man at the critical moment. Very profound thinking, but Bai Qingyan shook her head very firmly. Little man, you underestimate Wenbin. Besides his young age, the rest of his body is still hard. Just watch carefully. No matter what tricks these guys try, they will definitely fail. After saying this, Bai Qingyan not only did not show any eagerness, but instead sat down on a chair with a playful look on her face. Obviously ready to watch a show. But that's true. She had arm wrestled with Cao Wenbin. And many times. So she knows better than anyone how explosive that little man is. Those chickens and dogs in Hongmeng Palace can never be its opponents. Even if there is any trump card. Damn it, is there a teleportation array here? My legs are almost as thin as they used to be, but I can't even see a hair. After using the listening stone again, Cao Wenbin shook his head speechlessly. He has been wandering around this third floor for 5 days. There are at least hundreds of channels to go through. But apart from the listening stone, he never got anything else. Of course, shortcuts did appear during this period. But he had no way to leave. Because the space on the third floor is more solid. Even if he used the technique of unifying all things, it was still useless. Still can't break it, so he could only use the most primitive method. But as the saying goes, there is always a way out. Just as he finished searching 2 more rooms and was about to move on to the next one, the view in front of him suddenly became clear. The original small passage disappeared directly. Instead, there is an extremely spacious hall. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't see the top or the wall in the distance. As far as the eye can see, there is only a giant standing there who is more than 10 meters tall. A dark blue robe, eyes closed. It's obviously waiting to be activated. And behind him, 8 weapons were floating. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks and forks. Judging from its sharpness, it is obviously not an ordinary object. Oh my god, there are actually gatekeepers here. Is it so outrageous? Chapter 586 Kill one person first. Depend on. That Cao guy is really good at running. I don't know what method he used, but he managed to reach the 3rd floor without making any noise. What's even stranger is that he actually bypassed the guards on every floor. If the outside world hadn't sent us intelligence in time, we might still be kept in the dark. Originally, after seeing the gatekeeper, Cao Wenbin was prepared to end the battle quickly. After all, this is only the 3rd floor. The attack power of the bench guarding the listening stone is only at the supreme level. Therefore, this gatekeeper is at best a supreme peak. And this level of cultivation is nothing to worry about. But just as he was about to take action, a complaining voice suddenly sounded from behind him. And it was obvious that he was not coming alone. This is not. Who says it's not? He is simply a loach, slippery and slippery. Also, the same goes for the 2 women he brought in. On the 2nd floor, my junior fellow apprentice and I once encountered them. I originally wanted to catch it and have some fun. After all, this is the woman of the new Yaoqi Lord. It must be very rewarding to play. But I didn't expect that not only are they quite powerful, but one of them even knows the law of cause and effect. After a fierce fight, not only did they run away. Even my junior fellow apprentice was involved. What's even more infuriating is that after I organized the people, I couldn't find them anymore. I only realized afterwards that there was a cause and effect between us. And that woman can use this to sense my location at all times. That is to say, as long as they don't want us to, we will never meet again in this life. The voice was full of resentment. Of course, it's not just him. Cao Wenbin, who heard everything, was also really angry. How dare you think about my girl? You better pop out from between the rocks. Otherwise, I will make all the living female elders in your family tree walk with their legs apart. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin's figure disappeared from the spot. This is not just stealth, but time wandering. At this time, Cao Wenbin is no longer on this timeline. Therefore, unless he breaks this state himself, or the person who comes is much stronger than him, he will definitely not be discovered. And the 2 guys behind him obviously don't have this level. So even if you pass by him with full concentration, you still won't notice anything. We actually encountered the gatekeeper so soon. Brother Wufeng, do you think we are lucky or unlucky? Both of their faces were full of confusion. After all, the mission they received was to never let Cao Wenbin walk out of the third floor alive. But now it is. Forget it, let's leave a mark and go back. He shook his head, and then Jian Wufeng, with a long sword on his back, started writing and drawing on the wall. This is a little trick unique to his Longyan sword sect. It's not complicated. So soon, he stopped with a satisfied look on his face. Now you don't have to worry about getting lost. At the same time, if this place is attacked, we will know it immediately. But the good times didn't last long. After just a few breaths, the satisfaction disappeared from his face. Instead, there was a hint of confusion and a thick tension. Because just now, he smelled blood. This is something that absolutely shouldn't be here. After all, even if the gatekeeper was crushed into pieces, not a drop of blood would be seen. Not good. The pupils shrank slightly. The next moment, he rushed directly to the left side of his leg. Just as he left, an attack suddenly came from the place where he had just stood. Boom. The shock wave is very sharp. In addition, they were so close, so Jian Wufeng was scratched and looked quite embarrassed. The robe that was originally spotless was turned into a beggar's outfit. But this time, he didn't really lose out. Although I lost face, I adjusted my state of mind. At least I don't have to turn my back to the enemy anymore. But before he could catch his breath, he was completely stunned by everything he saw. He thought of many possibilities. Even the thought that the guy who had always treated him as a brother was an undercover agent of Yao Kai had crossed his mind. But the situation before him was completely beyond his expectations. Cao Wenbin, how could it be you? Looking at the person lying in a pool of blood, and then looking at Cao Wenbin with an evil smile on his face, Jian Wufeng was completely stunned. The Supreme Destroyer Patroller. Are you sure you're not kidding? But soon, he reacted. Magic weapon. This guy must have used some kind of incredible treasure to be able to defeat the strong with the weak. The one who can achieve all this must at least have an innate treasure. Damn it, it's true that a girl is 3 million years older than me, and God will feed her. I've never even seen a divine object before, but someone else can easily obtain it with just a little more effort. The more he thought about it, the more jealous Jian Wufeng became. After all, the boy in front of him is not serving some ugly girl. On the contrary, she is one of the most beautiful women in the world. Of course, while he was jealous, he was also excited. Because once he is prepared, even an innate treasure will not be able to hurt him. That is to say, it seems today is indeed my lucky day. The mission target has not only been delivered to our door, even brought gifts. After he finished speaking, he didn't hesitate anymore. His figure flashed and he disappeared from the spot. It was obvious that he was afraid that someone would snatch his opportunity away. But he rushed forward quickly, but he also came back quickly. Boom. After a loud bang, Jian Wufeng, who was originally excited, was directly embedded in the wall. This is physical strength at the peak patroller level. Damn, who the hell is this guy? Ever since the Fist Master perished in the Great Beast Calamity, hasn't the method of body refining fallen into complete obscurity? His eyes were full of shock. At the same time, he finally understood why Cao Wenbin was able to enter the Yaoqi Holy Land. With such a strong body, which woman wouldn't be tempted? But no matter how much he thought about it, his body never stopped for a moment. The next moment, he moved rapidly around Cao Wenbin. Although he had never fought against a physical trainer, he knew that speed was the lifeblood of a physical trainer as he was well read. As long as he doesn't stop, the body cultivator without the support of the laws will be a sitting duck. You can abuse me however you want. It's your bad luck. My minor subject happens to be the law of wind. Speed happens to be their strong point. Chapter 587, Kill the Heavenly Tao Realm in an Instant. Jian Wufeng is very confident. And his speed is indeed worthy of his confidence. Look, there is nothing but strong wind at the scene. There's no way to catch his figure. Of course, he wasn't just running around aimlessly. Soon, his eyes lit up. I want to see how hard you are. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned behind Cao Wenbin and took action. The target is directly at the back of the neck. This is absolutely crucial. Once you get hit hard, at best you will lose your fighting ability, at worst you will die. You really can't react. It seems that books never deceive me. As the distance between the sword and his neck got closer and closer, Jian Wufeng's mouth corners became more and more difficult to suppress. At the same time, the scene of Song Si holding a celebration banquet for him emerged in his mind. But as the saying goes, too much joy leads to sorrow. After just a few breaths, the smile froze on his face. Because just when he was about to make a final push, he lost his target. There is nothing but air in front of me. Where is Cao Wenbin? This is. Confused. Although his brain temporarily stopped working, his body was subconsciously making evasive moves. This is the combat experience he has gained through many life and death experiences. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, all experience is useless. The next moment, a heavy blow directly embedded him into the wall again. Compared with the last time, this time it is obviously deeper. At the same time, a pool of blood appeared on the ground. A speed race with me. You are really going crazy. He shook his head, and then Cao Wenbin punched again. Kill him while he is ill. Wow. Without any surprise, a mouthful of blood gushed out again. Of course, during this period, Jian Wufeng did not do nothing. When Cao Wenbin was about to swing his fist again, a golden pill went directly into his mouth. It's the Jian Judan. After taking it, you will overdraw all your potential and take your strength to a higher level in a short period of time. As for the consequences, after the effect of the medicine wore off, the strength dropped a little. And there is no possibility of recovery in your lifetime. Boy, you forced me to do this. If I don't chop you into pulp today, my last name won't be Jian. And he is not bragging. As the drug began to take effect, his momentum immediately began to surge. The speed is completely incomparable. Almost in the blink of an eye, he escaped from Cao Wenbin's control. Tendokyo. It seems like this is a real fight. With a curl of his lips, Cao Wenbin quickly retreated. It's not shameful to walk the dog. It's not too late to do it after the effect of the medicine has worn off. As for whether I can hold on until then, Cao Wenbin does have this confidence. Although his realm was only the supreme realm, he was 2 levels lower than the other party. But when it comes to short-distance maneuvering, as he has mastered the 2 great laws of time and space, he is not afraid of an extremely weak heavenly Tao. As the saying goes, an expert can tell whether something is good or not with just one look. Cao Wenbin only moved once and almost scared Jian Wufeng's eyes out. The law of time. How is this possible? Time and space are things that only gods can control. Why do you, a pretty boy? While speaking, he subconsciously took 2 steps back. The desire to attack has also obviously weakened a lot. He was really scared. His intuition told him that this boy whom he had originally ignored was most likely pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. It looks weak, but it is actually very strong. No, I have to find some help. This is a collective task. There's no reason for me to handle it alone. The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became. Then he followed his heart and rushed directly to the entrance of the passage. Even though Cao Wenbin was nearby, he couldn't care less. After all, he can still tell the difference between suffering once and suffering forever. Besides, he didn't think Cao Wenbin would fight him head-on. His cultivation in the heavenly Tao realm is not for show. But just a few breaths later, reality gave him a loud slap in the face. He had only rushed halfway when Cao Wenbin blocked the only escape route. It is obvious that they are preparing to kill everyone. Oh shit. If you have the guts, kill me with one blow. I don't believe you can break my defense. As soon as the roar fell, Jian Wufeng directly arranged all his energy around his body. He has to take it head on. In exchange for a chance to escape. As long as we can enter the channel, the Navy will have the sea as wide as it wants and the sky as high as it wants. But Cao Wenbin, who saw everything, subconsciously curled his lips. Can't break the defense. I don't even care about Bai Qingyan's defense, so how could I care about you? So, the art of unifying all things. In an instant, the power of the soul and body was rapidly transformed into energy. Immediately afterwards, a huge space blade cut directly towards Jian Wufeng. Swish. No explosion. There is no recoil force at all. This time the confrontation was so peaceful. What's even more bizarre is that Jian Wufeng, who took a hard hit, seemed to be uninjured and continued to rush forward. However, his expression was not very good. It can even be said to be quite ugly. Not long after, he squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. Cao Wenbin, you are doing very well. This time, I'm the one who got screwed. But this isn't over yet. I will take revenge sooner or later. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely illusory figure emerged from between his eyebrows. At the same time, his body, which was equipped with multiple defenses, collapsed directly. Split into two. The cut is quite neat. Obviously, he did not stop the space blade. As for why, even after all this, he still dared to speak so harshly. That was entirely because he had obtained the opportunity to reincarnate and cultivate again. As long as the phantom can disappear smoothly. Unfortunately, he ran into the muzzle of a gun again. Looking at the shadow who dared to wave goodbye, Cao Wenbin smiled coldly, and then a force of reincarnation suddenly burst out. The shadow was fixed directly in place. Hasn't it been spread long ago that I control the 6 realms of reincarnation? If that's the case, then who gave you the courage to do this in front of me? The phantom was stunned. Then he started struggling frantically. Only after realizing it was useless did he prepare to beg Cao Wenbin for mercy. But it's all too late. From the moment he started talking without thinking, everything was doomed. The next moment, the soul-searching technique plus the devouring package fell directly on him. Chapter 588 The Method of Passing on Power. As expected of a veteran expert. This background is indeed beyond words. Feeling his soul become stronger, the corners of Cao Wenbin's mouth curled up unconsciously. This wave has increased his chances of breaking through the heavenly Tao realm in the future. But the good times didn't last long. After just a few breaths, he couldn't laugh anymore. As for the reason, as Jian Wufeng's memory slowly began to respond, he soon discovered something was wrong. In this supreme plane, there is actually no one who understands the 2 major laws of time and space. Of course, it's not always the case. According to some unofficial historical records, there were people who could do this in ancient times. But as the saying goes, official history may not be correct, but unofficial history is definitely unofficial. All of that is just a legend. It started 4 or 5 million years ago. Not sure if it's true or not. Depend on what the hell is going on. How could something that doesn't exist in the supreme plane become a mainland commodity in the god and demon plane? Not only Tianyan and the 12 witch ancestors know how to do it, but even Zhun Xiaoyao knows how to do it. Forget about the first 2. One is the way of heaven, the other is born and raised by nature. But what right does Zhun Xiaoyao have? The more he thought about it, the tighter Cao Wenbin's brows furrowed. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the continent of gods and demons seemed to be an intermediate plane. But in fact, it shouldn't be that simple. After all, there are so many unusual things. All kinds of dazzling opportunities. The 6 paths of reincarnation that makes all the worlds jealous. And the goddess record in his body that even Bai Qingyan would fall head over heels for. No, things here are over. Even if it means exhausting all my luck, I must figure out what is going on. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin punched the gatekeeper. Of course, he wasn't leaving, he was just venting. Stress relief. Jian Wufeng's memories really brought him too much trouble. Boom. And there is no suspense about the result. The gatekeeper, who looked quite intimidating, exploded. There is absolutely no capital to fight against him. Although his hand felt refreshed, his intention to relieve stress was completely thwarted. It even gave him more headaches. Because this gatekeeper revealed 3 things. A teleportation array. If nothing goes wrong, it should be the way to the 4th floor. 5 listening stones. It's no different from the ordinary rooms on the 3rd floor. As for the 3rd item, it was a pitch black stone. And the reason why he had a headache again was precisely because of this. His intuition told him that this thing was related to a big secret. Absolutely not to be missed. Actually, this is a good thing. After all, who would complain about having too much opportunity? But Jian Wufeng's memory recorded it very clearly. There were 6 pieces of this thing in total. After the gatekeeper on each floor is killed, a new one will pop out. And it's like this every time it opens. At the beginning, some people put a lot of effort into researching it. But in the end, nothing was gained. Over time, no one picked them up anymore. Damn it, what a loser who can't recognize gold and jade. Forget it, I'll just wait here for Wuyu and the others. Then let them go back and pick it up. That way, nothing will be delayed. Anyway, as long as I don't fall behind, I won't be short of the listening stone. Outside Hongmeng Palace. Look, the list has been updated again. The sound is not loud, but it can really stimulate the mind. The next moment, everyone's eyes fell on the curtain again. Cao Wenbin, 1 first-class listening stone, 2 second-class listening stones, and 174 third-class listening stones. We have now reached the 3rd level. Working hard to reach the 4th floor. This is normal. After all, the first mover advantage is huge. It is impossible for anyone to catch up in such a short time. But when everyone's attention shifted to the 2nd place, they were all stunned. Soared without bounds. What's going on? Where's Jian Wufeng? His 2nd place position is also very stable. This is the voice of everyone. But when their gazes gradually moved downwards and they still didn't get anything, their expressions gradually became subtle. No one is a fool. The original 2nd place suddenly disappeared from the list. What does this mean? Even if they use their toes to think, they can figure it out. Anyway, it's impossible that Jian Wufeng gave all the stones away. We just caught up and an accident happened. Is it a coincidence? Or is it that guy surnamed Cao who is really capable and killed Jian Wufeng directly? And just as they were secretly pondering this, a terrifying murderous aura spread out again. As expected, Zhongzhou exploded again. But this time, he is no longer targeting everyone. Instead, he glared at Bai Qingyan with great courage. Junior sister Bai, it seems you've given this pretty boy a lot of goodies. What? Did you enjoy it? It makes you desperate. Unlike others, Zhongzhou knew very well that Cao Wenbin must have been responsible for his apprentice's death. After all, most of the masters who entered this time had agreements with them. The target is all Cao Wenbin. It is impossible to consume each other. In the face of ridicule, Bai Qingyan did not flinch at all. She gently lifted her long hair, revealing her mature temperament, and then retorted with a look of disdain, "The man I choose, of course there is nothing to say. Strong in every way. Yes, I can tell you very clearly. Those little tricks of yours will never succeed. Wenbin can even deal with me, so how can he not deal with your disciples?" Zhongzhi's face turned green. Especially the words, "even I can handle it," deeply hurt his heart. After all, he wasted 3 million years. But I haven't heard even a good word. The more he thought about it, the angrier Zhongzhou became. So, after gritting his teeth, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. "Very good. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust." As soon as he finished speaking, his aura surged, and then he slowly forced out a sword intent in front of him. This is not an attack. But it is a method of passing on skills. Immediately afterwards, he controlled the sword intent and rushed directly towards Hongmeng Palace. Buzz. There was no obstacle at all. The sword intent plunged right in. As for who to look for, that is self-evident. Bai Qingyan, just wait to collect the body of your little man. And if there's no one available, I don't believe you won't come to me for help. When that time comes, I don't know what he was thinking about, but at that moment, a hint of evil charm slowly emerged on his face. But after just a few breaths, he couldn't laugh anymore. Because. Chapter 589, God Worship Formation. Zhongzhou, it seems that you are not very confident in your own apprentice. But have you forgotten that I also have many ways to help people remotely? Even more than you. Bai Qingyan's voice was full of sarcasm. After she finished speaking, she didn't care about Zhongzhi's reaction and just gave Ji Shinju a wink. No beginning or end. It's very confusing. If this happened to someone else, they would definitely be confused. But Ji Shinju, who had followed Bai Qingyan for millions of years, understood it instantly. Immediately afterwards, a very puzzling gesture appeared in front of everyone. Of course, this is not some magic trick. It's just a code. There is no fluctuation of mana. However, the influence is not bad at all. The next moment, swish, as the sound of breaking air was rang out, the 99 beauties who were originally standing behind Ji Shinju immediately appeared in the void. Then they all started to murmur towards Hongmeng Palace with pious faces. At the same time, that strange gesture soon appeared on their chests. Sacred. This is everyone's first feeling. Then came a deep obsession. After all, there isn't a single ugly person in this team composed entirely of beauties. Pick any one of them at random, and they have the power to bring disaster to the country and the people. She is the goddess in the eyes of many people in the world. The most important thing is that they are not unknown people. The name of Baimachuan is well known no matter where it is. I originally thought these women were just vases, useless except for boosting Fairy Qingyan's reputation. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. The reason they never took action before was because no one dared to confront them. Just as these youngsters were so mesmerized that they didn't know what year it was, Zhongzhou, who had witnessed everything, was stunned for a moment before he immediately yelled, "Bai Qingyan, are you crazy?" They actually activated the 100 Beauties worship formation. Don't you know that once this formation is formed, these people will become your opponents and will fight with you madly in the future? Having said this, Zhongzhou suddenly stopped. The word, love, that was about to come out of his mouth was swallowed back by him. Because he suddenly remembered that at this moment, he and Bai Qingyan were no longer on the same front. He doesn't need to think about Bai Qingyan anymore. And if you think about him, it's not a bad thing at all. After all, with so many people joining in, the impact that Bai Qingyan needs to bear will definitely be much less. If he makes a comeback in the future, then he can use. Forget it, let Wuya suffer a little more. Anyway, with my understanding of the way of the sword, that Cao guy will have no hope of survival even if he receives the blessings of 100 beauties. But he calmed down, but the other onlookers who heard what he said were furious. No one is a fool. What are the two words that were swallowed? Everyone can guess it even if they use their toes. Therefore, is Bai Meituan going toe-to-toe with Bai Qingyan for jealousy? Why the hell doesn't this good thing happen to me? I'm not envious. I'm not envious at all. After all, true love is damn it, how could I not be envious? Oh, God, please open your eyes and take a look. This world is so unfair. Those who are thirsty die of drought, and those who are flooded die of flooding. I don't need much, as long as two of these are willing to fight for my favor, then I will burn incense for you every day. The most expensive kind. Has Fairy Qingyan's obsession with that boy reached this point? In order to make him stronger, she's even willing to use a formation that's extremely disadvantageous to herself. Hey, if this Cao can come out alive, I believe it won't be long before this group of 100 beauties will be completely flawless. From now on, the formation they form will be unbreakable. Shut up, everyone. There was a lot of discussion. It's so loud that even a deaf person can hear it. As a result, Bai Qingyan's momentum quickly rose. Of course, her anger was mostly directed at Zhongzhou. It's my own stuff, I can use it however I like. Is it your business? If you ask me, if you have this much time, you should think about how to collect your apprentice's body. Although the body should not be seen. But collecting some scraps of clothing is also good. At least there should be a cenotaph for him. On the third floor of Hongmeng Palace, Cao Wenbin, who was playing with the black stone, suddenly froze. Because a surge of energy coming from nowhere suddenly surged into his body. So crazy, but also very soft. As his energy increased, his strength gradually became uncontrollable. The peak of the early Supreme Stage. Mid-Supreme Stage. Until the peak of the middle stage of the Supreme Realm, everything returned to peace. 100 beautiful blessings. It seems that the Dragon Roar Sword sect is causing trouble again. Otherwise, with Qingyan's greed, there's no way she'd use this trick. A faint smile. Coincidentally, just when he had made a rough guess, a curse suddenly came from the passage that had been silent for a long time. Damn it, running away isn't Cao Wenbin's strong point. But why can't we catch him this time? No, we must try harder. If he doesn't die, the continent of gods and demons will always be a solid block. Outsiders have no way of getting involved. Those I want to save will also continue to be tortured by him. Without hesitation, the law of time spread out again. At the same time, a gleam of light flashed quickly in Cao Wenbin's eyes. He recognized it was Lu Zhilin's voice. It's true that enemies always come together. This time, I'm going to strip off all your disguises and see who you really are. As soon as he finished speaking, he entered the state of time wandering again. Tisk, tisk, and Lu Zhilin's speed is obviously not slow either. Just a few breaths later, that handsome figure appeared at the entrance of the passage. Very cautious. And he is obviously quite capable. Look, after observing for a while, his gaze actually stopped directly at the place where Cao Wenbin was hiding. And at the beginning, he still had some doubts. But as time went on, he seemed to have found new evidence, and his eyes gradually became firmer. Then, want a sneak attack? Go and dream your dreams. Watch the punch. Chapter 590. It really is Jun Xiaoyao. Boom. The boxing skills of Xiaoyao sector very sharp. Especially when used by Lu Zhilin, the direct inspector, it is extremely powerful. It's really hard for ordinary people to deal with it. But it is obvious that Cao Wenbin is not ordinary. No special methods are used. He didn't even use the power of his soul. He easily took it down with just his physical body. And they clearly have the upper hand. But for Lu Zhilin, this may just be a simple test. It doesn't make much sense. But for Cao Wenbin, it was completely different. Although the contact time between the two parties was short, a lot of information was fed back. The first thing is that extremely familiar feeling, as if meeting an old friend, is even stronger. Secondly, he discovered a trace of spatial fluctuation in Lu Zhilin's body. Although the other party hid very well, he was still discovered by him. Is it really Jun Xiaoyao? In that case, his eyes rolled around, and then Cao Wenbin said with a wicked smile, "Brother Lu, we are all from the Holy Land. We'll see each other every day. Why do you have to kill us the first time you meet? We have a grudge, but as the saying goes, ignorance is ignorance. When I was playing Tianyan, I didn't know she was your fiancé. Actually, I haven't played with her many times. The one I'm most proud of is actually a girl named Zhongzhou. First of all, she is the aunt of my sworn enemy. Secondly, she's really good at pretending. Every time I grit my teeth, I feel so angry and dissatisfied. That feeling." Cao Wenbin is getting more and more out of line. Of course, he wasn't kidding. While speaking, he kept staring at Lu Zhilin. The expression is quite focused. And his efforts were not in vain. As soon as Zhongzhou said these three words, Lu Zhilin's body trembled noticeably. Although it disappeared quickly, there is nothing unusual in other places. But for Cao Wenbin, this is enough. After all, he doesn't need evidence. Just make your own decision. So the next moment, Jun Xiaoyao, you really are haunting me. But this is fine. After all, without you, it's a bit boring. By the way, in this life, you should also have a mother or something. To tell you the truth, I was planning to capture your mother 7 times. It's a pity that Zhongzhou is so incompetent. Only the 3rd time, I already lost myself in it. The last 2 times, it wasn't so much that I captured her, it was more like she captured me. So, I'm going to restart this plan. See how much determination your mother in this life has. Furious. The power of these words is indeed beyond doubt. The next moment, Lu Zhilin exploded. Cao Wenbin, if I don't tear your mouth apart today, then my last name isn't Lu. Go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. The law of space. Obviously, as an old rival, he knew that now was not the time to hide his weakness. Otherwise, it would be impossible to cause any harm to Cao Wenbin. And as his strength increases, his application of the laws of space is obviously different from before. As soon as they met, he completely suppressed Cao Wenbin in terms of speed. No matter how the two sides move, he can always appear in the best position. But what made him depressed was that the saying, "He who has speed conquers the world," did not seem to be applicable to him. As for the reason, he couldn't break Cao Wenbin's defense at all. Cao Wenbin is as hard as an iron egg. No matter where he attacked, he returned in vain. What made him even more unacceptable was that although Cao Wenbin couldn't touch him, his mouth. Now you know what kind of life your elders usually led. Don't worry, they are all very happy. Especially your mother. Without any pause, in the following time, Cao Wenbin narrated one by one. From Zhongzhou to Jun Anlin, no one is left out. You attack yours, and I say mine. As a result, Lu Zhilin soon couldn't hold it anymore. After all, no one can stand having their elders' embarrassing moments recounted to their face. But just when he was about to take out his most valuable possession and fight for his life, 2 sword beams suddenly appeared behind him. One of them was aimed directly at the back of his head. Extremely powerful. The person who took action was definitely at the level of a top patroller. Although the other one is weak, its attack is extremely strange. It seems there is no way to avoid it. Ling Ruobing and Wu Yu. Lu Zhilin was shocked. He was already exhausted from dealing with just one Cao Wenbin, and now there were 2 more. Was he going to let him survive? Buzz. He didn't dare to hesitate. The next moment, the spatial laws in his body suddenly exploded in an extremely strange way. Then he took him and disappeared on the spot. No trace of him anymore. As for the fact that this guy was able to escape, Cao Wenbin didn't think there was anything strange about it. What really made his pupils shrink was Lu Zilin's last move. That is definitely not the pure law of space. There seems to be some chaotic energy mixed in it. The law of chaos. This guy is really not simple. Damn, could he be the same as Tianyan, a powerful being going down there to plot something? The more Cao Wenbin thought about it, the more he felt that this was the truth. After all, Zhun Xiaoyao was so difficult to kill back then. If you say it's just because of luck, no one would believe it. Only if certain arrangements are made in advance can everything be explained. It seems that this guy's previous life must have been of a high level. Even the Book of Life was included in their calculations. My heart skipped a beat. A sense of crisis instantly spread throughout his body. But before he could continue thinking about it, Wu and Ling Ruobing had already come to his side. Wenbin, are you hurt? Why do you look so bad? Shaked his head gently. Afterwards, he did not hide anything and directly told everything he had learned. After all, one person's plan is short, but two people's plan is long. And these two women, who had both stood on their own before, did not disappoint him. A very reliable solution was quickly given. If it's really like what you think, and Zhun Xiaoyao is not an ordinary person, then the women who followed him before must have been no pushovers either. In that case, once everything settles down, why don't we just take them all over here? Anyway, they've all been subdued by you. I will never betray you. And once they show up, it will not only stimulate Zhun Xiaoyao, but it may also make him feel emotional. What if someone awakens the memory of their past life? Not much talk, but Cao Wenbin's eyes lit up when he heard it. His face was full of excitement. That's it. Chapter 591 Crazy Lu Zilin. The black stone that the gatekeeper exploded. Is this what you're talking about? After discussing Lu Zilin's matter, Cao Wenbin originally planned to let the two women go back to the first and second floors as planned. But he didn't expect that as soon as he expressed his idea, Wu took out two stones as quickly as if by magic. It was exactly the same as the one he had gotten before. So, he was completely stunned. After a long while, he finally managed to utter, "Have you also discovered that this thing is not ordinary?" Wu shook his head gently, "No. The reason I picked them up is simply because I felt that the things dropped by the gatekeepers couldn't be completely useless. Besides, this thing doesn't take up much space anyway, so I just took it with me." The corner of Cao Wenbin's mouth twitched. He wanted to say something, but couldn't. So after taking 2 breaths, he took the 2 women directly into the teleportation array that had appeared for a long time. Buzz. As the sound of space shaking rang out, the slightly embarrassed Lu Zilin appeared out of thin air in a passage. Then, without saying a word, he punched a wall on the left. He feels so depressed. He never thought that Zhang Shengxi would be. That's his aunt. He was reluctant to even hold the hand of his aunt. As the various situations that Zhang Shengxi might encounter appeared in his mind one by one, he became so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. No, we must not let that beast Cao Wenbin leave this Hongmeng palace alive. The continent of gods and demons is too important. No matter what, we must regain control of it. The more he thought about it, the colder Lu Zilin's eyes became. But the good times didn't last long. After just a few breaths, he was like a deflated ball, completely losing all his energy and spirit. Because he suddenly found that his idea seemed impossible to realize. Even if everyone who came in united, it would still be useless. After all, even his spatial laws couldn't break Cao Wenbin's defense, so it was even more useless for others. Isn't this Master Lu? What's wrong with you? But as the saying goes, there is always a way out. Just when he was wondering whether he should give up this opportunity completely and take the risk of letting his senior sister or mother in this life take the initiative to kill Cao Wenbin, a confident voice suddenly came into his ears. Jian Wuya. Lu Zilin narrowed his eyes slightly. Then he turned around and prepared to leave. He wants quiet. I don't want to engage in meaningless small talk. But before he could lift his legs, he froze in place again. Did you have any adventure here? The voice is full of surprise. The whole person suddenly became excited. As to why this is so. Just now, he discovered an aura from the person in front of him that did not belong to their level. It was as if he was not facing a person, but a volcano that could erupt at any time. He's also a swordsman. What a coincidence. And Jian Wuya did not hide it. After organizing his words a bit, he explained with a smile on his face, no adventure at all. But my master, the old man, did pass on his skills to me. Well, can you tell me now what you are worried about? This made Lu Zhilin even more excited. Song Si passed on his skills. No wonder, no wonder. Of course, while he was excited, he did not forget to complain. Besides Cao Wenbin, what else could it be? Damn it, I don't know what good food Bai Qingyan gave him. In short, his body is terrifyingly hard. We met not long ago, but I was no match for him. So, Lu Zhilin did not continue to say the following words. But anyone can understand it in seconds. At the same time, a piece of chaos golden crystal suddenly appeared in Lu Zhilin's hand. Not big. Anyone who is an adult can hold it easily. But even so, the moment this thing appeared, Jian Wuya's eyes immediately widened. There's nothing we can do, since this is chaos gold crystal. Something that any sword cultivator dreams of. As long as you can get one piece, you can directly upgrade the grade of your sword out of thin air. All treasures below the middle grade are effective. And Lu Zhilin was quite satisfied with his reaction. Therefore, Brother Wuya, I know you are here with a mission as well. Someone must have promised you something. But others are others, and I am me. This piece of chaos gold crystal is my reward. As long as you can cut off Cao Wenbin's head, it will be yours. How about it? Without any hesitation, before he could even finish his thought, Jian Wuya had already nodded rapidly. After all, only a fool would refuse to earn 2 wages for one job. Don't worry, Master Lu, that guy won't be able to escape. Don't talk about your head. When you meet Cao Wenbin, I will give you a few more swords. Just chop him into minced meat. After saying that, the two of them disappeared from the spot together. Unfortunately, although their movements were not slow, no matter how hard they tried, they could not catch up. Not to mention people, even traces have never been seen. That's it for the 4th floor. The 5th floor is still the same. But neither of them gave up. Because they all know that they still have a chance. The 6th floor is very small. As long as you go up, there is no way you won't meet him even if you are unlucky. Just as the two of them were gritting their teeth and persevering, the people outside who had been staring at the screen were immediately in an uproar. As for the reason, first place, Cao Wenbin. 70% of the stones in the tower belong to him. Now we have reached the 6th floor. Preparing to challenge the gatekeeper. This must be the fastest person to reach the 6th floor in history. Damn, it's only been less than 10 days. The most important thing is that he's only at the Supreme Realm. Damn, I'm blushing. I worked so hard back then, and only managed to reach the summit on the 20th day. What a gap. He must have some hidden tricks. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do it so quickly. Even with the treasure given by Fairy Qingyan. Are people from the intermediate planes so awesome now? I guess I have to send someone to the lower realms to explore. If I can find someone similar, I'll make a killing. Chapter 592, Do some parent-child activities. Boom. The gatekeeper on the 6th floor is very strong. Every attack is at the level of a peak patroller. However, this is still not enough in front of Cao Wenbin and the other two. In just 5 moves, it revealed a huge flaw. And Ling Ruobing did not let this opportunity go to waste. With a sword carrying the law of cause and effect, its head was chopped off directly. Done. Joy surged out. Of course, the good news is not what this guy revealed. After all, Cao Wenbin and others have long been tired of seeing the 3-piece suit. The 3 of them were delighted because they would soon be able to enter the 7th floor to attend classes. That is an amazing opportunity to condense the Dao fruit. Walk. Unfortunately, although the idea is good, there are too many people who don't want them to succeed. Just then, the 3 of them had just reached the edge of the teleportation array when a loud shout suddenly rang out. Stop right there. The voice is urgent. At the same time, a fist shadow directly attacked Cao Wenbin's back. Lu Zhilin. Boom. After waving his hand to break the attack, Cao Wenbin turned around with a look of surprise. In his original expectation, this guy should have already withdrawn. After all, the gap between the two sides is visible to the naked eye. Staying any longer would be a waste of time. It would be better to go out and plan something else. But I didn't expect. However, as his eyes swept past Lu Zhilin's back, Cao Wenbin quickly understood. So I found help. But if you tell me to stop, and I do, wouldn't that be embarrassing for me? After saying that, Cao Wenbin moved closer to the teleportation array again. You dare. This time, Lu Zhilin was really anxious. After all, once you reach the 7th floor, you can do nothing else except listening to the immortal music. Once violated, you will be immediately retaliated by this Hongmeng palace. No one can save you. But even though he shouted, Lu Zhilin knew that it would be of no use at all. Most likely it's just impotent rage. But what he didn't expect was, why, do you still want to spar with me? To be honest, it's not impossible. Since I have some free time anyway, why not do some parent-child activities? But let me make this clear first. The prerequisite for all of this is that you have to come up with chips that satisfy me. Otherwise, forget it. Lu Zhilin was stunned. Then he suddenly discovered that a dead memory was attacking him madly. Chips. Damn it, why not just say kidney? Why beat around the bush? You're dreaming. He wanted to refuse. But before he could finish his words, he suddenly discovered that Cao Wenbin was closer to the teleportation array. So, the words that were about to come out of his mouth were immediately swallowed back by him. Then, he gritted his teeth, and a kidney shining with golden light suddenly appeared in his hand. Are you satisfied with this chip? The expression is full of madness. Fuck. And the people who followed behind him and saw everything were all stunned immediately. They would never have thought that these two guys would play such a big game. You know, this is the foundation of being a human being. Once you lose one, your energy and spirit will drop by at least 30%. When fighting with others, your endurance will be greatly reduced. And whoever gets it, as long as he extracts the essence from it, can get at least 70% of its benefits. But just when everyone thought that Cao Wenbin would agree without hesitation, they were horrified to find that he actually shook his head. The next moment, not enough. After all, if I lose, you'll probably kill me. Of course, once words are spoken, they can be spilled. How about this, if I win, in addition to this kidney, as long as you are willing to let your mother accompany me for a meal, then I will agree to it. Everyone's scalp felt even more numb. What did they hear? Let Lu Zhilin's mother have dinner with him. Why the hell don't you go to heaven? That is the wife of the leader of the Xiaoyao sect, Lu Yunxiao, known as the Little Witch. It seems that this bureau can't be formed. But the development of the matter once again exceeded everyone's expectations. At the beginning, Lu Zhilin was obviously going to refuse. His face looked extremely ugly. Judging from his expression, he is obviously ready to start scolding. But before he could open his mouth, a person suddenly jumped out from beside him. I don't know what I said to him afterwards, but he quickly changed his mind. Okay. I promise you. Everyone's mouths opened wide. Some of them used too much force and even dislocated their joints. Can you agree to this? Your father is still alive. Damn it, aren't you afraid that your butt will get beaten up when you go back? Of course, if there are those who are confused, there are also those who are clear-headed. As soon as the word, agree, was uttered, Jian Wuya immediately rushed out of the team. Then, Dragon Roar Sword Sect, Jian Wuya, comes to seek instruction. That's very polite. But his actions were not polite at all. The long sword on his back was unsheathed. At the same time, the law of shadow, which he majored in, also spread. In an instant, sword shadows filled the sky. No one can tell which one is real and which one is fake. Kid, don't blame me when you get down there. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for not having good eyesight. You must know that there are some people you cannot touch. But you're not at a loss. After all, that's Bai Qingyan. Obviously, in his opinion, he was bound to win this round. But what he didn't know was, you're playing this trick on me. The corners of Cao Wenbin's mouth soon curled up. His face was full of disdain. To be honest, he is afraid of many things. For example, scissors or something. But I am not afraid of this kind of fancy things. The next moment, the eyes of reincarnation in the center of his forehead suddenly emitted a burst of divine light. Then he grabbed the innate sword that was stabbing towards his throat. I didn't bring anything with me, I just caught it with my bare hands. That's impossible. However, unlike his nonchalant attitude, Jian Wuya felt unwell when he saw the sword shadows suddenly disappearing in the sky. This is his unique skill. How many good fighters have lost their lives to this move? But this guy in front of me. I just don't believe it. He gritted his teeth, and then his aura changed immediately. The original illusion disappeared immediately. Instead, it is fierce. It's about moving forward. Nothing can be broken. Obviously, this is not his own thing. And Lu Zhilin, who originally had a look on his face saying, "Are you fucking kidding me?" immediately laughed. That's right. Only in this way can I be worthy of my efforts. Chapter 593 Complete Victory. Tearing the Law. This should be the reason why the 100 beauty blessings appeared. Looking at the drastically changed Jian Wufeng, Cao Wenbin's eyes suddenly narrowed. He sensed a hint of danger. His intuition told him that if he didn't use other means, he would most likely be injured when this guy attacked. Since you were the one who cheated first, don't blame me. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin's originally dark eyes quickly turned golden. At the same time, a layer of golden color also appeared on his body surface. Divinity. Coincidentally, just as he was getting ready, Jian Wuya's killer move came again. This time, there won't be so many bells and whistles. Just a simple straight stab. But the power is more than 100 times greater than before. Wherever the sword passed, whether it was space or time, everything was torn apart. It's stable. Lu Zhilin, who was always paying attention to the battle situation, breathed a sigh of relief after seeing this scene. He knew that he would most likely win the battle to defend his mother. But as the saying goes, too much joy leads to sorrow. Look, before a smile even appeared on his face, something unexpected happened again. Still nothing. Didn't even change hands. With a swish, Cao Wenbin grabbed Lu Zhilin's sword with his bare hands again. In an instant, the scene fell into a state of deathly silence. Those who can come here are the elites of each family. Even if they are not successors, they will definitely be the backbone of the future. Of course, there is no doubt about his knowledge. Therefore, they had already seen that although the previous attack seemed to be made by Jian Wuya, in fact, it had nothing to do with him at all. It is no exaggeration to say that this is Zhongzhou using Jian Wuya's hand to play against Cao Wenbin. Logically, this should be a complete crushing victory. But now it is. That's absolutely not true. That's impossible. Two roars sounded one after another. The first one was shouted by Jian Wuya. And the second one is Lu Zhilin. Of course, although the words were similar, the two people's subsequent actions were completely different. Lu Zhilin sat down on the ground. A deep despair arose in my heart. At the same time, the possible howling of his mother in the future suddenly appeared in his ears. He knew it was an auditory hallucination. It was his imagination. But his intuition kept reminding him that this would become a reality in the near future. No, I must defy fate and change my destiny. I've already sacrificed one mother, I absolutely cannot sacrifice another. As soon as he said this, the power of space and the power of chaos in his body suddenly exploded. However, this force did not join the battle, but instead quietly surged towards the teleportation array. While he was busy, Jian Wuya, who was hit, was also making his last struggle. Unfortunately, his tricks are not new. With a flip of his right hand, the Jianzhu pill immediately entered his mouth. Mr. Cao, I was the one who held my master back before. But this time, you will definitely not have such good luck again. As soon as he finished speaking, his momentum began to grow rapidly. But Cao Wenbin looked indifferent to this sudden change. You Dragon Roar Sword sect are truly a bunch of reckless men. You can't even say anything to boost morale. It's just these few sentences over and over again. As for his response, since the enemy is using the same old tricks, he will naturally follow suit. The technique of unifying all things suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Boom! The shocking explosion suddenly resounded throughout the entire 6th floor. The wind wave made everyone squint their eyes unconsciously. But even so, exclamations still came one after another. Because the result was once again beyond their expectations. They would never have thought that Jian Wuya had already broken through to the heavenly Dao realm, and even with the help of Zhongzhou, he still couldn't defeat Cao Wenbin. And the end is extremely tragic. Someone grabbed his neck directly. Life or death obviously depends on one's thoughts. Depend on. This kid is really fucking amazing. Who would believe that the Supreme Being beat up the heavenly Tao if this were told to others? The more they thought about it, the more their scalps became numb. At the same time, they suddenly understood Bai Qingyan a little. Judging from what this kid has shown so far, if he doesn't die prematurely, his future achievements will definitely be limitless. So it seems that investing in advance is not a loss. Plus this guy's physique. As expected of the Lord of the Holy Land. The fun is in the flowers. They are all child brides. She did the exact opposite and got a child husband. Just as they were secretly sighing, Jian Wuya, who had come to his senses, began to fight back desperately. Boy, let me go. Don't forget, my master is Song Si. If you dare. Full of threats. But before he could finish his words, a click sound suddenly penetrated his ears. Immediately afterwards, the world that was originally extremely clear in his eyes slowly became chaotic. Until it becomes completely dark. You are really going crazy. I even dare to snatch your master's goddess, so why would I be afraid of your master? After saying that, the soul-absorbing technique was performed silently. Even though he is now, even if he devours as many souls as possible, he still cannot enter the heavenly Tao realm. But it's better to have it than not to have it. Who would complain about having too much background? Only after he finished everything did Cao Wenbin turn his attention back to Lu Zhilin. How is it, are you convinced? If you accept it, I'll take the kidney and leave. By the way, don't forget to remind your mother to do more exercise before coming. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, it will greatly affect the relationship between our two families. The voice was full of evil. Anyone could tell that he was hinting at something. But what no one expected was that Lu Zhilin was not angry, but laughed instead. Cao Wenbin, if I remember correctly, you seem to have a famous saying, the villain dies because he talks too much. I have to say, that's a really good summary. Unfortunately, you only know how to summarize but never learn from the lessons. You said that after you win, you can just take the spoils and leave. Why do you have to pretend? That's it, I can't leave even if I want to. As soon as he finished speaking, the teleportation array that was originally dazzling suddenly dimmed. Chapter 594 The Real Opportunity. Are you trying to cut off my retreat? And then bring these people to attack me? With just one glance, Cao Wenbin understood everything. At the same time, the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. So what? Could it be possible that you could kill us all? And Lu Zhilin, who was exposed, did not hide it. After all, the layout is complete. In his opinion, there is no hope for Cao Wenbin to turn the tables. But even though he thought so, for some reason, he still felt a little uneasy. So, he quickly turned around and looked at other forces that also had grudges against Cao Wenbin. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but after one look, he almost popped his eyes out. Because except for the few remaining members of his Xiaoyao sect and Longyan Sword sect, the rest of the people actually all stayed away. Obviously he doesn't want to get involved anymore. After extending his finger, Lu Zhilin was speechless for a long time. And his main target was none other than Linglong Valley. After all, it is somewhat understandable that others retreated. But what the hell is going on in Linglong Valley? Your valley master was insulted, the young valley master was pregnant, and the senior sister was captured. With so much hatred added together, why aren't you fighting to the death? Where's the face? What he didn't expect was that his angry stare not only failed to activate these guys' sense of shame, but made them retreat even further. Very good. You all just wait for me. If I can make your life easier after we get out, then my last name won't be Lu. Don't forget, in name only, I am still the son-in-law of your Linglong Valley. I want to see, once the debate begins, whether Tian Yulin will side with you or with me, her half. The voice was full of gloom. It is obvious that in order to keep Cao Wenbin here, Lu Zhilin has done everything he can. He doesn't even care about his face anymore. But this trick of his is indeed very useful. As soon as the three words, half, came out, the people in Linglong Valley immediately changed their expressions. Then he began to move towards Lu Zhilin rapidly. Unfortunately, it's all too late. Before they could gather together, an extremely powerful aura suddenly burst out from Cao Wenbin. Very peaceful. But at the moment of contact, everyone present was shocked. Then I bent over unconsciously. At the same time, the speed at which energy circulates in their bodies has also slowed down by 30%. Drink. They tried to resist. But after trying hard, I found that it was useless. The life levels of both parties seem to be no longer on the same level. No amount of effort can make up for it. How is this possible? As a result, the alliance that Lu Zhilin had just formed collapsed again. And this time, even he himself had no will to resist. After all, Cao Wenbin's toughness is there, and they don't have any advantage at all. Now they have collectively become 30% weaker, so what's the point of playing? And smile is something that has always been conserved. Since Lu Jilin and others have turned off the fire. Then it was naturally the turn of Cao Wenbin and others to laugh. This is not. Why, are you giving up? In that case, I'm going to attend class. By the way, don't forget to remind your mother to get more exercise. You should know how strong I am. If you're not prepared, it could easily lead to someone's death. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin waved his right hand, and the teleportation array that had just dimmed suddenly regained its vitality. Then he took Ling Ruobing and Wu Yu, and under the gaze of everyone, he stepped into the light circle with an evil smile on his face. Damn it, what on earth happened to this guy? Why did he change so drastically? Besides, we are all human beings. How can there be any difference in our life levels? Confused. Unfortunately, there is no one among them who is careful and attentive. Otherwise, one would have definitely discovered that before and after this, a jade pendant appeared out of nowhere around Cao Wenbin's waist. Buzz. Compared with the 6th floor, the space on the 7th floor is even smaller. But the layout is a lot warmer. The whole thing is like a school, exuding an elegant atmosphere everywhere. And efficiency is obviously very important here. Just then, before Cao Wenbin and the other two had finished examining the layout, a voice of muttering suddenly rang out. No one could hear clearly what it was. But no matter whether it was Cao Wenbin or the two women, their eyelids were all closing together unconsciously. Of course, this doesn't mean the three of them are sleepy. But entering a state of enlightenment. Fuck, who is that voice? How can you be so awesome? Cao Wenbin was shocked. After all, enlightenment is the state that a cultivator dreams of most. Once you can enter, your mind will immediately become empty. Things that were very obscure in the past will become extremely simple. It is no exaggeration to say that the effect of practicing in a state of enlightenment is at least 100 times better than usual. Even 1,000 times. No wonder it causes such a sensation as soon as it's turned on. This temptation is really extraordinary. After shaking his head, Cao Wenbin stopped resisting and just sat down on a cushion. But just when he was ready for everything and was planning to enjoy his hard-earned harvest, an accident occurred. He had received 6 black stones from the gatekeeper before, and no one knew what stimulated him, but in the blink of an eye, he was wrapped up. As the 6 stones began to emit light one after another, the muttering voice was directly isolated outside. His whole body suddenly became sober. Oh my god. Cao Wenbin was stunned. This thing is not an opportunity, but a disaster. Wrong. However, this thought did not stay in his mind for too long. Soon, his eyes lit up. Then he quickly scanned the space. As for the results, just a few breaths later, a secret door appeared in his sight. There's something fishy going on. It seems that there lies the real opportunity. The more he thought about it, the more excited Cao Wenbin became. The next moment, his entire body disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already arrived at the entrance of the secret door. Crack. No obstacles were encountered. It is obvious that the person who arranged this place is very confident. And the facts have proved that they are right. Over the years, there must be at least 10,000 or 20,000 people coming here. But no one can understand everything. A bunch of idiots. But he didn't know that he was not the only smart person. Before him, many people had come up with 6 stones. But none of them could trigger a vision. Chapter 595, Why are you getting involved? It's actually a study. Looking at the rows of bookshelves in the room and the dazzling array of books, Cao Wenbin was completely stunned. After all, in his original expectation, since the other party arranged all this, he must be protecting something important. For example, a wounded confidant, or some extremely rare treasure. But now it seems that this is not the case. Damn it. Isn't this just a waste of emotion? As a result, dissatisfaction quickly replaced confusion. But just as he was about to leave and immerse himself in his soliloquy again, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a piece of silk fabric on the desk out of the corner of his eye. This was an ordinary item that he often helped others take off, but had never washed for them. Few people would not wear it. Although the thing was not precious, after making sure that he was not mistaken, Cao Wenbin's brain crashed again. There's nothing we can do about it. This thing shouldn't be here at all. Good fellow. Turns out he's a master at not caring about details. The corners of my mouth twitched unconsciously. He is an experienced person. Therefore, Although it was just a dead object, just looking at its casual appearance was enough for him to imagine a lot of things. At the same time, his eyes slowly lit up. Are these books all study materials? The more Cao Wenbin thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was extremely high. After all, a person who can't even stay quiet in his study will never read any serious books. It seems I was too impulsive. I almost missed out on a great deal. The next moment, he appeared in front of the desk. Then, he picked up one of the books. Buzz. But this time, he guessed wrong again. The original owner of this place might not be a serious person. But the book is a real serious book. The true record of the law of time. Conditioning the top laws into a book. Could the original owner of this place be the guy who kidnapped Bai Qingyan's mother? I see. That voice outside talking to itself is not an opportunity at all. It's just an echo of that guy reading. As soon as this thought came to mind, Cao Wenbin's scalp started to feel numb instantly. Then, he stopped pretending to be the big shot. He immediately started flipping through the book frantically. As for the whispers outside, what kind of garbage is that? The state of enlightenment is awesome. But what is that compared to the law of direct viewing? I won't leave until I finish reading all the books here. Anyway, according to Bai Qingyan, time here is completely still. This kind of opportunity must not be missed. Xiaoyao sect, headquarters. Very good. A little brat who hasn't even grown all his hair yet dares to invite my wife to dinner. It seems that I have been silent for too long. It's been so long that the world has forgotten my fame. Looking at the information in his hand, Lu Zhenqian's face was gloomy. However, there is always a smile on his lips. But everyone knows that everything is an illusion. Beneath this smile, there must be a raging rage. Once it is released, there will definitely be devastation. After all, when the Holy Lord gets angry, millions of corpses will float on the surface. But just when everyone else in the room felt threatened, an extremely pleasant female voice suddenly came from outside. What are you crazy about? What's the point of being a bully in your own home? Not much noise, but it has the effect of Yangqian chemistry. Wherever the sound reaches, the tense atmosphere disappears. Even Lu Zhenqian, the powder keg, has cooled down significantly. This is not. Madam, why are you here? A big roll of eyes appeared in front of everyone. Linner's kidney was already lost due to fraud, so how could I, as his mother, not come? Besides, they specifically asked me to accompany them for drinks. How can I pretend to be dead? Lu Zhenqian was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect his wife to receive the news so quickly. However, although he was stunned, his head still shook subconsciously. Ma'am, don't worry about this. Don't worry, in a month at most, you won't hear any information about this person anymore. This time, I will do it myself. Unite Song Si and Tian Yulin to completely wipe out that guy. The method is feasible, and Lu Yunxiao was indeed ready to nod. After all, this is the safest way. Although that guy is protected by Yao Kai. But against 3 against 1, Yao Kai has no chance of winning. But the good times didn't last long. The appearance of the name Tian Yulin instantly made Lu Yunxiao change his mind. Because she always felt that the man in her family had other thoughts about Tian Yulin. So, they're looking for me, why are you getting involved? And my class reunion is about to start. The location happens to be Yingtian City. It's totally on the way. Nothing will be delayed. That's right, Lu Yunxiao graduated from Yingtian Academy. As for the class reunion, although there are not many of them left alive, but they still gather once every 10,000 years. After all, this is a real connection. No one will be willing to give up. This isn't good. But despite what Lu Yunxiao said, there was nothing wrong with it. But Lu Zhenqian still subconsciously refused. To be honest, he didn't know why. But I just don't want Lu Yunxiao to go. It seems that something extraordinary will happen when I go there. But before he could finish his words, Lu Yunxiao rolled his eyes again. What's wrong with that? Or do you think I can't handle that little brat? The decisive blow. Just one rhetorical question was enough to make Lu Zhenqian speechless. As Lu Yunxiao's eyes became more and more sharp, Lu Zhenqian had no choice but to nod. Okay, as you wish. Lu Yunxiao was overjoyed. Then without saying a word, he disappeared from the spot. Judging from his appearance, he was obviously going to pack up his things. But what she didn't know was that as soon as she left, Lu Zhenqian called Nancy, who had come back to deliver the letter, to his side. Xiao Shi, you don't have to go back. From now on, Xiaoyao sect will be controlled by you. Remember, you must behave well. After all, there's a high probability that Tianyan can no longer be relied upon. From now on, you will have to assist Liner. Nancy was stunned. Then the whole person began to tremble wildly. More than 1,000,000 years. She finally saw the light through the clouds. Even though Lu Zhilin didn't say it directly. But she is not stupid. What the word, assist, represents is so clear. It seems that Master is preparing to protect Master's wife in secret. Hey, when will the relationship between Zhilin and I develop to this level? Chapter 596, Just a Defeated Dog. This Cao guy is really interesting. You're betting on kidneys for no reason. By the way, can he tell fortunes? Has it been anticipated that Baimachuan will cause trouble, so is this a preemptive move? Outside Hongmeng Palace, the elites from various families who had just learned the inside story were all discussing what had happened with great interest. But before they could even talk for a few words, they subconsciously shut their mouths. Because, boom, a fairy sound suddenly spread out wildly with Hongmeng Palace as the center. And that's not all. The next moment, a huge and luxurious scale, with a hazy seal, appeared above Hongmeng Palace. Dao fruit. The dual laws of balance and sealing. Everyone was stunned at first. Then it exploded. How is this possible? Although this Hongmeng Palace can help people achieve enlightenment, the probability is extremely low. And that woman named Wu Yu is obviously not very old, at most only a few tens of thousands of years old. With such a shallow foundation, how could she succeed? Damn, does that Cao guy really have some kind of magic? Anything he touches will bring him good luck. First, the Yaoqi Lake rained blood, causing a surge in spiritual energy. Now there's this Wu Yu, who has achieved enlightenment tens of thousands of years ago. Yao Kai has become stronger again. Including the god and demon planes, they seem to have 10 masters in the heavenly Dao realm. They are definitely the best in all the worlds. I understand. That Cao guy must have given all the stones to Wu Yu. That's how he was able to achieve enlightenment. I have to say, even though that guy is a jerk, he's really good to women. The jealousy is extremely obvious. Just as they were frantically looking for excuses to prove that it wasn't their fault and that it was just bad luck, Cao Wenbin and the other two suddenly appeared in front of everyone. This temperament is absolutely amazing. Without any surprise, Wu Yu immediately attracted the attention of most people. After all, her appearance is truly impeccable. Even in this supreme plane, the number of people who can surpass her will never exceed 2 hands. Besides, it was obvious that she was the one who achieved enlightenment, so naturally everyone had to observe her more. As for the few exceptions, it was none other than Bai Qingyan and the Bai Machuan behind her. In their eyes, Cao Wenbin is the real most beautiful man in the world. Worry-free. The structure is the same. No one has more than anyone else. And Cao Wenbin did not disappoint them. From the first sight, their delicate bodies began to tremble wildly. Handsome. It's so handsome. If only. The more I think about it, the more watery their big eyes become. His body subconsciously moved closer to Cao Wenbin. But the good times didn't last long. Before they could see enough, a sword beam pierced directly into Cao Wenbin's vital parts. Sharp. Fast. Tear everything apart. At the same time, an angry roar exploded directly in this open space. Boy, return my disciple's life to me. The voice is sad. But everyone who reacted understood. This is just a fucking excuse. Revenge for the 2 patrolmen. If this happened under normal circumstances, even if 100 people died, you wouldn't even look at them. Of course, while complaining, everyone also secretly gave Song Si a thumbs up. After all, this is definitely a way to eliminate harm for the people. As long as Cao Wenbin dies, the 6 reincarnations and so on. This is so sudden, Bai Qingyan probably can't stop it. But obviously, they guessed wrong. Look, Song Si's sword shadow had just flown out halfway, and Bai Qingyan's eyebrows had already stood up. Then, Song Si, you are seeking death. My man, is that something you can move? Let alone killing your 2 disciples, even if I wipe out your entire Dragon Roar Sword sect, what would that do? As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Qingyan's fist shadow arrived first and he directly fought with Song Si. Boom. The explosion was earth-shaking. If this had happened before, Bai Qingyan would have had to take at least half a step back after this attack. After all, although both sides are of the same level, there are still subtle differences in their combat capabilities. But this time, Bai Qingyan acted as if nothing had happened, and her expression was so relaxed. At the end, I even had the mood to tidy up my clothes that were messed up by the wind. That's impossible. Even if you had some kind of adventure, it's impossible for you to make such great progress in such a short period of time. So, not only the onlookers were shocked. Even Song Si, the person involved, felt his scalp tingling. Of course, more of it is fear. Because the reason why he dared to pursue Bai Qingyan, one of the two beauties, was because of his title of the number one in the world. This is his only confidence. But if even this is gone. No, I am the best in the universe. No one can challenge me. The tone became even crazier. Then he didn't even hesitate and swung out the second sword. But the result is still the same. There is no difference. I just don't believe it. Then, he prepared to strike the third sword. But this time, he did not succeed. As for the reason. Before he could make a move, Jian Wuhui grabbed him regardless of everything. Master, you're clearly not in the right state today. So don't force it anymore. If you really want to compete with Uncle Qingyan, then we can make another appointment. I have to say that Jian Wuhui is also a sword fanatic. But his emotional intelligence is really not low. Most people don't have the skills to find these steps. After being reminded like this, Song Si suddenly woke up. Then after leaving a sentence, I will kill you another day, he disappeared from the spot. But he is cool. But Cao Wenbin was so angry that he almost lost his way. Therefore, oh shit, it's just a defeated dog, yet it dares to be so arrogant. Another day, I'm going to destroy your doghouse right now. There is madness in the words. Of course, the onlookers who heard every word were even crazier than him. What did they hear? This guy actually wants to destroy the Longyan sword sect. This is definitely not a joke. But just when everyone thought that Cao Wenbin was just talking nonsense, a shocking scene appeared. This kid actually set off. And it is aimed directly at the Longyan sword sect. And the most important thing is that Bai Qingyan didn't say a word to stop it. Instead, he followed happily. While walking, he was still chanting the magic formula. Judging from his appearance, he is obviously calling someone. Chapter 597 Hongmeng Palace changes owner. Crazy. Everyone's gone crazy. Seeing Cao Wenbin and others about to disappear into the horizon, the young talents from other holy lands were all frightened and broke out in cold sweats. Battle of the Holy Land. It seems like this kind of thing has never happened before. No, the information must be passed back. So that the family can prepare early. Unfortunately, although the idea was good, when they took action, they sadly discovered that their bodies simply did not obey them. They have been scared to death. It's really numb. No kidding. But just when they didn't know what to do, a beautiful female voice pulled them out of the abyss. Master Cao, if I remember correctly, you asked me out first. Why, are you going to break your promise? Let's make it clear first, if you miss this opportunity, you won't be able to find it again. If you leave today, you will automatically give up the bet. After all, I'm already here. Everyone was stunned. Then they all showed their surprise. They recognized it was Lu Yunxiao's voice. With a beauty like this, it should be enough to control this Cao guy. Damn it, whoever dares to call her a witch again. I will never be done with him. This is clearly a living bodhisattva. A living bodhisattva who feeds tigers with his own body. And this time, they finally guessed it right. Before he even finished speaking, Cao Wenbin slammed on the brakes. Then, in the blink of an eye, he returned to the front of Hongmeng Palace. Are you Lu Zhilin's mother? Looking at the woman in black dress who had just appeared, Cao Wenbin's face was full of admiration. To be honest, he has seen many girls who like to wear black. For example, Ling Ruobing beside him is like this. Maybe she is the first one to wear black so elegantly. It's not that Ling Ruobing is not as good as her. The styles are completely different. Ling Ruobing takes the cool and aloof route. Until a certain moment, it's just an ice cube. But the one in front of me is full of mystery everywhere. It makes people want to explore it at first sight. As for appearance, how could someone who can catch Cao Wenbin's eye be bad? Look, just now, the goddess record has already started moving without any wind. And it stops at page 11. Quite forward. Depend on. No one else can do it, it has to be my brother Xiaoyao. It's good for me. Cool delivery. And just as he was secretly admiring it, Lu Yunxiao also breathed a sigh of relief. That lightly made-up face was filled with relief. Finally I managed to stabilize this kid. Damn, this guy is crazy. That's right, she hadn't originally planned to show up right now. After all, she just arrived. You have to observe for a while, right? But unexpectedly, Cao Wenbin did this. So, she couldn't sit still anymore. As one of the most powerful people in the universe, what she needs is stability. So she can accept a one-on-one fight. But the battle for the Holy Land is a complete joke. If we accidentally release the ferocious beast, what's the point? But she didn't know that she was just worrying about nothing. From the beginning to the end, Cao Wenbin had no intention of fighting to the death with the Longyan sword sect. The reason why I said those words before was that I was just talking about something. Secondly, he wanted to leave as soon as possible. No one knew that as he finished reading all the books on the 7th floor, the actual control of Hongmeng Palace had already fallen into his hands. Everything he did was to attract the attention of Yingtian Academy. This reduces the risk of it being discovered. And as long as Yingtian Academy closes the Hongmeng Palace as usual, then he could transport it away calmly without anyone noticing. After all, Hongmeng Palace can not only be remotely controlled, but also travel through the void. As for what happens next, if you don't think it's good yourself, what does it have to do with others? Judging from the current situation, the effect is obviously good. Especially when Lu Yunxiao mixed it up, it was perfect. Of course, if you want to perform, you have to do it in full. Therefore, the moment Lu Yunxiao nodded to reveal his identity, he immediately took advantage of the situation. In that case, what are you waiting for? As the saying goes, the night is short, let's move on to the next step. You choose the location. The sooner you finish the job, the better. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin's hand stretched out quickly. Looking at the route, it's obviously heading for the waist. But just as he made a move, Lu Zhilin, who had been glaring at him, exploded. The surname Cao. Put your stinky hands down. My mother is pure and innocent, how can you touch her? Cao Wenbin was stunned. Then I couldn't help but laugh. Then, Brother Lu, it's pointless to deceive yourself like this. Or do you naively think that I really just want to treat your mother to a meal and nothing else? Come on, we are all children of the underworld, why bother? It's full of sarcasm. Not only him, but the other onlookers also twitched their mouths unconsciously. Pure as ice and jade. After this time, who knows what will happen? However, they also don't think that Lu Yunxiao will let Cao Wenbin do whatever he wants. Taking many aspects into consideration, it may give them some advantages. But getting started is a bit nonsense. Even if Lu Yunxiao wanted to, Lu Zhenchen couldn't do it. This kid from the Lu family seems to be too well protected. I shook my head subconsciously. And Lu Yunxiao's reaction was exactly as they expected. After waving his hand to stop Lu Zhilin, he said with a forced smile, "It's a bit too eager to fulfill the bet now. Besides, it would be too boring if it were just the two of us. How about this, I have a class reunion to attend in 10 days. How about you accompany me then?" Pursing his lips, Cao Wenbin subconsciously wanted to refuse. After all, class reunions are so chaotic. There are so many people around, it's hard to take action. But before he could say no, Bai Qingyan quietly helped him in secret. Promise her. Just now, I felt Lu Zhenchen's aura. Although it disappeared very quickly, I am sure that it was definitely not an illusion. So if it's just the two of you eating alone, you'll definitely not get what you want. On the contrary, if there are more people, it will be easier for you to take advantage of the situation. His eyes narrowed slightly. Then he nodded silently. Okay, since we are both from the same holy land, I will do as you say. Chapter 598 Scared. Linglong Valley. A bunch of trash. Looking at the information in her hand, Tian Yulin's mentality exploded. She never thought that with so many inspectors going in, they couldn't even deal with a small supreme. Instead, it helps others establish their authority. However, although she was angry, she did not take it out on her subordinates. It didn't even destroy anything. Just quietly opened the control. This is a habit she has developed over the past hundreds of thousands of years. Relieve your mood by reading the news. And this trick has been tried and tested. Just a few of them can calm her down completely. Sadly, that was in the past. Experience is not always useful. This is not. She took two of Song Si's moves head-on without showing any sign of defeat. Fairy Qingyan was able to complete her evolution in such a short period of time. Did she have a sudden enlightenment, or was she supporting herself? The God and Demon plane has gained a powerful general. With 5 dragons ruling the country, are they a half-step holy land or a first-rate force? Is there really some magic in him? Will good luck come to those who touch him? Nonsense. Not surprisingly, Tian Yulin's face was distorted with anger on the spot. At the same time, she was extremely regretful. Why are these hands so cheap? Why bother touching anything? Breaking 2 cups, isn't she nice? Of course, she also knew very well that escaping would not solve any problems. So the next moment, she started flipping through her friend list. She wants to spend money to remove the trending search. Just suppress this matter. The number 1 female cultivator can only be her. It was like this before and it will be like this in the future. But before she could find someone who could do it, an icon in her online friends list immediately grabbed all her attention. That's a real person's head. Very beautiful. Yinner. A guy from the God and Demon plane actually lets her control him. Aren't they afraid? I don't know what she thought of, but her expression changed immediately, even though she was originally very unhappy. The smile on the corner of his mouth couldn't be suppressed at all. Immediately afterwards, she stopped contacting Yingtian Academy and immediately sent a communication request to Tianyan. What surprised her even more was that she didn't have to wait long on the other side. The communication channels were quickly established. Obviously, Tianyan was not restricted too much. Feel free to contact the outside world. It's really a makeshift troop. The foundation is too shallow. Shook his head. But soon, she had no time to think about these things. Because Tianyan's virtual image has appeared in front of her. Compared to the last time we met, her belly is obviously bigger. At this pace, it will only take a few decades. And as the saying goes, the sight of something brings back memories. Just as she was observing carefully, Tianyan had already started crying. And the more she cried, the louder she cried. So, she couldn't hold it anymore. Before her brain could react, she had already started to comfort him. Don't worry, Yinner, this kind of life won't last long. You may not know this yet, but Cao Wenbin has already incurred public wrath. So it won't be long before you can escape from this sea of suffering. Not much talk, and there is no useful information. But it gave Tianyan a glimmer of hope. Therefore, the crying immediately became smaller. At the same time, real. The tone was full of anticipation. But after just a few breaths, she seemed to have thought of something, and then she said hurriedly, then you must hurry up. Otherwise, I really won't be able to hold on. I can clearly feel that as the number of times I communicate with that guy increases, my hatred for him is rapidly decreasing. At the beginning, I wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. But the last time you came, I just wanted him to be my slave and be at my service. And now, I think of him from time to time. By the way, this situation is not unique to me. I learned through indirect inquiries that many women here actually have a deep grudge against Cao Wenbin. But in the end, he made them all fall into his trap. Tian Yulin's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. She understood that the plane of gods and demons was not a monolithic entity. Those who follow Cao Wenbin are indeed very loyal. But they also have many enemies within their ranks. What a great opportunity. As long as we can contact the relatives and friends of those women, even if we can't change the sun and moon of the God and Demon plane, we will definitely bring him great trouble. After all, anyone who has a high profile is definitely not an ordinary person. The more Tian Yulin thought about it, the more she felt that this plan was feasible. And as long as things can get chaotic, she will have more opportunities. It is even possible to plan the 6 realms of reincarnation. Of course, she was excited, but she was not impulsive. Then she started asking something else. But just this one question made her completely confused. It's not that Tianyan knows nothing. On the contrary, no matter what she asked, Tianyan could talk a lot. But because of this, she soon discovered that her original judgment was completely wrong. She underestimated the realm of gods and demons, or rather, Cao Wenbin. She thought that the other person was very ordinary, and if it weren't for Bai Qingyan, there would be nothing to be afraid of. But in fact, he is an absolute big boss. The strength of its foundation is not inferior to any other holy land. There are many things that even they can't take out. However, what shocked her the most was Tianyan's analysis. Are you saying that the reason Bai Qingyan suddenly became stronger is because of that Cao? Is that guy behind all this? Tianyan nodded affirmatively. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be like this. As for the basis, my strength has increased by at least 10% compared to when I was captured. And during this period, I didn't practice at all. At this moment, Tian Yulin fell completely silent. At the same time, there is a hint of heartbeat. After all, for someone at her level, it is extremely difficult to improve her strength. Many times, even if you retreat for 1,000 or 800 years, you may not see the slightest improvement. But now, all we need is... No, absolutely not. I am the master of Linglong Valley. The one who stands at the top of the universe. How could you degrade yourself like this just for a little bit of profit? If you really do that, then what's the difference between you and Bai Qingyan? What I should do is to capture that Cao. And then force him to reveal the method he used. So as to completely seize the initiative. The idea is very courageous. But her body is quite honest. Subconsciously. Chapter 599, Other Functions of the Ferocious Beast. Wow. Is this Yingtian city? This learning atmosphere is too exaggerated. Cao Wenbin, who had no idea that Tianyan had given him an assist, was strolling on a busy main road at this time. However, although there are many people here, everything is in order. Regardless of gender, age or status, everyone is polite. Of course, if that were all, it wouldn't be enough to amaze him. What really made him feel incredible was that the destinations of these guys were surprisingly consistent. It's either a library or a martial arts school. There is rarely anything else to do. Why, are you infected? If you are interested, you can also participate. By the way, the teacher who poured water for you when you attended the annual mastery ceremony last time should also have a class today. We just need to put in a little effort and we should be able to find it. When that time comes, since they were just strolling around, Bai Qingyan didn't follow. After all, she is so dazzling. And it was precisely because of her absence that Ji Xinju, who was accompanying Cao Wenbin, dared to be so unscrupulous. Forget it. According to what you said before, isn't that girl teaching ancient Chinese characters? This subject is so boring. If she taught biology, I might have some ideas. In the face of ridicule, Cao Wenbin's approach was very direct. The next moment, he took action. And in the blink of an eye, he had this daring girl in his arms. You're crazy. This is Longtang Avenue, the busiest place in Yingtian City. If this is recorded by someone with ulterior motives. But he felt relieved, but Ji Xinju was dumbfounded. Unfortunately, she has little influence. In addition, her heart was not in agreement with what she said, so soon she didn't know what to do. But she's obviously lucky. Just when she was about to get completely lost, the crowd in front of them suddenly rioted. Then, everyone within sight put down everything they were holding and rushed directly to the end of Longtang Avenue. This is... Cao Wenbin was a little confused. He really couldn't understand why the contrast between these people was so great. She was as quiet as a virgin just a moment ago. The next moment, he moved as fast as a rabbit. What a hell. What made him even more depressed was that he was only stunned for a few seconds, but when he came to his senses, the girl in his arms had completely escaped his control. Those buttons that he had barely managed to open with great effort were about to be restored to their original state. Don't. He wanted to stop it. After all, this is a complete waste of time. Anyway, wait a minute. But before he could finish his words, Ji Xinju had already gotten ahead of him. The reason these guys are going so crazy is, if nothing unexpected happens, that suppressed beast is probably trying to break the seal again. This is Yingtian City's signature program. The beasts could riot at any time. No matter who you are, no matter what means you use, as long as you can quell the riot, you will immediately be given the opportunity to be trained by Yingtian Academy. Of course, this is time limited. Every time there's a riot, these people can only keep going for an hour. Whoever succeeds will leap over the Dragon Gate. And it is precisely because of this that this street is named this way. As for failure, when the time comes, a master from the academy will immediately take action. No surprises. Cao Wenbin's interest was immediately piqued. Then I no longer cared about the buttons. He simply pulled Ji Xinju and disappeared from the spot. Although the two of them moved later. But he is the one who comes later but arrives first. Except for those who are around here, no one is faster than them. There is no way, the strength is there. I can't slow down even if I want to. And the facts have proved that his trip was not in vain. As the formation not far away flashed wildly, his brows raised unconsciously. When he heard Bai Qingyan talk about these murderers before, he thought that they must be extremely evil and peerless executioners who could cause devastation to the world just by their breath. But now it seems that this is obviously not the case. Although the other party's aura cannot be said to be holy, it is definitely not violent. The most important thing is that Cao Wenbin discovered an opportunity in him. This body is really strong. If I could swallow it. Forget it, this is someone else's, it's hard to operate. After everything is done and we return to Yaoqi, we'll think about it carefully. The sound is not loud. It can even be said to be a tiny mosquito. But Ji Shinju beside him was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. Thinking about the ferocious beast. Why the hell don't you go to heaven? At the same time, she was extremely regretful. Damn, what were you doing just now? It will be his sooner or later anyway. If he wants to play, then let him play. Well now, they've changed their target. The more she thought about it, the more panicked she became. Then she prepared to pull Cao Wenbin away from this place of trouble. What made her breathe a sigh of relief was that Cao Wenbin did not resist. It's okay. But it was obvious that she was happy too early. This is not. Boom. After a loud bang, a crack suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the formation that seemed so solid just now. Immediately afterwards, a sharp spike pierced Cao Wenbin with lightning speed. There are no fluctuations in any laws above. But even so, with Ji Shinju's strength, he still couldn't stop it. He could only watch helplessly as the sharp spike pierced into Cao Wenbin's heart. No. Ji Shinju was horrified. But this shout was not made by her. Instead, it was Wu Yu and others who were in the inn and were paying close attention to the place all the time who shouted it out. Unfortunately, they are too far away. When they arrived, Cao Wenbin had already fallen down. But as the distance got closer, they suddenly discovered that Cao Wenbin was not only fine, but was also desperately swallowing the sharp thorn. Very fast. In just a few breaths, a small piece was gone. At the same time, a murmur suddenly entered their ears. My guess was right. My fusion technique can indeed devour the flesh of this ferocious beast. I have to say, God has been very kind to me. You know I'm about to go through a big battle, so quickly improve my physical body. Bai Qingyan and others were stunned. Then they all showed expressions of being at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This guy's way of thinking is completely different from others. Chapter 600. Lu Zhilan is very helpless. Now that everything has been absorbed, let's go back. This is a good opportunity for me to use this as a touchstone to measure just how much you've improved this time. After taking a look at the few spikes left, Bai Qingyan subconsciously licked her lips. Then, he subconsciously stretched out his little hand. Judging from his appearance, he was obviously preparing to support Cao Wenbin. Unfortunately, she did not get what she wanted. Instead, I got a big eye roll. What nonsense are you thinking about? Don't you think this is a rare opportunity, and we should take advantage of it to make a quick buck? Bai Qingyan was stunned, but soon, she reacted. Then without saying anything, he disappeared from the spot with everyone. And when they appeared, they had already arrived in front of a two-story building. Surrounded by mountains and rivers. The environment is quite elegant. But Bai Qingyan didn't care about that at all. Her eyebrows raised, and she snorted coldly at Xiaolo. Ying Siwan, look at what you have done. I'm telling you, if you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, I'll definitely burn down this shabby academy of yours. This is the place with the best public security in the world. Bah, my husband just arrived and he was immediately seriously injured. How can we applaud the public security? Silence. There was no sound in the small building for a long time. Until Bai Qingyan became a little impatient, Ying Siwan walked out with a helpless look on his face. Fairy Qingyan, we do have a responsibility for this matter. We admit defeat. Tell me, what compensation do you want? As long as it's not excessive, I will implement it immediately. Ying Siwan felt very aggrieved. He knew very well that he was being plotted against. Someone wants to use him to get rid of Cao Wenbin. Otherwise, how could a seal that had not broken down for millions of years just happen to break down the moment Cao Wenbin arrived? Damn it! Don't let me know who you are. Otherwise, I will dig up your ancestral graves. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. But what surprised him was that the lion's big mouth that he had expected did not appear. For the sake of our past relationship, I don't want the things. But in the evening 3 days from now, you must come forward to hold back Lu Zhenchen. As for the time, not much, just a whole night. Ying Siwan's old eyes narrowed unconsciously. He didn't agree at first. After all, when things are abnormal, there must be something wrong. He needs to weigh the pros and cons. See if there is any trap inside. As his thoughts surged, he quickly reacted. 3 days from now, in the evening, isn't that when Lu Yunxiao and the others are holding their class reunion? Let me stop Lu Zhenchen at this point. The pupils shrank slightly. In an instant, he figured everything out. Then when he looked at Cao Wenbin, there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. Even he couldn't bear to think of such a thing. But they dared to do it. However, this emotion did not last long. Soon, admiration turned into gloom. Of course, this time it is no longer directed at Cao Wenbin. But it was targeting Lu Zhenchen, who had not yet appeared. Before, he didn't know that Lu Zhenchen was here too. So I didn't think much about it. But now, since you dare to plot against me, don't even think about having an easy time. A small hat is my return gift. So, he didn't hesitate any longer and nodded immediately. Okay. I promise you. That night, Lu Zhenchen would just stay here and drink with me, and he couldn't go anywhere. 3 days later, in a very warm boudoir. Mother, I think you should exclude that Cao from this gathering. After all, you're a group of old acquaintances gathering together, so what's the big deal about bringing in an outsider? And with our status, even if we break our promise, no one would dare to gossip about us. Looking at Lu Yunxiao, who was wearing a black gauze dress and exuding temptation everywhere, Lu Zhilin was overwhelmed. Damn it, Chunchen is just delivering food. Although he couldn't figure out how Cao Wenbin would make his move, he was sure that guy must have a way. Even if his mother's strength has reached the peak of the middle stage of the heavenly Dao realm, and the chief disciples of ordinary holy lands are no match for her, it is still useless. After all, for him, there are too many such examples. Which of the women who protected him in the past was not better than that woman surnamed Cao? But what is the result? The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became. But what made him depressed was that even though he had talked so much that his lips were almost worn out, Lu Yunxiao still didn't take it seriously. You kid, everything is fine, except that you are too timid. Please, I'm your mother, but a little witch. Go ask around. Before marrying your father, who among all the famous women hadn't been bullied by me. Let alone a little brat who hasn't even grown all his hair yet, even if his ancestors came, what kind of waves could they cause? Besides, don't we still have you? You have to follow me the whole time this time. Even if I, your mother, really missed something, you can definitely make up for it. That makes sense. But Lu Zhilin still didn't want to agree. As I said, Cao Wenbin is uncontrollable. There are so many clever ideas. But before he could come up with a reason to refute, Lu Yunxiao, who had already put on the jewelry, stood up. That's enough. Stop thinking about it. He's just Cao Wenbin, not worth wasting your time. What you should be thinking about most right now is how to communicate with those old immortals. After all, those are all connections. You'll definitely need it in the future. After saying that, Lu Yunxiao walked towards the door with an elegant look on his face. It was not until this moment that Lu Zhilin discovered that his mother was wearing silk on her legs. The same color as the clothes. You're worried that guy won't be excited. The feeling of helplessness is even greater. But this time, he didn't think about anything else. Just followed quickly. He decided that even if the sky fell tonight, he would never leave his mother. Just as he was about to step out of the room, a voice transmission appeared, which made him more determined in this idea. Son, you must follow your mother closely. Many of the people attending today's meeting have dirty hands. They dare not go too far though. But I still have the courage to take advantage of small things. Hey, I was planning to follow in secret. It's a pity that the old drunkard Ying Siwan discovered it. You have to make me drink no matter what. I really can't refuse. Chapter 601. Blame each other. Sister Yunxiao, I haven't seen you for many years, and you're still as stunning as ever. In my opinion, this supreme plane isn't just a competition between two beauties, it's a competition between three beauties. Comparison is really frustrating. It's been over 1,000,000 years, and you haven't changed at all. But I'm already old and frail. Yunxiao, this handsome boy must be your son. He's grown up so big. I have to say, he's really handsome. If I weren't married yet, I would definitely find a way to marry him. The prestige of Xiaoyao sect is naturally beyond doubt. Therefore, as soon as Lu Yunxiao and Lu Zhilin stepped into the venue, they were immediately surrounded. And all those who spoke were masters. The worst one has the cultivation level of heavenly Dao realm. However, this harmonious atmosphere did not last long. Because you arrived first. Not bad, you are very trustworthy. By the way, you should quickly let these annoying guys take your son away. Next, it's our private time. You must know that there are some things that must never be known to outsiders. Otherwise, it would be very easy to ruin your reputation. Silence. The original noise disappeared completely. Everyone's eyes subconsciously turned to the gate. Although no one was seen yet, everyone present knew who had said these words. After all, the agreement between Cao Wenbin and Lu Yunxiao had already spread among the top management. It's hard for them not to know. Besides, in the entire Supreme Plane, apart from that guy who dared to challenge the sky, there is really no one else who dares to be so arrogant. And the facts soon proved that their judgment was correct. The next moment, Cao Wenbin, dressed in a black robe, appeared at the door. Very handsome. The little girls who came along to gain some fresh experience all stared with their eyes wide open. If no one was holding him back, who knows what would have happened. Of course, while admiring Cao Wenbin's image, everyone's eyes unconsciously revealed a hint of amusement. As for the reason, the two of them are dressed so well together. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a couple's outfit. Some small accessories even seem to be made by the same person. Depend on. Could this all be a play performed by the two of them? In fact, they have been secretly hooking up for a long time. You just felt that it wasn't exciting enough in the dark, so you found an excuse to bring everything out in the open. This is the first thought of most people. There's nothing we can do, there are just too many coincidences. Everyone couldn't help but think about it. But they only dare to think about it. But when it comes to showing it, no one dares. After all, neither of these two is easy to deal with. As the atmosphere became increasingly weird, some people with higher emotional intelligence soon realized that they absolutely could not continue like this. If these two were in public. So, not long after, someone stepped forward to smooth things over. The person who organized this event immediately ordered his men to dim the lights. To be honest, there is not much difference before and after. At most, it just makes the atmosphere a little more ambiguous. But everyone understands that the emergence of this change also means that this class reunion has officially begun at this moment. If anyone has any questions, feel free to communicate. Cao Wenbin, I think you can leave now. Your little tricks won't escape my eyes. I can tell you very clearly that you will not be able to succeed as long as I am here today. Cao Wenbin and Lu Zhilin obviously understood the organizer's intention. So they started staring at each other at first. The spiritual consciousness is communicating crazily. Can't succeed. Come on, you've said this at least 10 times. If I remember correctly, the first time seemed to be on the 9th continent. The one you are protecting is also your mother. But what's the result? Cao Wenbin's face was full of disdain. His demeanor was extremely arrogant. Lu Zhilin, who understood it immediately, was unsurprisingly furious. After all, that was a thorn in his heart. Even after so many years, it still can't be removed. Especially the scene he saw when he pushed open Zhongzhou's door, which made him unforgettable for a long time. But even though he was angry, his words were still very hard. This time is completely different from that time. That time, it wasn't just my mother who was unprepared. I also didn't expect you to be so shameless. But this time, my mother and I are both on guard. So no matter what means you use, it will never succeed. What he said was very decisive. But Cao Wenbin subconsciously curled his lips. Really? As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin raised his hand. Then he pointed to the stairs not far away. Since you are so confident, I will give you a prophecy. There should be a bathroom upstairs. And all the good stuff that's going to happen next will happen there. This time, Lu Zhilin couldn't hold it anymore. After all, this is really too arrogant. Prophecy. This is not treating him as a human being at all. You're dreaming. Damn it, I'm going to kill you right now. As he spoke, he took a step forward. But just as he was secretly gathering his strength, a snow-white arm pulled him back. It was none other than Lu Yunxiao, who had just finished greeting someone. "Linner, don't be impulsive. It would be very cheap to take action in such an occasion." After saying that, she immediately turned around and looked at Cao Wenbin. Then he took the initiative to hold out the wine glass in his hand. "Master Cao, after this drink, our bet should be over. After all, you asked me to have dinner with you. But they didn't say how long it would take. So, there is absolutely nothing wrong with this defense." And Cao Wenbin did not continue to dwell on this matter. After gently clinking his cup with hers, he replied with a smile, "Of course. But Sister Yunxiao, I wonder if you're interested in staying with me for a while longer." "Not much, just enough until the end of the party. Of course, I won't let my sister's efforts be in vain. Didn't your son lose a kidney to me not long ago? I think you would like to take it back too. In that case, this is the reward. As long as you're willing to follow me throughout the entire process and let me take advantage of you, I'll return the things to you as soon as the lights come on." Chapter 602. Xiaoyao Pits Xiaoyao, very reasonable. Cao Wenbin did not deliberately lower his volume. I didn't deliberately speed up my speech. In addition, they were not far away, so his words were exactly the same and fell into Lu Zhilin's ears. "So," Lu Zhilin exploded. "You're dreaming." Then he didn't even hesitate and immediately prepared to pull Lu Yunxiao away. "There's nothing I can do about it, the taste is just too authentic. If you stay any longer, it's very likely that." Unfortunately, although his reaction was not slow, it was still too late. The next moment, he suddenly realized that he couldn't pull Lu Yunxiao at all. "Even if I use all my strength, it's still useless." And just a few breaths later, a sentence that made him jump up and down rang out. "Are you sure you're not kidding? As long as I am your female companion tonight, will you return the kidney?" "Mother." Lu Zhilin's tone of voice changed in anxiety. But the previous situation happened again. Before he could finish his words, Lu Yunxiao interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "You kid, why are you so disobedient? Don't worry, I know what's going on. Tonight, I will earn your money back no matter what. And just wait and see, this kid is going to make a fool of himself." The voice is full of playfulness. At the same time, the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. Obviously, she is quite confident in her tricks. And she is obviously impatient. Without even waiting, he quickly took out a porcelain bottle out of thin air as if by magic. The appearance is extremely exquisite. You can tell at first glance that it was created by a master. Shuyo Du. But unlike Lu Yunxiao's confidence, Lu Zhilin almost fainted the moment he saw the porcelain bottle. Because this bottle contains the magical wine that is unique to his Xiaoyao sect. It is brewed with the spiritual dew of heaven and earth and takes 49 years to make. The taste is extremely mellow. But the aftereffects are also huge. If an ordinary supreme being drinks a sip, he will be drunk for at least 10 days or half a month. Although those in the heavenly Tao realm have strong bodies, they will never feel better once they drink too much. Are you planning to use your strength to get Cao Wenbin drunk and then make him do something shameful? Fuck, this is not a fucking joke. The more he thought about it, the more anxious Lu Zhilin became. But before he could figure out a countermeasure, he discovered with helplessness on his face that his mother had already filled up the bottle. Then he drank first as a gesture of respect in a very generous manner. "No, we absolutely cannot let this situation continue." Gritted his teeth. Immediately afterwards, he quickly snatched the wine glass from Lu Yunxiao's hand before he could drink the second glass. "Master Cao, as the saying goes, 2 people don't drink, and 3 people don't play with money. It's so boring for you two to just drink. Why not add me in? It just so happens that we are of the same age. We can use this opportunity to discuss our next cultivation experience with each other." Cao Wenbin was stunned. Then I couldn't help but laugh. This is really like someone giving you a pillow when you feel sleepy. He was just worried about how to get rid of the little tail. Unexpectedly, the little tail came to my door on its own initiative. "So, just what I want. Come on, let's go. I won't go home until I'm drunk today." As soon as he finished speaking, he poured the Xiaoyao dew, which many people had been begging for but couldn't get, directly into his mouth. No elegance, only heroic. And what comes next is easy. Cao Wenbin directly faced 2 people at once. Even if the opponent is suspected of collusion, he will still accept it. There is no way, who made us have this condition? Compare body. It's not that he looks down on heroes all over the world. But the fact is, even Bai Qingyan, who has now stood at the top of the world, is still no match for him. At most, I'll split the difference with him 40% and 60%. Besides, he still has the fusion technique to back him up. As long as he wants to cheat, no matter how much Xiaoyalu he has, it will only become energy for his body's evolution. Therefore, Lu Zhilin soon became desperate. But he still didn't stop. He has already decided that even if he drinks himself to death today, he must win this defense battle. Pity. My stomach is so bloated. You guys drink first, I'm going to the bathroom, and we'll fight again when I come back. Don't worry, I won't mess anything up. I'll make up for whatever you missed later. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yunxiao stood up from his seat. But the whole person was staggering, obviously he was drunk. Of course, if that's all, then it's nothing. But what made Lu Zhilin furious was that just a few breaths later, Cao Wenbin also stood up. Then he held Lu Yunxiao's arm very gentlemanly. The toilet seems to be on the second floor. In your current state, it seems that you can't go on. Well, I'll be your flower protector for once, even if it's difficult for me. With me here, I will definitely get you to your destination safely. After saying that, he started to walk out with Lu Yunxiao. Need not, I can do it myself. Although he could not stand steadily, Lu Yunxiao was obviously still conscious. She knew very well that this man surnamed Cao definitely had no good intentions. Who knows what bad things he's planning. But even though she was tough in words, her body simply didn't listen to her. With the help of Cao Wenbin, they quickly walked out of the booth where the three of them were originally sitting. No, of course, she is not the only one who is anxious. Lu Zhilin was also very anxious. But because he drank too much, he tried for a long time but couldn't stand up at all. He wanted to open his mouth and call for help, but was shocked to find that he had lost his voice without knowing when. Although he could clearly feel that this was only temporary. It shouldn't be long before you're back on track. But the problem is, he simply can't wait. Judging from their speed, it won't be long. Just when he was at a loss, a light voice suddenly came into his ears. Do you remember my prophecy? How about it? Are you convinced now? Remember, don't question my words in the future. Don't try to resist, because it's all in vain. Not much talk. There are only a few words in total. But the lethality is extremely shocking. Look, Lu Zhilin's eyes turned blue with anger. The anger value is soaring wildly. Unfortunately, even with the help of anger, he still couldn't stand up. Xiaoyalu is so domineering. With his patrolling skills, he couldn't compete at all. As a result, he soon fainted from anger. Xiaoyao pit Xiaoyao. Very reasonable. Chapter 603 Confident Lu Zhenchen. Yingtian Academy. Brother Siwan, look, it's almost gone. Shouldn't we go home too? If you drink any more, you'll really delay your work. Lu Zhenchen's tone was full of helplessness. He reeks of alcohol all over. It was obvious that he drank a lot that night. Of course, there is more anxiety. After all, his wife went to attend a class reunion. And he hasn't shown up yet. No matter who it is impossible not to be anxious. And he thought that since he had already said so much, Ying Siwan would definitely not pester him anymore. But I didn't expect. We're just getting started. Come on, let's keep drinking. When the sun reaches noon, we will go back to our homes. He frowned slightly. This time, Lu Zhenchen did not raise his glass. Brother Siwan, what exactly do you mean? Are you trying to imprison me? If you can't explain everything today, don't blame me for being rude. No immediate answer. Ying Siwan is still drinking. When Lu Zhenchen was about to explode, he said slowly, actually, Brother Lu is right to think so. I really am imprisoning you. Of course, that's not what I meant. You should have heard about Cao Wenbin being attacked yesterday. And when Bai Qingyan saw her little man injured, she exploded. If it weren't for the fact that an old man like me still has some wealth, you and I would probably be drinking together in the ruins right now. So, in order to save this academy, I can only resort to this last resort to temporarily nip all dangers in the bud. The voice is very calm. But after hearing this, Lu Zhenchen's momentum suddenly weakened. There's nothing we can do about it, it's his fault. And as a smart man, he didn't let the topic continue. After finding a random excuse, he picked up the wine glass again. Forget it, since things have come to this, let's just make the best of it. Anyway, it's only a few hours until the sun rises. Besides, with Linner over there, nothing serious should happen. My name is still very intimidating. As soon as he finished speaking, he drank the glass. But what he didn't know was that if he rushed over now, at most he would just end up with a few more hats. But after a few hours. No, you can't do that. In a guest room inside the venue, Lu Zhilan, who had been unconscious for who knows how long, suddenly opened his eyes. At first, he was still a little confused. But as his consciousness gradually returned, he could no longer lie still. Out of bed in the blink of an eye. To be honest, he is still in a very bad condition at this moment. The whole person looked like he had just been pulled out of the water, sweating profusely. But he didn't care about that at all, and was ready to rush out of the room. It's not that he doesn't want to rest a little longer, it's just that time waits for no one. He knows better than anyone what Cao Wenbin is. If he arrives 1 minute later, there will be an increased risk of death. He can't afford the gamble. But as his vision gradually widened, his legs were soon fixed in the air. Because he found that outside the window, there was only morning fog. In other words, he was unconscious for the entire night. How so? That's not what the script says. Shouldn't Cao Wenbin be the one making a fool of himself? His tone was full of despair. He knew it was too late. After all, he fainted at the latest at the hour of shu. But now it is. You finally woke up. By the way, why did you drink so much? And where's your mother? You're feeling so miserable, how can she not stay with you? This mother is so incompetent. Just when he didn't know what to do, the door was gently pushed open. Then a woman of above average appearance walked in slowly. Holding the hangover soup in hand. It was obviously prepared for him. Aunt Yang. It seems that the reason why I appeared in the room instead of in the venue was probably because of my mother's best friend. In an instant, Lu Zhilan understood everything. At the same time, he forced himself to calm down. After all, the relationship between best friends is quite delicate. Have to be on guard. Otherwise, it is very likely that his mother will be ruined. And he is indeed very quick-witted. This is not. Oh, don't mention it. Besides youthful vigor, what else could it be? Aunt Yang should be aware of my past with Cao Wenbin. When they meet, it's naturally a clash of swords. With so many people here and us being unable to fight directly, we can only resort to a drinking contest. As for my mother. Having said that, Lu Zhilan paused. Then, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. She was mad at me and left. Towards the end of my drinking, she kept telling me to drink less. But young people, once they're unwilling to admit defeat, how can they listen to words of advice? So, the reason is perfect. No matter who comes, it will be impossible to find the flaw. But even so, he still didn't give people time to think. The next moment, he started asking back questions. By the way, Aunt Yang, why are there so few people in the venue at the end of the event? Logically speaking, shouldn't it become more and more lively as time goes by? This question really puzzled him. It also made him very angry. After all, if there were a lot of people at that time, it would be impossible for Cao Wenbin to take people away so easily. Anyone who comes up and says a few words will make Cao Wenbin's efforts go to waste. As for playing sideways, here, Cao Wenbin really doesn't have this ability. What else could it be? Impulsive. Haven't you heard that saying? The brave ones crawl into bed, the timid ones chatter, the simple-minded ones sing, and the foolish ones drink themselves to death. At the beginning, Lu Zhilan nodded desperately. He felt that these words were so insightful. But as soon as he said the last sentence, his face suddenly turned dark. Aunt Yang reacted quickly. After covering his mouth and laughing awkwardly, he immediately changed the subject. But having said that, but what I didn't expect was that two powerful men would show up at this party. There are so many unused rooms here, yet you insist on occupying a filthy place. And shameless. That noise. Chapter 604 Self-Deception. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Before Aunt Yang finished her words, Lu Zhilan's face suddenly turned pale. But he quickly adjusted himself. He didn't know if the other party was testing him. So I don't want to reveal my flaws first. Then, he repeated his old trick and immediately asked, aren't all the people here familiar? It shouldn't be possible to hide who the other party is. Aunt Yang shook her head gently. I'm not stupid. They not only set up a formation. I even controlled the sound on purpose. So you can't tell who's who. The only thing that is certain is that the strength of those two people should be quite strong. Men must be at least mid-stage heavenly Tao realm. Otherwise, there would be no way the second floor would have felt the shaking all the time. After all, this ascension tower is built entirely of ridge stones. It even contains many formations. The intensity is quite astonishing. After she finished speaking, she bit her lip subconsciously. The envy is extremely obvious. Of course, I am more curious. Unlike her, after listening to the explanation, Lu Zhilan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it's not exposed. That guy surnamed Cao is still a human being. No outsiders were allowed to watch. However, this emotion did not last long. Soon, hatred filled his heart again. The whole night. Still high intensity. No, I have to find a way. We absolutely cannot let this situation continue. Otherwise, there will be a risk of being exposed sooner or later. His eyes narrowed slightly. Then his body walked towards the door again. Zhaolin, where are you going? It's just dawn, why don't you take a rest for a while? No rush. Without looking back. No need, Aunt Yang. This place is not far from the hotel where we are staying. I better go back and rest. This way my mother can feel more at ease. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot. As soon as he left, Aunt Yang, who had been looking worried, immediately changed her expression. Am I really overthinking it? That shouldn't be the case. That little guy can even handle Bai Qingyan, so there's no reason why he can't figure out Lu Yunxiao. Depend on. What a damn miserable night. In the past, I could at least take a nap. But this time, as soon as he stepped onto the second floor, Lu Zhilan ran into a neatly dressed but tired-looking servant. Although he said so, anyone could tell that he was still quite unsatisfied. So, Lu Zhilan immediately gave him a look full of contempt. At the same time, he subconsciously quickened his pace. After all, even the servants are spreading the news. If we don't hurry up, it will be all over. And for him, the destination was not difficult to find. Because he had heard the prophecy. With Cao Wenbin's personality, he would never be careless about such things. But just as he approached cautiously, ready to check out what was going on, an extremely charming voice suddenly came from behind him. What are you doing, little brat? How dare the young leader of the Xiaoyao sect be so sneaky? How can this be disgraceful? Lu Zhilan's body stiffened. Then, a look of deep disbelief appeared on her little face. Because he heard it. This is his mother's voice. How is this possible? Am I really overthinking it? Or am I hallucinating? Come back suddenly. Then he discovered that he was not hallucinating. The one who spoke was indeed his mother. And the clothes are intact. There is not a single wrinkle on the black gauze dress. If I have to say there is something wrong, it might only be the status. Just like him, I am also weak. There are also fine beads of sweat all over the beautiful forehead. Plus the lipstick is a bit flowery. But even so, a deep feeling of joy still emerged in Lu Zhilan's heart. After all, this emptiness doesn't mean anything at all. You know, his mother also drank a lot last night. If it wasn't weak, that would be abnormal. Of course, analysis is analysis. But some things still need to be acknowledged by the person himself. Therefore, mother, aren't you? Lu Zhilan didn't say the rest. But the meaning is self-evident. But even though he had asked so carefully, he still got a big roll of the eyes without any suspense. So that's why you're here. You're such a daredevil, you little brat. Have you forgotten that I am a little witch? Never suffered at the hands of a man. I admit, that little brat surnamed Cao is indeed amazing. I don't know what tricks he used, but he managed to trick me with my drinking capacity. But so what? He had barely helped me to the stairs when I recovered. Otherwise, if he ran fast, I would have beaten him to a pulp. The only pity is that I couldn't get the kidney back. But it doesn't matter. If it doesn't work this time, we'll have another time. He can't escape from my grasp. The tone is full of confidence. And the more she spoke, the more radiant she became. So, Lu Zhilan didn't find any flaws. He immediately clenched his fists. We won. I finally beat that guy named Cao. The excitement is beyond words. With this excitement, a feeling of urinating also came to his mind. Mom, wait for me. It will be fine soon. After he finished speaking, he didn't think much about it and subconsciously prepared to go to the bathroom. But as soon as he revealed his intention, his arm was immediately grabbed. Have you forgotten something, kid? Okay, let's go back and talk about it. It just so happens that I live not far away. As soon as she finished speaking, she took Lu Jilin and disappeared from the spot. As the sound of breaking air rang out, Lu Jilin quickly reacted. You really can't go in there. Although when he arrived, there was no sound. But who knows what exactly is going on inside. Ginger, it turns out that old Ginger is still spicy. No wonder my mother can beat Cao Wenbin, but I can't. It really needs some settling down. Shaked his head gently. At the same time, they arrived at their destination. But just when he was about to release the water, he just froze in place. As for the reason, his mother was also walking towards her room. Because of this, the legs that had been covered by the skirt were now slightly exposed. Actually, this is nothing. After all, he is not an outsider. But the key point is that he didn't see. I clearly had it before I set off. Could it be? No. Mother wouldn't lie. I must have forgotten to put it on this morning. Chapter 605, Zhuoyang Formation Diagram. Bang! Just as Lu Jilin was frantically comforting himself, Lu Yunxiao finally returned to his room. Then, her expression changed. The original confidence disappeared in an instant. What replaced it was deep despair. At the same time, her legs began to tremble wildly. Afterwards, I didn't know whether my mentality had completely collapsed or I really couldn't stand it anymore. In short, she didn't take another step, but leaned against the closed door and slowly slid to the ground. Cao Wenbin, you are not a fucking human. If I don't chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs, I won't be named Lu. The voice is very low. Obviously he was afraid of being heard by others. But the hatred in it cannot be concealed no matter what. If the power of the curse could really kill people from a distance, then Cao Wenbin would definitely turn into a pool of blood immediately. There is no possibility of survival. Wrong. But even though she hated it, she didn't let this situation last too long. After calming down a bit, she seemed to have thought of something, and then began to frantically take out bottles and jars from the storage space. Blood-dissolving pill. It's useless. Calming pill. Even more tattered. But although her hands were fast and she was rich, no matter what she took out, she was never satisfied. Even the miraculous medicine that was extremely effective for masters in the heavenly Tao realm was thrown away by her casually, like a piece of grass. As time went by, her face became paler and paler. How could there not be? I clearly bought it over 1,000,000 years ago. But obviously, her memory was distorted. She turned the storage space upside down, but still couldn't find what she wanted. What should I do? So, she suddenly panicked. Then, I subconsciously prepared to go out. But before she could stand up again, her body immediately went limp again. There's nothing we can do about it, her target is too big. Plus the timing is sensitive. If she suddenly went to the pharmacy at this time. Never mind, I'm going to gamble my life with him. So what if he has a book with extremely strong life force? I don't believe he can be so lucky. In Dengxian Tower, in the toilet that Lu Jilin couldn't enter. Crash. Although he was washing his face, the corners of Cao Wenbin's mouth were still raised. It was obvious that he was reminiscing about something. Of course, there is also a strong sense of reluctance. Ah, the ancients never lied to me. Spring nights are indeed short. According to the original plan, he had no intention of letting Lu Yunxiao go. After all, one night seems very long. But in fact, it is very short. Unfortunately, as the effects of the alcohol gradually wore off, the difference in strength between the two sides slowly became apparent. In the end, it was completely out of control. It is precisely because of this that Lu Yunxiao was able to appear so timely. Never mind. Anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Isn't she just a little witch? Unless she never shows up again. Otherwise, the smile gradually becomes evil. At the same time, a photo stone also flew out from a corner at a high speed. And it fell directly into his hands. Perfect. And what a coincidence. He had just finished his work when a virtual screen happened to appear in front of him. Name: Lu Yunxiao. Identity: wife of the leader of the Shaoyao sect, mother of Lu Jilin. Strength: peak of the middle stage of heavenly Tao realm, a breakthrough miracle is not far away, all that's left is your hard work. Appearance score: 98. Loyalty: -20. I hate you so much, but I still feel reluctant to let you go. Note: This person has a quirky personality and many tricks to play on people. Please be careful, otherwise, you may end up making a fool of yourself. A lot of methods. Cao Wenbin was stunned. Doubt unconsciously appeared in his eyes. There was nothing he could do. It was because he really hadn't discovered what Lu Yunxiao's methods were. No matter what. But even though he was puzzled, he still kept it in mind. After all, the list has never been wrong. Buzz. Now that the data is out, the colorful treasure chest will naturally not be absent. The next moment. Stone of Awakening, an extremely magical stone. Although born in the pre-Cao era, it is not a chaos treasure. Nor does it possess any offensive or defensive capabilities. However, it can awaken any living being whose body is intact. No matter how unconscious the target is, no matter how damaged their soul is, even if their soul is gone, as long as the body is still there, it can be awakened. Note: this treasure is only used for awakening, so if the target already has any injuries, please prepare early. It also has a usage limit. A single body can only be used 3 times at most. Once exceeded, the target will be immediately purified. Absolute Yang formation diagram. After the chaos vanished, the yin and yang energies quickly dominated the world. The yin energy within this, in turn, split into 3. The largest portion was scattered throughout the human world, maintaining order. The second largest portion transformed into a single being, ruling over all darkness in the world. As for the third portion, it took an unusual path. After countless eons of baptism, it ultimately transformed into a formation diagram. Precisely because it is condensed from pure yin energy, once deployed, all male creatures, save for the one holding it, will inevitably suffer a devastating blow. Those who run fast will suffer severe damage to their foundation. Those who run slowly will perish completely. Note: to deploy this formation diagram, the cooperation of at least 9 female patrollers is required. Therefore, please prepare early. Also, please note that this item was once the signature magic weapon of a powerful individual. If you lack sufficient strength, do not use it recklessly. Otherwise, you may bring disaster upon yourself. Fuck. Is Lu Yunxiao so favored by the list? How could they have condensed 2 such awesome treasure chests? Looking at the introduction of the 2 items, Cao Wenbin's eyes widened. He thought the reward this time would be good. After all, Lu Yunxiao's looks are there. But it was still beyond his expectations that it was this good. Especially this absolute yang formation, it was tailor-made for him. As for the conditions required for expansion, to be honest, if 9 male patrollers were needed, it would definitely be a struggle. Can't even find it. But finding 9 women is not a big deal at all. Just swipe through the 100 Machuan groups and you can get them all. Of course, while he was excited, a piece of information in the comments also aroused his great interest. Chapter 606 Depressed Lu Zhilin. Control all the darkness in the world. It seems that such an awesome person doesn't exist in this supreme plane. Have you been hiding in the dark and planning something? Or is he already dead? Also, since the yin qi has condensed into a person, the yang qi should be no different. The more Cao Wenbin thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was not simple. But just when he was about to think about it carefully, a flash of inspiration suddenly came to his mind. He remembered what Bai Qingyan had said to him when he first arrived at the Yaokai Holy Land. The divine realm exploded. It is suspected that 2 masters died together. Is it them? It seems like it's time to put the trip to the divine realm on the agenda. His eyes narrowed slightly. Then his figure disappeared from the spot. He does it as soon as he thinks of it, that's his character. Besides, this place is definitely a place of trouble. What if Lu Yunxiao brings people to stop him? Although the probability is extremely low, we still have to be on guard. Mother. Outside room number 1, Lu Zhilin, who had fully recovered, gently knocked on the door. As for the purpose of his visit this time, he wants to test it out. Look what happened the night before. Why did the silk disappear? It's not that he is petty. Haggling over a worthless thing. I really don't understand why he has no way to practice. This has become a source of worry for him. Of course, although his hands were knocking, he was actually already prepared to secretly break the formation. After all, what you see suddenly is real. As long as there is no immediate reply, he will take action immediately. Come in. But what he didn't expect was that his mother seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time. Look, the knocking sound hasn't even died away yet, and the formation guarding the room has already dissipated. Then Lu Yunxiao personally opened the door for him. Am I really overthinking it? The silk wasn't taken off by someone else. Looking at Lu Yunxiao, who was neatly dressed and looked the same as usual, Lu Zhilin was completely stunned. After all, based on his understanding of Cao Wenbin and the situation described by Aunt Yang, if it was really Lu Yunxiao who had to bear everything, then at this moment, let alone opening the door, it was hard to say whether he could even wake up. But the good times didn't last long. Before he could show his joy, he keenly noticed something wrong. The first thing that comes to mind is temperament. In the past, no matter how his mother dressed, she would always reveal a hint of playfulness. It is precisely because of this that she got the title of Little Witch. But now, besides being charming, she is still charming. The playful disappearance without a trace. It looked as if it had been completely developed. But that's nothing. What really frightened him was the way his mother walked. It used to be a catwalk. But now, it is opening and closing. Certain bonds were obviously broken. How so? Bang! But just when he was about to observe others, a blow suddenly fell on his head. Obviously, his unscrupulous look could not escape Lu Yunxiao's discerning eyes. Then, you little brat, do you have so little confidence in your mother? I'm repeating myself, that Cao guy really couldn't do anything to me. While supporting me, he took the opportunity to touch me twice. Your mother is still as pure as ice and jade. There is determination in his words. Plus, there is really no substantial evidence. Therefore, even though he still had a lot of doubts in his heart, Lu Zhilin couldn't find any reason to speak again. There's nothing he can do, since his identity is still one level lower than the others. He is not Lu Zhenchen. You are totally unqualified to ask questions. Never mind. Let the past be the past. After coming to his senses, he stopped nagging and immediately changed the subject. Mother, what are you talking about? As your son, how could I not trust you? I firmly believe that Cao is just an ant in your hands. You can crush him to death at any time. By the way, mother, now that things here are over, shouldn't we go back? You've been away for so long, my dad. Lu Zhilin's intention is very clear, so let Lu Yunxiao go home quickly. Regardless of whether you were played last night or not, don't get involved in his business anymore. He has to deal with Cao Wenbin on his own. This way you don't have to be distracted. Unfortunately, although the idea was good, before he could finish his words, Lu Yunxiao, who was full of anger, waved his hand to interrupt him. Why are you replying? Didn't I tell you I'd help you get your kidney back? And now, I haven't even seen the shadow of the kidney, how can I go home? As for your father, he's already grown up, with all his limbs intact, how could he starve to death? Besides, not long ago, I got some information that is extremely beneficial to us. That Cao guy has already led his men to the divine realm. You know that place, it's full of unusual things. No matter who enters, their cultivation will be suppressed. This is the perfect time for us to get rid of Cao Wenbin. And we're not the only ones who got this news. The Dragon Roar Sword sect also knows about this. To be honest, if I hadn't been waiting for you, I would have set off as soon as I got the intelligence at noon. Lu Zhilin was stunned. Then the corners of his mouth began to twitch unconsciously. Take the initiative to pursue Cao Wenbin. What's the matter? Haven't you been played with enough? But just when he was about to say something, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Huh, I finally got rid of that drunkard Ying Siwan. Son, just do as your mother says. Since she has the intention, then just go along with her. With me in the dark, you don't have to worry about anything else. The voice is very heroic. I knew it was Lu Zhenchen's movement as soon as I heard it. Logically speaking, with such a great master helping him, Lu Zhilin should be very excited. But the reality is just the opposite. As for the reason, he never forgot Cao Wenbin's catchphrase, a goal scored by a goalkeeper is truly wonderful. Buddhism is the most boring. Damn it, who gave you the confidence? Very urgent. But there is no way. What made him even more depressed was that Lu Zhenchen didn't give him any time to think and soon gave him another big problem. By the way, little brat, nothing happened these past 2 days, right? The question is very tactful. But Lu Zhilin understood it immediately. As a result, a layer of fine beads of sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. To be honest, if he follows his heart, he wants to tell the truth. After all, in this way, everything will be revealed immediately. But he also knew very well that if he really did that, things would immediately develop to extremes. If Cao Wenbin really fails, then everyone will be happy. But if Cao Wenbin succeeds, this family will definitely fall apart immediately. Never mind. It's not a big deal, there's no need to gamble. He shook his head subconsciously, and then he replied silently in his heart, "Don't worry, Dad, nothing is wrong. Maybe it's because I'm here. All the men stay away from my mother during the party." Not much talk. But Lu Zhenchen was obviously very happy. Being interrupted like this, he could no longer say the words of rejection he wanted to say. Because Lu Yunxiao was already urging him to pack up. Depend on. What a sin. Looks like he's doing two things at once. Chapter 607 arrived at the destination. Wenbin, behind this mountain is the divine realm. The book of life shows that my mother is still alive. Do you think it's possible that she is here? As they got closer to the destination, Bai Qingyan, who was originally excited, gradually became nervous. In the end, she subconsciously held Cao Wenbin's arm. To be honest, this is human nature. No matter who it is, the reaction will be almost the same. After all, this is something lost and found again. It would be strange if I wasn't nervous. But whether it was Ji Xinju or the members of Baimei group, they all widened their eyes in shock. They would never have thought that they would actually see Bai Qingyan showing such an attitude in their lifetime. Are you sure you're not kidding? What they could not have imagined was, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be here. After all, this is the only place where I can escape your perception. But you must be mentally prepared. Even if we really find the person, who knows what will happen? Bai Qingyan nodded gently. In her opinion, Cao Wenbin was reminding her not to have too high hopes. Because a long life does not mean a good condition. What if it's the living dead? Don't worry, I still have the ability to endure this. Besides, as long as people are alive, everything is possible. With our background, I don't believe there is any injury we can't handle. But it was obvious that she was confused by the situation. Just as she was frantically comforting herself, the corners of Ji Xinju and others' mouths began to twitch wildly. As for the reason, Cao Wenbin's face was full of evil. They can see it even with their eyes closed. This little man really dares to think. Of course, they discovered it, but none of them spoke out to warn people. They are not stupid. They know exactly who is in charge of Yao Kai now. Coincidentally, at this moment, they also reached the top of the mountain. Immediately afterwards, an extremely shocking scene appeared in front of everyone. As far as the eye can see, the plain is flat. As far as the eye can see, there isn't even a single mound. And unlike the colorful scene on this side of the mountain, within the divine realm, everything is either black or white. Apart from these two colors, there are no other colors. Even though I've seen it so many times. But seeing it again, I still can't help but feel a shock in my heart. A duel between two people can actually affect an area for millions of years. This strength. She shook her head gently, and then Bai Qingyan shook Cao Wenbin's arm again. Having been to this remote place before, she was ready to tell this little man about the situation inside. This saves you from being in a rush after entering. But what she didn't expect was that her obvious suggestive gesture didn't get any response at all. Wenbin. So, she tried it again because she didn't believe it. But the result is still the same. Could it be? In an instant, a thought came into her mind. And the fact is exactly as she thought. The moment he looked down at the divine realm, Cao Wenbin was stunned. His divinity is surging. The blood in the body is boiling wildly. And his intuition kept reminding him that no matter what, he had to walk through this place. For him, this area is full of treasures. That's fucking weird. This is clearly my first time in this supreme plane, but no matter where I go, I always encounter opportunities. It's as if this supreme plane was born just for me. When we were in the god and demon plane, it was completely two extremes. Very confused. Of course, he is not a pretentious person. After all, if you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a bastard. Besides, there might be a beautiful woman lying in there. So when he came to his senses, he didn't hesitate. Pulling Bai Qingyan, he went straight down the mountain. When he did this, Bai Qingyan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then the speech that had been prepared long ago soon rang in everyone's ears. Wenbin, this area is completely different from other places. You must remember, once you step inside, no matter what you encounter, try not to take action if you can. If you really can't avoid it, then fight it hand to hand. Because there are only two kinds of energy in here, yin and yang. There are only two laws. And you know these two energies are so primitive. I haven't heard of anyone being able to use them yet. So no matter who is in there, they won't get any supplements. Once the energy in your body is used up, it's really used up. It is precisely because of this that, even though this area is so large, occupying a full 1/5 of the supreme plane, no one has ever paid attention to it. The tone is very serious. But after being stunned for a moment, Cao Wenbin laughed unconsciously. Can't use energy. Isn't this a coincidence? He is weak in this way, the others are stronger than each other. Besides, just because others can't get replenishment doesn't mean he can't get it too. You know, the compartment on the 7th floor of Hongmeng Palace contains everything. There are all kinds of books. This includes the law of yin and yang. Damn it. If I had known this earlier, I would have spread the news of my coming here. If that happens, Tian Yulin, Lu Yunxiao, or even Nancy might come and kill us. And by then, I don't know what he was thinking about, but Cao Wenbin licked his lips subconsciously. Chapter 608 Alliance. By the way, since you said this place has never been occupied, why are you being so serious? If there are no people, even if there are some wild beasts, they won't be anything to be afraid of. Although his mind is full of dirty things, Cao Wenbin's IQ is still quite high. And soon, I noticed something was wrong. But it was precisely because of this sentence that he immediately received a big eye roll. No one, but there are ancient creatures in there. They migrated here for various reasons after the big explosion. After that, they have lived here for generations. And because it's been so long, they've already adapted to the environment here. If they were outside, they might not even mean anything. We can harvest them like wheat. But here, by the way, there are even quite a few ferocious beasts hiding here. Although our strength is definitely not comparable to those in the 9 sacred places. But it's definitely enough to increase your physical strength. After saying that, Bai Qingyan subconsciously licked her lips again. Obviously, she was really hungry. Unfortunately, she didn't even have the chance to satisfy her craving. Because as everyone stepped onto the land of the divine realm, a giant snake that was 6 or 7 meters long and had 3 heads suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Hiss. This guy is obviously in the same situation as Bai Qingyan, his eyes are blue from hunger. So after flicking its tongue a few times, it bit Cao Wenbin, who was at the front of the team. And the 3 heads cooperated very well, just blocking 3 directions. Cut off all retreat routes immediately. You're delivering food. But the facts prove that this 3-headed snake was worrying too much. From the beginning to the end, Cao Wenbin never thought of hiding. As soon as he finished muttering, a powerful force of space suddenly emerged around him. Then, die. The sound is not loud. But the next moment, the space around the giant snake began to compress madly. Hiss. The giant snake also obviously sensed the danger. It wants to run. But even after being crushed into a meat patty, it still couldn't find the right way to retreat. You little bastard. You ignored my words, didn't you? I just finished. But this move is very cool. The effect is surprisingly good. But Bai Qingyan exploded immediately. After all, this is such a waste of energy. But before she could finish her words, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened to the limit. Because she discovered that the yin and yang power that no one had ever been able to mobilize was actually rushing into Cao Wenbin's body madly. One after another. It looked as if Cao Wenbin's body was their real home. How is this possible? Even people like us at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm can't mobilize the power of yin and yang. My scalp is tingling. Of course, there is more excitement. Because in this way, their trip will definitely be a lot easier. And as her mind gradually opened up, she soon came up with an even more brilliant plan. Oh right, since this brat can get replenishment from the outside world, then when the energy in our bodies is used up, we can just take it directly from him. Although it will be a bit painful. But compared to not being able to exert my full strength, that little sin is nothing. Besides, the pain is only temporary. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this plan was feasible. The look he gave Cao Wenbin became increasingly scorching. Buzz. Just as Cao Wenbin and others were rapidly advancing, a group of new visitors soon appeared on the hill where they had stood before. Different heights. But they were all wearing black robes. Carry a long sword on your back. The murderous aura cannot be concealed. It's the people from Longyan Sword Sect. As for the leader, not surprisingly, it was Song Si. And what a coincidence, they had just stood still. Before the ground had even warmed up, two more figures appeared out of nowhere not far from them. Then, wow, even the Night Blades are out in full force. Brother Song Si, are you preparing for a fight to the death with Yao Kai? Originally, Lu Yunxiao, who was in a hurry, had no intention of staying in this desolate place. After all, in her opinion, the right way is to first find the traces of Cao Wenbin and others, and then wait for an opportunity to act. But plans cannot keep up with changes. The moment she saw the Dragon Roar Sword sects line up clearly, she was so shocked that she couldn't walk. After all, this Night Blade is not just any random person. 150 members, the lowest among them are intermediate patrollers. Their chief and deputy chief are both at the heavenly Tao realm. Even though he is a person from the lower realm who achieved enlightenment by chance with the help of the fruit of the world, the realm of heaven is still the realm of heaven. People from other realms can't even get close to them. And these guys are not greenhouse flowers. They all have practical experience. More than 800,000 years ago, a half-step Holy Land felt that it had grown strong enough and was determined to break away from the Dragon Roar Sword sect at all costs. So, after repeated persuasion failed, the Longyan Sword sect sent out this team. 150 people. 150 swords. In just 10 days, at the cost of one person being seriously injured, the half-step Holy Land was completely slaughtered. No one is left alive. To be honest, Lu Yunxiao had thought that Song Si would bring an expert this time. But bringing Night Blade was beyond her expectations. Is this what they call love turning into hate? If he really catches Bai Qingyan. Lu Yunxiao didn't dare to think about what happened next. After hearing her horrified words, Song Si glanced down the mountain calmly and nodded gently. Mrs. Lu is quite insightful. My Night Blade hasn't been deployed in over 800,000 years. I didn't expect you to recognize me at first sight. That's right, this time I'm here to fight Yao Kai to the death. After this time, there will only be two results. Or maybe Bai Qingyan changes her mind and kills that pretty boy with her own hands before marrying me. Or we have no two holy places. What he said was very powerful. However, this fierce state did not last long. The sound hadn't even faded away yet, but he immediately put on a smiling face again. Looking at the direction Madame Lu and Master Ling are heading, if nothing unexpected happens, they should be heading for Cao Wenbin. How about it, are you interested in forming an alliance? This way, we can take care of each other. With greater strength, it's easier to accomplish things. Without any surprise, Lu Yunxiao's eyes suddenly lit up. She had originally thought that if there was really no opportunity, she would transfer someone from her family. But I didn't expect that the ready-made thugs would actually come to my door on their own initiative. It seems that my strength is still recognized. Look, the #1 expert in the universe has even sent an invitation. Very narcissistic. But how could she know that Song Si didn't like her at all? But it was Lu Zhenchen who was still wandering at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 609. Lu Zhilan also sensed the opportunity. Since brother Song Si has spoken, there is no reason for me to refuse. By the way, why did brother Song Si stay here? Are there any other allies coming? Without even the slightest hesitation, Lu Yunxiao directly agreed to Song Si's invitation. Then he asked about the purpose of Song Si's abnormal behavior. Could it be Linglong Valley? If it's really them, then this trip will be really worthwhile. 2 against 1, even Bai Qingyan at her current level wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. This was Lu Yunxiao's first thought. But what she didn't expect was, there aren't any allies. I'm just waiting for information. After all, this divine realm is so vast. If you don't have a target, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Not much talk, but Lu Yunxiao's pupils shrank unconsciously. Intelligence. Are you sure you're not kidding? Those following Cao Wenbin are all old people from Yaoqi. Has the Longyan Sword sect's infiltration into Yaoqi reached this level? But obviously, she was overthinking it. This is not. Mrs. Lu seems to have misunderstood. I don't have the means to plant spies in Yaoqi. After all, Yao Kai is an expert among experts in this area. I dare not show off my skills in front of an expert. What I call intelligence is actually the trajectory of Cao Wenbin and others' activities. I paid a lot of money for this. We'll be there in a minute. Lu Yunxiao was stunned. Then he showed a look of sudden realization. She said that the great ancestor Zhongzhou didn't look like someone who could do such delicate work. But soon, her expression changed to admiration. After all, anyone who knows how to locate something knows it. Those who may have obtained the information seem to have not appeared yet. But I didn't expect. How much blood must have been shed? No wonder he said it's either me or him. Shaked his head gently. Coincidentally, at this moment, Zhongzhou's control also happened to ring. Interesting. They actually walked in a straight line. It seems the purpose is very clear. I don't know what's tempting them. How dare these sluts be so desperate? After he finished speaking, Zhongzhou waved to his people without any hesitation. Then he made a gesture of invitation, very gentlemanly. Walk. Lu Yunxiao, who had been impatient for a long time, did not hesitate either. But just as she was about to pull Lu Zhilan, she suddenly discovered that her big son was shaking wildly for some unknown reason. So, she suddenly became anxious. Linner, what's wrong with you? The voice was full of anxiety. At the same time, her hands began to dance rapidly. Judging from the expression, it is obvious that he wants to call someone. But before she could finish, Lu Zhilan's voice suddenly rang out. Mom, I'm fine. The reason I'm shaking is because I feel that this place is extremely important to me. How far I can grow in the future depends entirely on what I gain this time. If I could control this divine realm, I could even surpass my father. To be honest, no matter how you listen to it, this statement sounds like bragging. Surpass Lu Zhenchen. Why don't you say you've surpassed Zhongzhou? But Lu Yunxiao didn't think so at all. At this moment, she was nothing but happy. She always felt that her son would not be an ordinary person. The reason why I didn't show up before was simply because the time hadn't come yet. There is a hidden dragon in the abyss, it's normal. I knew it would be like this. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Then, without saying anything, she solemnly gave her guarantee, don't worry, son. This place will only belong to you. No one can take it away. Even a stone. As soon as she finished speaking, her speed suddenly increased. Then he disappeared from the spot with Lu Zhilan. At the same time, she also contacted Lu Zhenchen. Wenbin, didn't you say you wanted to walk all over this place? If that's the case, then why should we go in a straight line? You know, this way of moving is very easy to be tracked by someone with ulterior motives. Above a low bush, Bai Qingyan asked the doubts in her mind while flying over it. At this moment, her steps were unsteady. But the spirit is extremely full. Obviously, she has verified the plan she came up with. And judging from the fact that she didn't care about energy and just took everyone flying together, she was obviously successful. Someone with a heart. I'm waiting for someone who cares. After all, we have such a huge advantage here. If we don't kill one or two of them, we'll be in big trouble. Bai Qingyan was stunned. Then his pupils contracted unconsciously. She understood. Her little man wants to take this opportunity to change the ending of the Supreme Plane. This isn't good. Subconsciously, she wanted to refuse. After all, the 9 holy places all have the veto power. If they kill one of them, and their men get excited and release the ancient ferocious beast, wouldn't that cause chaos in the world? But as soon as she said that, she immediately realized that something was wrong. In the past, people cared about those ferocious beasts because they were immortal. But now her little man can treat the ferocious beast as food. If that's the case, why should she care about the veto power? It seems that the day when I will be the mother of the country is not far away. The only pity is that I'm only the 3rd child. He shook his head gently. Just as she was daydreaming, Cao Wenbin's voice rang out again. Besides, although I want to take everything here for myself, everything has its priorities. My intuition tells me that the ultimate thing here should be in the very center. So no matter how you look at it, there's absolutely no need to turn. By the way, how far am I from the center? At your speed, how long will it take to arrive? The voice was full of impatience. But what he got was not a unit of time. Instead, it was a gesture. Chapter 610 Good Intentions. Hey, isn't this already here? Cao Wenbin was stunned. It arrived just as I asked. Is it such a coincidence? But soon, he no longer had time to think about all this mess. Because a huge pit appeared before his eyes. It's bottomless. It is even more boundless. This is. My pupils contracted unconsciously. At the same time, Bai Qingyan's voice rang out again. According to my previous investigation, this pit was probably created by the two men's self-explosion. As for whether the original contents were blown into powder or blown away to another place, that is unknown. By the way, this is also the most dangerous place in the entire divine realm. The yin and yang energy inside is extremely violent. Once you step inside, you must use energy to protect your body. Otherwise, you will be severely injured. At first, I only lasted 1 day in there. Finally, due to lack of energy, I had no choice but to withdraw. This time, Cao Wenbin's mind was shaken even more violently. Can I only stay in the heavenly Tao realm for 1 day? So evil. That's interesting. So, he, who didn't believe in evil, stepped into the deep pit. No levitation method was used. Therefore, the falling speed is quite astonishing. During this process, the yin and yang energy, which was much more chaotic than outside, indeed rushed towards him at the first moment. The sound is very scary. But the facts soon proved that these yin and yang energies were used differently depending on the person. Look, the feeling of tearing that Bai Qingyan described did not appear at all. After encountering his body, the yin qi became as obedient as a cat, so submissive. As for yang qi, that would be even more outrageous. He actually took the initiative to improve his physical strength. And they keep coming one after another. As long as I meet him, I will definitely merge into his body. No one resisted. Not a single one escaped. The yang energy here really wants to be closer to me. Even closer than the ones outside. Cao Wenbin was very confused. Of course, Bai Qingyan was even more confused. She was trying hard to resist the erosion for everyone, but after seeing this scene, she almost broke down. She really couldn't understand why the gap between people was so huge. What is poison to them is actually a tonic to others. Is there anything more ridiculous than this? Wenbin, why don't we wait for you outside? You won't be in danger here anyway. And after she realized what was happening, she immediately made suggestions. After all, judging from the current situation, they seem to have become a burden. If it weren't for them, Cao Wenbin would definitely be able to search faster. But after just a few breaths, she no longer cared about Cao Wenbin's answer. At the same time, a hint of murderous intent quickly emerged in her eyes. Because just now, she suddenly sensed 3 very familiar auras. Song Si, Lu Zhenchen, plus Lu Yunxiao. Okay. You guys actually chased me. In that case, don't blame me for not remembering our past friendship. As soon as she finished speaking, she was ready to rush forward. But before she could turn her thoughts into actions, a big hand suddenly appeared above her arm. Then, why are you in such a hurry? If they want to chase, then let them chase. It's a good opportunity to use the environment here to consume them. Also, we can't kill all these people. At least Lu Yunxiao cannot be killed. You don't know, she's quite entertaining. That little look of wanting to refuse but also wanting to accept. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin immediately took everyone away from this place at a very fast speed. Still a straight line, the target is still the exact center. And in order to prevent the other party from noticing, he even left several footprints on the ground. It really takes a lot of effort. And his efforts were indeed not in vain. Just look, a quarter of an hour later, Lu Yunxiao and others arrived at the place where they had just stood. And discovered his arrangement at the first moment. Damn it, I'm a step too late again. Are these guys loaches? After taking a quick glance at the sharp edges of the mark and confirming that it was indeed new, Song Si's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. The sword energy surrounding him became extremely violent in an instant. Actually, when he first entered the divine realm, he wasn't so arrogant. But when he was halfway through the chase, the appearance of a huge rock directly hurt his nerves. There is a very deep handprint on it. But it's not big. It's obviously female at first glance. If it were someone else, they might not be able to guess who the owner of the handprint is. But how could he not see it after studying Bai Qingyan for millions of years? As for how this handprint came about, damn it, I'm chasing you like crazy. But you are in front. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. The expression becomes more distorted. But just as he was about to chop twice with his sword to vent his anger, Lu Zhenchen's voice suddenly came into his ears. Brother Song Si, I think you should restrain yourself a little. After all, this place is different from the outside. Energy is wasted, there's no way to replenish it. But at our level, once a battle breaks out, even a tiny difference can lead to a huge mistake. If you don't have enough energy to catch Bai Qingyan, then even if you cry, you won't be able to find the tune at all. That makes sense. But Zhongzhou didn't take it seriously. The next moment, a stone with 5 colors suddenly appeared in his hand. Not big, but after it appeared, this area that originally only had black and white colors instantly had other colors. 5 elements stone. Brother Zhongzhou, you are really willing to invest. You're even willing to take this thing out. As he spoke, Lu Zhenchen frantically absorbed the 5 elements energy emerging from the stone. It's not that he can't hold himself up. We really have to be anxious. Because this thing is disposable. And although there is a lot of energy in it, it is not enough for people of their level. If you don't hurry up, you might not get anything at all. My wife, my son. Of course, Lu Zhenchen is not just caring about himself. Soon, he called the 2 people who were most important to him. But as soon as he turned his head, he saw something that almost made his eyes pop out. His big son was actually absorbing the violent yin energy here. And he looked like he was enjoying it. Isn't this brat just bragging? Is this really the place where he defied fate and changed his destiny? His eyes narrowed slightly. Then his energy and spirit immediately became stronger. Chapter 611 Giant Monkey Blocks the Road. Huh, no wonder I didn't get anything the last time I came in. So this damn place is so big. Is this space expanded by some means? 2 days later, Bai Qingyan, who had regained all her strength, breathed a sigh of relief. Then he prepared to continue his journey with everyone. But before she could activate her spiritual power, Cao Wenbin interrupted her with a wave of his hand. No need to leave. I can feel it, that's the place I'm looking for. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin pointed his finger at a pit within a pit. There's nothing special there. Along the way, even if the group didn't encounter 10,000 similar potholes, they must have encountered 8,000. As a result, a look of confusion suddenly appeared on Bai Qingyan's face. Then he walked over subconsciously. Buzz. But just as she reached the edge of the pit, a thin layer of pure white light film suddenly appeared in front of her. Judging by the appearance, it is only about the thickness of a piece of paper. But she was stopped outside. What a heaven-defying method. This must be what that guy left behind. There's absolutely no mistake. Very excited. But it's also a headache. Because of this protective formation, she felt like she had no idea where to start. The methods used by the other party were extremely sophisticated, and she simply could not understand them. But at this moment, Cao Wenbin suddenly appeared beside her. Immediately afterwards, no one saw Cao Wenbin use any means. Just slowly stretched out his right hand. But the amazing thing is that the light shield that just blocked everything was completely ineffective this time. Just let that hand pass by. Depend on. Bai Qingyan, who witnessed everything, felt terrible. What is wrong with this world? Is it so difficult to treat everyone equally? What made her even more depressed was that even with Cao Wenbin leading the way, she was still not welcomed by the light shield. I can't get in, and I still can't get in. Therefore, Wenbin, forget it. Since they let you in, we shouldn't force you. It's the same if I bring people to wait for you outside. Nodded gently. Cao Wenbin also did not get stuck in a rut. Of course, he didn't leave immediately. After all, there are pursuers behind us. How could he feel at ease if he didn't leave any tricks behind? So the next moment, a pitch-black rotating shaft appeared in his hand. It was none other than the Jueyong formation that Lu Yunxiao contributed to him. The most suitable magic weapon for Bai Qingyan and others. Calculating the time, those people behind us should be arriving soon. Remember, when you see someone, don't fight them head-on. Deploy the formation directly, then fight them. As long as they hold on until I come back, they will surely die. That's very serious. And Bai Qingyan didn't need to be polite. Just took the thing. But then, he gave him a big eye roll. Please, I'm Bai Qingyan, okay. Before I met you, I lived alone for over 4 million years. He rose from obscurity and carved out a niche for himself in this supreme plane. It's just a small matter, can't I handle it? Although she said so, she couldn't hide the smile on her face. Obviously, she enjoyed it. Unfortunately, this smile that was as beautiful as 100 flowers blooming did not last long. As Cao Wenbin's figure slowly disappeared in the light shield, she quickly returned to her usual unapproachable look. At the same time, come closer to me. Now I'm going to draw lots to find someone to form the formation. As for the benefits, I don't think I need to say more. The one who is closest to the water gets the moon first. Of course, don't be discouraged if you didn't win this time. We work in shifts. After all, freshness is very important. Buzz. The mask is very thin. But inside and outside are completely two different worlds. The outside is either black or white, but the inside is full of colors. Birds singing and flowers blooming. But the existence of living things is not necessarily a good thing. Look, Cao Wenbin had just stood still and hadn't even figured out the general situation here, but a pair of blood-red eyes were already staring at him. Immediately afterwards, a giant hand that was bigger than him reached out to grab him. Very fast. And the power is also quite amazing. If he is caught by it, even if he doesn't turn into a meat paste, he will definitely lose his combat effectiveness completely. Is it also the physical strength of a peak patrolman? Interesting. To be honest, if this followed common sense, he would definitely not be able to avoid it. After all, the other party was attacking by surprise. And occupying the advantageous location. But when has he ever been reasonable since he was born? Therefore, buzz. As the sound of space vibration rang out, the next moment, he disappeared from the spot. Of course, he didn't move too far. It just came to the back of the giant hand. Then he quickly grabbed the nearest index finger. As for what happens next, that's easy. With a sudden exertion of force, he threw the attacker over his shoulder. Boom! Smoke and dust are everywhere. However, Cao Wenbin still saw clearly that it was a huge monkey with long gray hair all over its body. It's obviously a ferocious beast. It's a great tonic. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin, with a gleam in his eyes, did not give the monkey a chance to get up. The figure flashed and appeared on the monkey's chest again. Then, he stomped his right leg, and the monkey, who had just straightened up a little, lay down again. Roar. The cry is still so majestic. But if you listen carefully, it is not difficult to hear that compared with the last time, there is a hint of pain in it. But obviously, this is just the beginning. As time went by, the monkey's cries became more and more panicked. Unfortunately, even if it screams at the top of its lungs, it's still useless. It deserves a lot of punches and kicks. Until, click. After the sound of bones breaking, the giant monkey was completely silent. Faced with such a good thing, Cao Wenbin naturally wouldn't be polite. The next moment, he sat cross-legged on the giant monkey. The fusion technique, which he had rarely used since he got it, suddenly started to work at full power. In fact, after solving this obstacle, he planned to continue exploring. After all, corpses can't run away. It won't rot at all. There is no need to waste precious time if the work can be done at any time. But before he could take any action, his body was frantically reminding him that he must increase his physical strength as much as possible before reaching the center. Otherwise you will probably regret it. There will be no danger to life. But it's embarrassing. Chapter 612. Top Master. Buzz. The giant monkey has a huge body. However, in front of the fusion technique, it is still not enough. 20 meters. 15 meters. In just half an hour, it completely disappeared between heaven and earth. During this process, Cao Wenbin's body surface was slowly covered with a layer of golden light. It has obviously been strengthened a lot. But even so, Cao Wenbin still did not take any risks in the following journey. Whenever you encounter a ferocious beast, you kill it first and then melt it. Not afraid of trouble at all. After killing his way through this space to the point where it was almost as quiet as the outside and there was basically no sound left, he slowly appeared in front of a palace. Pleasure Palace. The font is vigorous and powerful. It also contains bursts of Taoist rhyme. Of course, this is not a very serious approach. But it matches the 3 words on the plaque perfectly. It seems that intuition never lies. Without a certain foundation, you might really make a fool of yourself here. The corners of his mouth curled up. Then Cao Wenbin didn't hesitate any longer. He took 2 steps at a time and in the blink of an eye, he reached the gate of the palace. Crack. The sound of the door opening is very crisp. But Cao Wenbin just stood there in a daze. Because he didn't even reach out his hand. The door opened by itself. It looked like she was actively inviting him to come in quickly. Damn it, this can't be some kind of devil's cave. Specially seducing innocent little boys like me. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was extremely high. But based on the principle that since he was already here, he had to go in and take a look, he lifted his right foot, and the next moment, he appeared directly in the palace. The ambiguous pink light further confirmed his guess. However, what attracted him most in this hall was not the ambiguous decorations everywhere, but the 3 thrones at the top. A main seat, 2 second places. But whether it was the main seat or the more noble seat on the right, they were all empty. The only one with people in it is the one on the far left. Long hair draped over the shoulders. Exquisite makeup. A white off-shoulder dress is quite luxurious. But even if she is wearing white, which represents purity, it still cannot cover up the charm in this woman's bones. She seems to be the embodiment of desire, always charming everyone in the world. What made Cao Wenbin even more unable to control himself was that this woman looked extremely similar to Bai Qingyan. Although they cannot be said to be carved from the same mold, they do have quite a lot in common. If nothing unexpected happens, God has been very kind to me. No wonder that man would go to an intermediate plane to snatch someone. This Nian Yu is indeed worth it. After taking a deep breath, Cao Wenbin's mental power quickly spread towards the woman. He wants to check the specific situation of this girl. See what is causing the other person to keep his eyes closed. Please don't let it be a serious illness. Otherwise, it would be a waste of natural resources. He didn't know whether his prayers worked or he was just too lucky, but soon he couldn't help but smile. Soul broken. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be because of the shock of the explosion. To be honest, if it were someone else, they would definitely be at a loss by now. After all, the soul is the most mysterious thing in the world. Not to mention being completely shattered, even if it suffers a small injury, it would be enough to cost many lives. But for Cao Wenbin, this is not a big deal at all. The next moment, the awakening stone that was also contributed by Lu Yunxiao appeared in his hand. Buzz. It seemed that he also guessed that it was his turn to contribute. Therefore, there was no need for Cao Wenbin to command, the awakening stone moved automatically without wind. And in the blink of an eye, it floated above the woman. Immediately afterwards, a burst of brilliant light fell. And this awakening stone is indeed a divine object born in chaos. Look, as soon as I applied force, the effect was immediate. The woman's long eyelashes moved quickly. Then, the eyelids without any flaws slowly lifted up. The pupils are light brown. It's absolutely beautiful. At the same time, her charm increased more than 10 times. The power of charm increases exponentially. Fuck. This is pure and simple, it's killing people. The Palace of Pleasure really lives up to its reputation. Of course, Cao Wenbin was not the only one who was shocked. After getting over the initial confusion, Nian Yu immediately noticed the uninvited guest in the room. Then, her body, which was perfect in every way and had no flaws at all, began to tremble wildly. I'm back. You're finally back. You really didn't lie to me back then. That guy really can't do anything to you. As soon as she finished speaking, she stood up. Judging from her appearance, she was obviously planning to throw herself into Cao Wenbin's arms. But soon, she forced herself to stop. Wrong. When my husband went out to meet the enemy, he seemed to have specifically told me that if we met again, I could offer any help I could, but I absolutely could not reveal my identity, otherwise it would definitely affect his subsequent developments. It doesn't even reach its original height. The more she recalled, the clearer her memory became. As a woman, it is natural for her to be able to change her face. Therefore, after just a few breaths, she turned back into her charming appearance. The look he gave Cao Wenbin was also full of coldness. Who are you? And why are you here? Also, take away that annoying look of yours. Otherwise I will make you a disabled person. The dissatisfaction is extremely obvious. Then, she showed off her strength. The peak of the heavenly Dao realm. Compared with Bai Qingyan at this moment, she is only stronger, not weaker. In other words, the moment she woke up, the title of the #1 master in the world had actually been taken away by someone else. But Cao Wenbin is not that scared. I don't take it seriously at all. Because his intuition told him that this woman would never hurt him. Even if he did something excessive. Therefore, Auntie Nian, please don't be so repulsive. In fact, our connection is quite deep. And the reason I came here is because I was asked to do so. If you don't believe me, look at this. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin waved his right hand, and a jade token suddenly appeared between the two of them. This is Bai Qingyan's token. Something unique to that intermediate plane. As a result, the corners of Nian Yuyu's mouth began to twitch unconsciously. Even though this jade pendant doesn't mean anything. But the moment she saw this thing, Nian Yuyu had already imagined everything. After all, she knew the man in front of her too well. As for whether or not his personality will change after the renovation. It is easy to change the country but difficult to change one's nature. This is not just talk. But she didn't dwell on this issue for too long. Because. Chapter 613, Lu Zhilan is alert. I was just worried that I couldn't find a reason to follow you. The big eyes narrowed instantly. His eyes were filled with excitement. Nian Yuyu knew that it was not far from returning to the days of millions of years ago. After all, her background is not just talk. This guy in front of me definitely won't be able to hold on for long. Of course, even though she thought so, she still hid it perfectly. The next moment, she pretended to be excited and yelled, "Boy, where did you get this thing? Tell me the truth now." As soon as she finished speaking, her right hand directly grabbed the jade token. There is no flaw in the whole process. And it went quite smoothly. No one stopped him at all. However, as soon as she got the jade pendant, she suddenly discovered that there was suddenly another person beside her. So close. Just open your arms and you can hug her immediately. Hence, she was immediately confused. The whole person subconsciously wants to cooperate. There was no way, because Cao Wenbin's aura was too lethal to her. But in the end, her reason prevailed. After all, if you are too proactive, there is no way to explain it. She must wait for an opportunity. Waiting for an opportunity to go with the flow. So the next moment, she flashed and disappeared from the spot. When it appeared, it was already several meters away. Then, "Boy, what are you doing? I'm telling you, Qingyan isn't omnipotent. If you keep messing around, I'll beat you up." Fierce expression. But Cao Wenbin still didn't care. "Aunt Nian, you are so defensive. That's so hurtful. The reason I came close is just because I want you to show me around this palace. There's no other meaning at all. You're just overthinking it." Nian Yuyu's mouth twitched. "Be on guard. I don't have any defensive intentions at all. I almost took off my armor on the spot." At the same time, she was extremely regretful. When the shock wave came, she shouldn't have tried so hard to protect herself. If the clothes were damaged at that time. "You're still too young." Shook his head. But soon, she cheered up again. Because she thought of another opportunity. "You know, this is the Pleasure Palace. The reason for this name is that every room here has a story. Although the person who was guarding the house is no longer here. But as the palace master, she is fully capable of taking on the responsibility. I'll show you what it means to be cunning and sly in a moment. See if you can still hold on." What a pity, although the idea is good. But just as she was about to take action, she suddenly discovered that Cao Wenbin's brows had been furrowed without her knowing when. Then, a terrifying murderous aura burst out from that tall and majestic body. "Very good. You actually did it. In that case, then don't leave." As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin's figure disappeared from the spot. As to why this is so. Just now, he, as the master, discovered that the Jueyong formation diagram had been activated. And the attacks continue. When he moved, Nian Yuyu, who was dodged, was also blown away. After all, she only needs a little bit to dream back to millions of years ago. No matter who caused the trouble. Kill all the men. All the women are stuffed into the music palace. Don't even think about escaping. He gritted his teeth, then Nian Yuyu quickly followed. At the same time, this magnificent pleasure palace also disappeared. "Qingyan, stop struggling. This time, I came prepared. So you absolutely can't escape." As for Cao Wenbin. Although I don't know what adventures he will encounter, you should still not count on it. When he can influence the battle situation at this level, our children will be able to slap oil in the face. Song Si's voice was full of madness. Of course, that's what he said, but his hands never stopped. Sword chi shot out one after another towards the black scroll floating above the women's heads. Even though the sword energy would dissipate immediately when it was a few hundred feet away from the target, he still enjoyed it. Because he knew very well that any formation needed to expend energy in order to function. Now both sides are competing with each other to see who will give up first. Everyone, work harder. No one should hide their abilities. Did you see these girls in the formation? They are the 100 beauty group. As long as we can break this shell, we can enjoy them all right away. As the saying goes, there will always be brave men when there is a big reward. As soon as these words were spoken, the Nightblade members, who were beaten by the Zhuyang formation to the point where only a few dozen people were left, immediately became excited and started waving their swords like crazy. As for forming a formation to fight against the Absolute Yang formation, under normal circumstances, this is indeed possible. The effect will definitely be better than hacking like this. But the problem is, they are short of manpower now. The Zhuyang formation appeared so suddenly that it left many of them stranded. As a result, many of their methods cannot be used. Of course, if there are those who are tempted, then there are also those who are not tempted. Lu Zhilin, who had been following the main force, never took action from beginning to end. Not only that, he even stopped Lu Yunxiao. "Son, what are you doing? With my mother joining us, the speed of breaking the formation will be at least 10% faster." Lu Yunxiao's eyes were full of anxiety. Obviously, she really wanted to take action. But that's true. She and Cao Wenbin have a blood feud. Now that I have the chance to retaliate, I naturally don't want to miss it. But no matter what she said, Lu Zhilin just wouldn't give in. "Mom, don't be impulsive. I think there must be something fishy going on here. You should know how shrewd that Cao guy is. It's absolutely impossible for him to disappear for no reason. If we don't hold back, we might be." Lu Zhilin's expression was extremely serious. The body is also tense to the extreme. His intuition told him that Cao Wenbin might come back at any time. And it definitely has the power to change the situation of the battle. Although they have a large number of people, they may not necessarily gain the upper hand. Chapter 614. Is this enough? No. It's absolutely not advisable to stay here for long. It just so happens that my opportunity is not here. You can use this as an excuse to take mother away. As for dad, with his strength, even if Cao Wenbin does something weird, he won't be able to stop him. The more he thought about it, the more Lu Zhilin felt that this was the right way. So, he immediately prepared to grab Lu Yunxiao's arm. But at this moment, you bugs really know how to choose your time. Would he die if he was delayed for a day or two? Remember, the person who killed you is called Nianyu Yu. You are welcome to seek revenge on me in the next life. The voice was full of anger. Immediately afterwards, a huge hand made purely of yin energy slammed directly into Nightblade's team. Very fast. There is no way to avoid it. Peak of Heavenly Dao Realm. Not weaker than Song Si at all. Not good. Lu Zhilin's face changed drastically. Then he subconsciously sped up his movements. And this time, Lu Yunxiao didn't struggle. They even cooperated with each other. She is not stupid. She was very clear that the current situation was extremely unfavorable to them. Although both sides have two people at the peak of the Heavenly Dao Realm. But her husband is obviously weaker. If he didn't leave now, he would most likely be caught by Cao Wenbin again. Then, we must never let something like that happen again. I don't know what she was thinking about, but her little face turned snow white in an instant. Unfortunately, although the mother and daughter reacted quickly, there was someone who was faster than them. The next moment, "Brother Lu, Sister Yunxiao, why are you so anxious? We are old acquaintances. Now that we've met again, how can we not reminisce about the past?" As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin's figure suddenly blocked the two of them. His face was full of playfulness. One person. But Lu Yunxiao and Lu Zhilin, who had just looked anxious, became excited instantly after seeing the appearance of the person who blocked their way. After all, no matter how you look at it, this seems to be an opportunity. A great opportunity to turn the situation around. Superior. Without any hesitation, no communication was made. The mother and daughter had a good understanding of each other and pounced on Cao Wenbin together. Obviously, they are planning to capture the leader first. But although the idea was good, the reality soon gave them a slap in the face. The two had just rushed halfway when Lu Yunxiao was intercepted by Ji Xinju, who arrived later. Depend on. How come the reaction is so quick? Lu Zhilin gritted his teeth. He wants to hide. After all, he really has no confidence in fighting alone. But at this moment, the arrow was already on the string and he had to shoot. Damn it, let's fight this guy. I just don't believe I can't win even once. Although his body is extremely strong, Here, I have unlimited endurance. It remains to be seen who will win. Boom. But the facts prove that there are some things that you just can't do if you don't believe in them. Look, after one strike, he was shocked to find that he was not the only one with unlimited endurance. Cao Wenbin also has it. And even more perverted than him. He can only absorb yin energy. But Cao Wenbin is able to absorb both yin and yang energies. Is this guy really my nemesis? Just when he was thinking of retreating again, Cao Wenbin's voice suddenly rang out. Brother Lu, stop resisting. You will never be my opponent. You absolutely can't stop me from doing what I want to do. The tone is very calm. But Lu Zhilin heard a strong sense of sarcasm in it. So, he exploded. Fart. Have you forgotten about the Ascension Tower? Why can't I stop you? Even though I was drunk, you didn't succeed. As soon as we reached the stairs, weren't you beaten up by my mother? Cao Wenbin was stunned. Then I couldn't help but laugh. Then, is that what your mother told you? That she beat me up? And then she went back to bed. Lu Zhilin's heart suddenly tightened. There's nothing we can do about it, Cao Wenbin's smile is just too evil. But before he could say anything else, he suddenly discovered that there was something in Cao Wenbin's hand. Pure black, wrinkled, there are even multiple damages. And at the beginning, he didn't react. I just feel that this thing looks familiar. But as he observed more deeply, he suddenly felt dizzy. Because he recognized that it was none other than the mysteriously disappeared silk. Well, does this thing explain the problem? If you still don't believe me, I have something even more exciting. By the way, you might not have thought that your mother is actually very gentle. She's not a witch at all. The sound is extremely beautiful. Killing people and destroying their hearts. Because of this, Lu Zhilin's eyes suddenly turned red. His mother is gentle. I'm fucking under your control, how can I not be gentle? I'm going to fight you. Ah. But before he could do anything, a scream suddenly reached his ears. Then he was horrified to find that the peak battle over there had actually already been decided. They were defeated. And the defeat was extremely complete. His father was fine, he just looked a little disheveled, but he wasn't seriously injured. But Zhongzhou can't do that. There was blood all over his chest and mouth. The right hand holding the sword was drooping limply. It's obviously not usable. How is this possible? Both parties are at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm. Logically speaking, it's impossible to determine the winner in a short period of time. But how could he know that these four people seemed to be not much different from each other? But in this special environment, the combat effectiveness of both sides is not proportional at all. On Cao Wenbin's side, whether it is Nian Yuyu or Bai Qingyan, they are both in full condition. The energy in my body is almost overflowing. Nian Yuyu even masters many attack methods that are only available at another level. The combat effectiveness is extremely strong. But Zhongzhou and Lu Zhenchen's situation was exactly the opposite. Not only energy loss, he looked extremely tired. After all, in order to catch up as quickly as possible, they had been rushing all the way. I didn't even get a chance to breathe, let alone rest. So, son, you and your mother should leave. We've been ambushed. There is absolutely no chance of winning. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhenchen rushed forward again. Although it was full of momentum, the ending was quite tragic. Bai Qingyan used only one punch to blast him directly into the depths of the divine realm. Judging from the blood spurting out, he was obviously seriously injured. Fortunately, Bai Qingyan did not chase after him, but turned around to kill Zhongzhou. Otherwise. Chapter 615 Lu Zhilin awakens. Liner, listen to your father. Go. Your energy is endless, they can't catch up with you. As the saying goes, all parents in the world are compassionate. Look, in such a desperate situation, neither Lu Zhenchen nor Lu Yunxiao thought of themselves first. But it's Lu Zhilin. Unfortunately, caring does not bring opportunities. Lu Zhilin wanted to leave, but Cao Wenbin kept pestering him and he couldn't leave at all. Although his spatial law is strong, it is suppressed in all directions by Cao Wenbin's space-time law. No matter where you move, you will be forced back to your original position the next moment. So, Lu Yunxiao, who saw everything, suddenly became anxious. At the same time, she also realized that she could not rely on others at all. Needless to say, it is still unknown whether Lu Zhenchen can come back. As for the Dragon Roar Sword sect, it's even difficult to protect yourself. At this moment, except for the one-armed Song Si, everyone else has laid down. No, we can't delay any longer. Otherwise, no one can leave. She bit her lip, and then used the remaining energy in her body to force Ji Shinju back. Immediately afterwards, he rushed to Lu Zhilin's side at a rapid speed. Cao Wenbin, go to hell. She immediately used a high kick. To be honest, if this happened in her prime, or even just before she forced Ji Shinju to retreat, Cao Wenbin would definitely avoid her. After all, this woman's cultivation is not fake. Although you won't get hurt if you take it head on, it will definitely not feel good. But now, bang! After a collision, her legs were firmly grasped by Cao Wenbin. But she didn't care at all. Instead, he pushed Lu Zhilin hard. It was sent flying hundreds of feet away. Mother! Although the opportunity to escape came, Lu Zhilin panicked. Because he knew very well what Lu Yunxiao's actions meant. Besides, he is not blind. The evil smile on Cao Wenbin's lips was simply too obvious. And the hand grabbing my leg. But before he could do anything, Lu Yunxiao started shaking his head frantically at him. Then he used telepathy to comfort him softly, don't think too much. Just leave quickly. We will meet at the place of opportunity you sensed. Don't worry, your mother will be fine. Last time, this Cao guy couldn't get the upper hand from me, and he won't get the upper hand this time either. The words are full of confidence. But Lu Zhilin's heart was bleeding. If he had heard this a few hours ago, he would definitely believe it. But now, the broken threads have appeared, how can he still deceive himself? Of course, it hurts. But he still activated the law of space at the first moment. After all, opportunities don't come easily. He can't let this effort go to waste. And the facts have proved that his choice is absolutely correct. He had just left when a big hole immediately appeared where he had been standing. But he didn't keep running. After making sure it was safe, he stopped. Because, Bai Qingyan, you have such a cruel heart. They really want to kill them all. Just wait, I won't let you off easily. Before I came out, I already explained that if anything happens to our group's soul lamps, those of us who stay behind will release the beast immediately. So just wait to be condemned by everyone. The voice was full of misery and despair. Of course, Lu Zhilin doesn't care about this. Song Qiai, are you going to die? What really made him stop was a faint groan. Not much noise. But the penetrating power is extremely strong. It was like a devilish sound, lingering in his heart. He could never forget it. As for where this sound came from. Cao Wenbin, I will never forgive you. You're a fucking beast. Eyes blood red, but his cursing was not loud. There is no way, the distance between the two sides is not too far. He was able to stay here thanks to the fact that this was God's territory. Otherwise. But because of this, he couldn't vent his anger at all. It was fine at the beginning. But as time went on, he became more and more angry. My consciousness is becoming less and less clear. Until it reaches a critical point. Then, click. A cracking sound soon rang in his mind. Then, a flood of memories suddenly emerged in his mind. The beginning of the world. The yin and yang energies emerge. As time went by, these two extremely primitive auras soon turned into two people. Because of their conflicting attributes, they are naturally hostile. One fight lasts for tens of millions of years. In the end, they both achieved nirvana. But even so, things are not over yet. As people created together with heaven and earth, they will not die even if there is no 6 reincarnations. As a result, each person's backup plan soon became apparent. The location of the fight this time was the continent of gods and demons that was blown out of the divine realm. Okay. You, Cao Wenbin, were really scheming. You can even think of using the method of finding women to get your hands on the pure yin energy. You were really something. As the investigation deepened, Lu Zhilin soon became so angry that he laughed. He would never have thought that his background would be so deep. But at the same time, his heart began to twitch wildly. He's in pain. Because before Nirvana, Zhang Shengxi was his wife. It is also an important backup plan he has arranged. But now it is. No, I must find an opportunity to destroy the goddess record. Otherwise, if that Cao guy keeps looking for it, I might disappear completely. The more he thought about it, the more urgent it seemed to him. But soon, his head started to hurt again. After all, it is easier said than done. At this moment, he couldn't beat Cao Wenbin at all. It's difficult to even get close, let alone destroy the magic weapon. As for the people around Cao Wenbin who instigated the rebellion, as an opponent who has fought for tens of millions of years, he is quite clear about Cao Wenbin's abilities. If the contact has not been repeated many times, then there is still a possibility of rescue. For example, his mother in this life. But if it takes any longer, there will be no hope. No matter whether she is a chaste heroine or not, she is the same. Wrong. But soon, he came to his senses. Because Zhongzhou's situation is relatively special. If this awakens him, let's try our best to save the dying horse. Chapter 616 Reunion. It seems that after we go out, we need to play more and master it. After all, this is the only place where you can touch the sacred stream. The more he thought about it, the more Lu Zhilin felt that this plan was feasible. At the same time, his self-confidence slowly returned to him. Because he suddenly thought that he had recovered his memory at this moment. And Cao Wenbin obviously knows nothing yet. This is a huge advantage. I just don't believe it. I, with my eyes open, can't beat you, with your eyes closed. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly opened his eyes. Then without saying anything, he flew directly to the northwest. That was the place of opportunity he had sensed before. He didn't know it before, but now he knows that this is where he used to live. And there, he also left one person. His co-wife, Liang Qi. One of his former right-hand men. I hope she's not seriously injured. If that's the case, Nian Yuyu won't be able to act so arrogant anymore. Both sides can get back to the same starting line. And Lu Zhilin is not worried about this. After all, Nian Yuyu was able to survive the explosion. There is no reason why anything would happen to Liang Qi, who has similar strength to him. Of course, although he thought so, his pace still subconsciously quickened a lot. There's no way around it, this awakening wasted a lot of his time. He just discovered that the movement over there had stopped. So he has to hold on tight. Otherwise, if Cao Wenbin finds the place first. Thinking of that scene, he shuddered unconsciously. Fortunately, this time, his luck was obviously good. Not only did he not encounter any danger along the way, but when he was about to reach his destination, he met Lu Yunxiao, who was also flying forward. Mother. Lu Zhilin was a little confused. Because he really couldn't understand how Lu Yunxiao escaped from Cao Wenbin's clutches. With the lineup around that guy, Lu Yunxiao had no other choice but to endure it silently. Unless, is that guy really going to fulfill his promise and capture and release her 7 times until she completely surrenders? Damn it, how can he be so crazy? The more he thought about it, the darker Lu Zhilin's face became. His right hand was clenched into a fist. And the moment he saw the person, Lu Yunxiao obviously noticed something. As a result, the two people's eyes soon met. Linner. The voice was full of joy. Then Lu Yunxiao directly changed his route. Well, your mother, I didn't lie, did I? I specialize in dealing with that Cao guy. Even if he has countless experts around him, he won't be able to gain any advantage over me, your mother. Obviously, this is a preventive measure for Lu Zhilin. Let him not have the same wild thoughts as last time. After he finished speaking, in order to increase his credibility, he turned around a few times. Show yourself in all aspects. To be honest, if it were someone else, they might really be fooled. After all, Lu Yunxiao obviously put in a lot of effort this time. Not only are all the previous outfits still there. It is even neater and there is not a single wrinkle. He is also full of energy and doesn't look tired at all. But Lu Zhilin, who saw everything, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Others look at things on the surface. But when he looks at things, he looks at the inner side. Because of this, he was able to find something wrong with just 2 glances. Breath. Logically speaking, as a woman, even if Lu Yunxiao has yang energy in her body, it definitely won't be too much. But now, the situation is completely the opposite. As for where this yang energy comes from. Besides, although Lu Yunxiao was trying his best to endure, no one was a fool. Some things are self-evident. Never mind. Since my mother wants to maintain her image, then I'll just cooperate with her. After shaking his head, Lu Zhilin nodded with appreciation. Mother really lives up to the name of the little witch. He's really good. By the way, Mother, the spiritual energy in your body should be almost consumed. It just so happens that I recently obtained a method of transferring energy. How about giving you some? Lu Yunxiao was a little hesitant. After all, family members know their own business. She knows better than anyone what her current situation is. It's all show and no substance. If Lu Jilin is really allowed to breathe, then there is a high possibility that the truth will be revealed completely. But if you don't let me, forget it, let's just give it a try. Otherwise it wouldn't make sense at all. Finally, she slowly stretched out her hand. And at the beginning, she was a little nervous. But as time went on, she quickly relaxed. At the same time, a hint of joy appeared on her face. Because she found that the brat in front of her didn't seem to notice anything unusual. And what was brought over was the pure yin energy that she urgently needed. So, they are all children, but the difference between them is really huge. One who always thinks of others. But the other one, besides being fierce, very emotional. Of course, in order to better hide the secret, she didn't think about it for too long. He quickly diverted Lu Jilin's attention. Linner, the place of opportunity you mentioned before should be not far from here. How about we breathe while we walk? To prevent any more trouble at night. That makes sense. But Lu Jilin subconsciously wanted to refuse. After all, doing so seems to have the best of both worlds, but it greatly affects efficiency. In the end, it is very likely that you will not be able to do well on both ends. But before he could say anything, he suddenly smelled a strange odor. At first, he was a little confused. But after just a few breaths, he reacted. Then, without saying anything, he pulled Lu Yunxiao, whose face had changed, away from there. Coincidentally, as soon as they left, Cao Wenbin and others immediately appeared where they had just stood. A husband is a husband after all. Although he hasn't regained consciousness yet, he has Lu Jilin firmly under his control. I was confused at first, why would he let the tiger go back to the mountains? But now it seems that he completely calculated that Lu Jilin would help this woman. This way, we can harvest repeatedly. Nian Yuyu saw everything, and her eyes were full of admiration. You know, this is a layout that spans millions of years. It's terrifying. This is God's territory. Why is there a puddle? Chapter 617. Let them ignite their hope and then deliver a fatal blow. Linner, what are you doing? Even if you want to hurry, you should at least let me know in advance. There was dissatisfaction in his words. But Lu Yunxiao's face was full of panic. The two legs are trying hard to move towards each other. Obviously, something is being hidden. When Lu Jilin heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. To be honest, he really wanted to complain. But in the end, he still held back. There's nothing he can do, since she's his mother. If you don't pamper yourself, who will you pamper? So he quickly laughed and said, mistake. I was so excited that I didn't think too much about it. By the way, mother, we have arrived. Look. As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them arrived in front of a mound. It is also very desolate. There is absolutely no difference. But as Lu Jilin began to form seals with his hands, everything soon became different. First, a space crack appeared out of nowhere. Immediately afterwards, a magnificent scene appeared before their eyes. Birds singing and flowers blooming. There is vitality everywhere. Oh my God! Lu Yunxiao was stunned. She would never have thought that such an enviable blessed land would be hidden in the divine realm known as the Forbidden Zone of Life. The density of spiritual energy is so high that no holy land outside can match it. Of course, although she was shocked, her movements were not slow at all. The next moment, he pulled Lu Jilin into the special space. As for whether there was danger inside, she no longer cared at all. Because, Linner, judging from your appearance, you should have some understanding of this place. In that case, then go explore. Don't mind me, I can just look around by myself. Wait here for a while and see if your dad will come. After saying that, without waiting for Lu Jilin to reply, he walked towards a big tree on his own. And it's extremely fast. Cao Wenbin, you're going to die a horrible death. Looking at Lu Yunxiao's flustered back, Lu Jilin, who had been smiling just now, almost bit his back teeth. He is not stupid. He knew very well what Lu Yunxiao was going to do. That's why he didn't stop it at all. Of course, his body was not controlled by emotions either. It quickly disappeared from the spot. But what he didn't know was that although he didn't waste time, his anger made him miss a lot of things. Just like three shadows that seem to exist and not exist. If this had happened under normal circumstances, with only one entrance, he would have most likely been able to find it. But this time, I never thought that those insignificant little animals would grow to this size. If I had known this would happen, I would have crushed them all to death. Next to the corpse of a giant beast, Lu Zhilin subconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead. Before coming in, he made all the preparations. But the degree of danger here was still far beyond his expectations. From the entrance to here, he has made his move no less than 100 times. If he didn't have a strong foundation, he might not have been able to hold on. The only thing that made him feel relieved was that his efforts were not in vain. Look, as the giant beast fell, a palace slowly came into his sight. In just a few glances later, something even more delightful happened. He saw a beautiful figure in a pavilion. Even though my back was facing him. But he still recognized her at the first moment. This woman with a waist so thin that it was almost unfair was